Chapter 601 Master in the Folk. In the current general hospital treatment of burns and scalds, the patient's skin is generally preserved as much as possible, and the outer epidermis is not removed directly. Because of this, the patient's muscle tissue will be directly exposed to the air and directly contact the bacteria outside. Even if it is sent to a so-called sterile ward, it is difficult to resist bacterial infection. In the end, patients often suffer from multiple organ failure and death due to larger wound infection. Therefore, the general treatment method is to ensure that the epidermis is preserved as much as possible, and then antibacterial treatment is performed to allow the patient's own immune system to function, and new skin will grow, like a scab, to replace the dead skin. However, the new skin that grows out basically cannot achieve 100% of the original skin effect, and its functions and external effects are not up to standard. So in the end, many patients will choose skin grafts and medical aesthetics after they survived, otherwise it will be difficult to go out to see people. But there is a premise here, that is, the patient can survive the infection. But here, the doctors at the Sunshine Burn and Scald Hospital, the way they deal with the wounds of the patients, made Oldza feel completely new. The doctors on the operating table drastically cut off the bad skin and fusion on the injured person, leaving the muscle tissue directly exposed to the air. The scene immediately became blood-red. The inexperienced Xia always saw a writhing in his stomach, and almost vomited on the spot without holding back. Commander Wang's complexion didn't improve much, but he was also a soldier, so this scene could be bearable. However, Mr. Zhu is the person who has seen the most in such scenes. This scene did not give him too much excitement. On the contrary, he wanted to curse when he saw it, but just after he opened his mouth to scold, he saw the doctor in front cut off the bad skin and the fusion drastically, and the doctor who followed immediately opened a watering can at the patient's exposed muscle tissue wounds, started spraying some medicament. It is amazing that the muscle tissue that was constantly penetrating blood and tissue fluid immediately stopped the leakage of blood and tissue fluid. Then the doctor immediately put down the watering can, took out a small jar, took out some black and golden ointment from it and applied it evenly on the patient's wound. Soon the bright red muscle tissue was covered, and the patient's vital index remained stable throughout this process. There is no sudden drop in blood pressure, or cardiac arrest, which is almost a rare scene in the rescue of patients with severe burns. Mr. Zhu did not know how many times he participated in this kind of treatment. He knew that during the operation, it was very easy to stimulate the nerves because of the cut off the necrotic skin and the fusion. Even injured patients who fall into a deep coma can hardly tolerate such severe pain, and once their mood fluctuates, it will easily lead to instability of blood pressure and changes in heartbeat. To put it bluntly, cardiac arrest may occur at any time, but in today's rescue process, such a scene did not appear at all. This made Mr. Zhu couldn't help but sigh. The magic of this hospital's technique, their treatment methods, procedures, and medications have completely subverted Mr. Zhu's understanding of treatment methods for burns and scalds. Originally, Mr. Zhu, who was still ready to go mad, was extremely quiet at this time, just watching the process of the patients rescued by the doctors in the operating room. Although I don't know how these patients will recover later, this new method of diagnosing and treating burns and scalds, as well as drugs, makes Oldza feel that he has opened up a new world before his eyes. He even felt that the doctors in the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital, using techniques and drugs, would bring a new revolution to the burn and scald profession. And he even suddenly had an honor to be a witness to this revolution. The doctors in the operating room cooperated very well. The firefighter lying on the hospital bed had severe burns on his chest, thighs and arms. The burn area had even reached 50%. Generally, even if such injuries are sent to the 521 hospital, they can only be sentenced to death with their skills. Even if it can survive from the operating room, the last resort can only be sent to a sterile ward to fight hard. Whether it can survive in the end is completely resigned, according to Mr. Zhu's experience. 80% of such patients cannot survive. In the operating room below, scenes were staged, which in his opinion was completely magical. The doctors quickly cut out the dead skin, bad skin, and melt from the patient, then quickly stopped the bleeding and applied a strange ointment. The firefighter soldiers who fell into a coma seemed to be able to quickly feel the effect of the drug. During the entire treatment process, no accidents occurred. Soon the affected area of the firefighters and soldiers was cleaned up, and then the doctors wrapped a layer of something similar to the skin where the firefighters applied the ointment. The injured were then carried off the operating room and sent directly to the ICU. For such a severely burned patient, the entire surgical process, which is about an hour, has completely exceeded Mr. Zhu's cognition. If this is left in their hospital, it will probably take more than 3 hours to remove the fusion from the burned firefighter in the operating room, and the doctor must be skilled and handy. In addition, during the operation, at least there are several rescue procedures. But such a situation, in this Sunshine Burn Hospital, did not appear at all. At this time, Mr. Zhu's only thought was, incredible, incredible. Is it really the so-called master in the folk? How could I not know before? Such a Sunshine Burn Hospital, how could I not know before? How could there be such a method to treat burns and scalds? The treated patient was sent out of the operating room, and soon a patient with severe burns was lifted up. Compared with the previous victim, the burns of this injured person were milder, but it was definitely also a severe burn. The previous injuries were mainly concentrated on the chest, thighs, and arms, while this patient was mainly concentrated on the head and face. From the neck to the top of the head, it was completely dark. The old Zhu who looked at this picture was trembling willingly. Such a patient would receive 521, and he would be sentenced to death after a basic glance. What's the point of saving it? Severely disfigured, severely damaged facial organs, and living in the strange eyes of others for a lifetime. Even going out during the day is an extravagant hope. And this young firefighter, the moment he was carried on the operating table, he was sober, and he even grabbed the doctor who was treating him. Doctor, is the burn on my face serious? If it doesn't work, don't save it. I don't want to be able to go out for the rest of my life. As a firefighter, I have watched countless propaganda videos. This young soldier obviously knows what his situation is. And what he said made everyone in the observation room upstairs feel sour. He is only in his early 20s, and there are still a lot of good lives waiting for him. But, Commander Wang was even more impatient. He came to the loudspeaker in the room, held down the button, and shouted into the microphone. Wankily, you bastard. What frustrations are you talking about? You give me a good life, you must cooperate with the doctor's treatment, this is an order. If you can't stand it, you can think of your comrades in arms and your parents. Said that at the end, the voice of the commanding king was choked up. After all, they were all soldiers under his command. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence, and Xiao Feng came to command Wang with a serious face. Don't worry, Mr. Wang, we will definitely rescue him. At this time, Guan Zhenhai, who was standing in front of the operating table in the Sunburn Hospital with a knife, looked at the little soldier with a smile and said, "You kid, what kind of frustrating things are you saying? This burn is not easy to treat in another hospital. I tell you, it doesn't matter at all in our Sunshine Burns Hospital. Last month I put 3 more serious than yours. The wounded are all rescued, and you can rest assured that you will do medical surgery here when you look back. We don't need skin grafts or messy www.mentalnovel.com. I promise you will be better than those Uranus superstars. I'll leave it alone. If I can't do it, then you don't have to be discharged from the hospital, and we won't take any money for the operation." I don't know whether it was Guan Zhenhai's words that gave the little soldier confidence, or the words of the king's command that worked, and the little soldier actually chuckled. Soon the little soldier fell asleep by the anesthetist Ma, and Guan Zhenhai once again carried the knife into battle. This time it was still drastic. Any skin that was severely burned and necrotic, in his opinion, had no salvage value. was cut off. Even the scalp has been cut off a lot, and the audience upstairs watching, snarling their teeth. But the medicine in the doctor's watering can and the miraculous ointment worked again. After application, the patients looked very comfortable. Intraoperative complications with a high burst rate did not appear in this operating room at all. President Xia, commanding Wang, they may not know the risks involved, but Mr. Zhu can't understand it. But now after seeing 2 operations, he has basically concluded that this Sunshine Burn Hospital really has its own unique skills in treating burns and scalds. And it's not an exaggeration to say that if their technologies and drugs are announced, they will definitely be unique in the world. However, he is still not sure, because as a rigorous medical worker, he has to follow up and observe, so that the recovery of these injuries in the later stage can be determined. There is no need to watch the situation in the operating room anymore. He simply walked out of the observation room, and then said to a doctor in the Sunburn and Scald Hospital guarding the door, "Little comrade, can you take me to your Rikuan in the ward?" And the young doctor, when he heard such a question, was immediately embarrassed. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 602 Miracle. If this is a request from another person, I am afraid this young doctor would have sprayed it back long ago. Who are you? How old are you? Who do you think you are? I want to go to our Riku, and even want to go to our ward. You are not the doctors in our hospital, why should I take you there? But the old man in front of him, he was very stylish at first glance, and behind him was a group of young and strong, eye-catching white coats. And inside the white lab coat, you can still see the army green shirt and pants, which made the young doctor feel a little numb, and he didn't know how to deal with it. Obviously, the other party is not a medical trouble, but should be a colleague of a certain hospital. But even if you are a colleague, you are not allowed to enter the Akuta Watch without the approval of the leader. At this moment, Xiao Feng had just walked out of the observation room with Mr. Xia, and this scene was all in his eyes. He smiled and said to the young doctor, "Xiao Yang, this is Senior Zhi from the 521 hospital, so you can take them to the Aku for a visit." He couldn't understand what the old man made. He definitely wanted to see the effect of subsequent treatment. In fact, this is a good thing for them. To tell the truth, the Sunshine Burn Hospital, although it was a small reputation before, has always been looked down upon by some state-run regular hospitals because of its private nature. But now with this opportunity, they have to give themselves a proper name. Lao Tzu is not the kind of hospital that can only cheat money. We are in the field of burns and scalds, but we have our own unique skills. And these words, they said it themselves. Maybe not many people are willing to believe. After all, everyone knows the truth about Wang Po selling melons. But if it spreads from this old man's mouth, that's another matter. Before, he also asked the Commander Wang to find out that this old man has a high status not only in the 521 hospital, but also in the domestic burn and scald field. If the sun burns the hospital through his mouth, the effect will be immediate. The young doctor, after listening to Xiao Feng's words, immediately took Mr. Zhu and his students to the Aku and the ward upstairs. And Xiao Feng took Mr. Xia directly upstairs to the office reserved for him. Although he is not the dean, as an investor in this hospital, Guan Zhenhai will of course set aside an office with the best location for him. Even if he doesn't come very often, he still needs to have the rules. President Xia had just seen 3 operations in the observation room, and his confidence in the Sunshine Burn Hospital has been thoroughly boosted. Although he is not a doctor, he also knows that for such severe burns and scalds, he must have at least 2 in another hospital, and they may not be able to survive the operating table. But in this hospital, the injured were all pulled back from the Ghost Gate, which shows that the technology of this hospital is really possible. And as a layman, the cruel scenes he saw today are enough. He really can't watch it anymore. If you watch it anymore, it won't be a problem of insomnia tonight. It may even cause serious psychological problems. Maybe. As for Command Wang, He was unwilling to come out. He still had 7 or 8 severely burnt and scalded men who were waiting to be on the operating table. He would never come out of the observation room if those people's operations were not completed. And Mr. Zahir had already come upstairs very quickly under the leadership of the young doctor. Mr. Zah could see that the young man was a little nervous, so he smiled and calmed his emotions. "Boy, what's your name?" "My name is Zuzai." "Yeah? Are we still at home?" "Which school did you graduate from?" "Why don't you go to work in a regular hospital?" He just asked casually, but in exchange for a laugh from the young doctor in front of him. "I graduated from Benching Medical University, but the school is neither 211 nor 985. Even if I want to apply for a job at a regular hospital, people don't want me." Although these words were a bit harsh, old Zah could only nod his head helplessly. Indeed, on the one hand, there are not enough doctors in the hospital, and on the other hand, there are many medical school graduates who cannot enter the hospital. Blame this, you have to blame the rating system. For example, those tertiary hospitals, now recruiting people, at least start with a master's degree, and doctoral degrees are commonplace, and graduates from ordinary colleges and universities are not acceptable. The average hospital will also require doctors to graduate from a 211 level medical school. Only some township level hospitals or health centers will recruit students who are neither 211 nor 985 medical colleges. However, the wages given in these places are also quite touching. Anyway, in the end, many students who graduated from medical schools can only be reduced to the point where they go to the pharmaceutical company to sell drugs, or they can only change their careers. There was silence in the elevator, but fortunately, he quickly reached the floor where the ICU was located. The young doctor took Mr. Zhu and the others to the ICU ward soon. It just so happened that the director guarding the ICU ward happened to be a former student of Mr. Zhu, and he was very surprised to see Mr. Zhu coming. When I heard Mr. Zhu said that he wanted to go in to see the patient's recovery and learn about their new treatments, the director agreed in one fell swoop, but only agreed that Mr. Zhu would enter the ICU alone. Wearing a sterile suit, before entering the ward, he carried out strict sterilization and disinfection, and then Mr. Zhu followed his students into the ward. In this ICU, there were already 3 wounded who had just completed the operation at this time, which was different from the white gauze used to wrap the wounded in other hospitals. The affected parts of the wounded were all wrapped in something strangely similar to human skin. Zhuoqiang held back his curiosity and went to the instrument table in front of the hospital bed to see the vital signs of the wounded. The blood pressure and heartbeat were all very stable, and the wounded were all asleep on the bed. But it was not too painful for them to look at them. Obviously, they did not suffer from bacterial infections, and there was no outbreak of inflammation, which is beyond Zhu's cognition. In his entire life, the number of burns and scalds he has treated is not counted, and there is no one who does not need to pass the infection barrier in the case of such severe burns and scalds. How did this sunburn and scald hospital do it? I watched all the conditions of the wounded. No matter how serious it was almost always like this. Zilao couldn't help it, so he asked the director of the ICU. The ICU director's surname is Hu. He used to graduate from a certain military medical university and was a student of Mr. Zhu. Later, he worked in a military hospital for more than 10 years, and only jumped to the locality 2 years ago. Xiao, didn't you work as the deputy director of the burns department of the city number 1 hospital before? Hi, teacher. That happened last year. You may not know my situation. Last year, my mother was seriously ill and was hospitalized, and my wife accidentally conceived a second child. The family financial burden is relatively heavy. It just so happens that this hospital is recruiting people. Good. I skipped it. The teachers and students talked a few words about homework first, and got closer, and then Mr. Zhu asked, "What are you wrapping this wounded person? Why does it look like human skin?" "Ha ha, teacher, this is pig skin. We have developed a special dressing product for patients with severe burns. It has antibacterial and anti-infective functions. Compared with other dressing products, This product is more breathable and beneficial to wounds. Restore. What about the ointment you use? Mr. Z tentatively asked again. This is actually very taboo. In fact, there are several hospitals in China, such as Dashuitan in Beijing, southwest of Shuangqing, Red Army 304 and so on. These hospitals have their own experience and unique skills in treating burns and scalds. And their unique skills are reflected in their own secret recipe ointment. Each recipe is different, and the effect is also different, but each has its own uniqueness. But Mr. Zhu has never seen something as magical as the sunburns and scalds the hospital today, so he couldn't help being curious. So he asked, "Ha, teacher, this is the secret of our hospital." To be honest, when I first came, I was stunned when I saw their innovative treatments. That is, their magic ointment can guarantee the high success rate of this operation. And let's not tell you, these wounded are as serious as you can see. If they were sent to other hospitals, there would be no 50% or 50%, and they would have a 30% chance of being rescued. And finally they would be able to survive the anti-infection barrier. Just 10%. But with us, I promise you that they will survive 100%. Really? Your ointment is really so amazing? The old military doctor who had been teaching him all his life with burns and scalds could no longer control his excitement, and he grabbed Director Hou's hand and asked. Director Hu laughed, "Teacher, how can I lie to you? Yo, it's 15 minutes. Let's go outside. Let's talk outside." The two men came out of the hospital, and the other military doctors brought by Mr. Zhu also huffed around. They had also seen the treatment process of this hospital from the screen of the monitoring room. This was a miracle. At this time, they are also full of curiosity like Mr. Z.novel.com. And Director Hu, obviously very experienced in this situation, explained to them the magic of the burn and scald ointment developed by their hospital. Once again, they led them to the ward upstairs. There are 70 or 80 wards on the 3 floors upstairs. There are just over 20 in them. The burns and scald patients from all parts of the province who came here to seek treatment before. It can be said that any of these burns and scalds are not necessarily lighter than those firefighters. If not, there is no need to come here to ask for help. The director took Mr. Zhu and the other seniors to look at the case in general, and introduced the patient's condition when he was admitted to the hospital, and then let them see the patient's current recovery. This time, Mr. Zhu and his fellow apprentices were shocked. This is too awesome. This sun burns the hospital. It's going to be against the sky at this time. In the future, just by virtue of such unique skills, you can become famous all over the world. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 603 One Battle to become famous. The photos of all kinds of patients before the medical and aesthetic surgery look really scary. Although Mr. Zhu and the doctors who followed him can be said to have experienced many battles and are accustomed to such situations, when they see these photos, they will inevitably feel very uncomfortable. It is no wonder that, after all, the Sunshine Burns Hospital had previously brought in patients with severe burns and scalds in order to prove its own strength. These wounded people usually go through 2 processes when they come to their hospital. Of course, the first thing is to save their lives. Life is preserved, and after a person is restored to health, the next natural step is beauty, because burns and scalds can severely damage the skin. Although humans have a strong recovery ability, they will grow a layer of new skin on the burned area, but these new skins are not comparable to the original skin in terms of aesthetics. Therefore, many burns and scald patients will choose skin grafts after they recover, especially those involving the head and face. This kind of operation is also performed frequently at the 521 hospital. But after seeing the treatment effect of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, they were still full of confidence. But at this time they all disappeared. What kind of hospital is this? Not only is it effective in treating burns and scalds, but also in cosmetic surgery. With their cosmetic surgery techniques, you dare to assure me that this is not a beauty hospital in the southern dynasties? In those patients with severe burns, there are many severe burns on their heads and faces. The bridge of the nose, eyelids, and auricles have been burned, and the cartilage has been burned away. Such patients, in general hospitals, can only do skin grafts, and replace the pits on their heads and faces with skin of different colors. As for the bridge of the nose, auricles and the like, you really think too much. Because the original cartilage of the nasal bridge has been burned, it is equivalent to building a house without a low level, so there is no way to support the prosthesis. Even if doctors want to extract cartilage from other parts of the patient's body, it is very difficult for the patient to recreate a nose bridge. But in this hospital, the doctors here don't even need to extract cartilage from other places. They don't know what medical fillers are used, so they can directly create a tall and straight nose bridge for the patient. Complicated pinna. As for the eyelids made of skin, it is not a big deal to this hospital. They can make them without knowing what materials they use. There are also some patients with severe burns on their faces, some of the muscles are missing, and the faces will appear pitted. Even after skin grafting, it will seriously affect their appearance. In general hospitals, only silica gel filling can be used. However, silica gel filling also has many side effects, such as leakage of silica gel, disharmony with muscles, and often cause inflammation. But these problems don't seem to exist at all in this hospital. I don't know what kind of medical fillers they use on the patients' faces. Anyway, those patients with severe burns who have undergone cosmetic surgery here are just like a cosmetic surgery for a head change. The skin, face shape, and even the bones of the face can be perfectly reshaped, and there are no signs of severe burns at all. These doctors are also veterans who have been immersed in the field of burns and scalds for many years. Seeing other people's techniques, it can no longer be described with envy, jealousy and hatred. If the gap is only 3 to 5 meters, everyone may still have some negative emotions such as jealousy. Why is he better than me? But when the gap widens to 3 to 5 kilometers, one in the sky and the other underground, these colleagues will not have any jealousy, and some will only worship. Even Mr. Zhu, who is very senior, is obediently like a student in front of director who is explaining to them at this time. Because they found that the Sunshine Burns Hospital is currently taking a completely different treatment path from them. Not only is it different from them, it can even be said to be different from burns and scald hospitals all over the world. It now appears to be completely superior to all hospitals specializing in burns and scalds across the country. And they are not only good at treating burns and scalds, but also invincible in terms of medical beauty. It can be said that the world's medical cosmetology industry cannot solve their problems, and they are not a problem at all. It can even be said that even if you give them a faceless patient, they can reshape a face for you. This is their technology. 521 Hospital is not a top class in the country, but Mr. Zhu is the leading authority in the domestic burn and scald industry, and even has a certain influence worldwide. At this time, it is also a tribute to the new treatment of the Sunshine Burns Hospital director who explained to these people the innovative therapies and medical beauty techniques of their hospitals, while also constantly observing the expressions on the faces of Mr. Zhu and his brothers and sisters. The more surprised expressions on these people's faces, the happier he was at this time, because he knows the innovative treatments and medicines of Sunshine Burns Hospital, which can be said to subvert the current leading technology and medicines of the burn and scald treatment industry. In the past, the hospital's reputation was not well known, and it was still in the dormant stage of accumulating popularity, but through today's battle, the Sunshine Burn Hospital is destined to become famous in the first battle and become famous all over the world. And these doctors in front of them are the first to persuade them to conquer because of the news and recommendations that will spread from the mouths of these doctors at that time. It's more effective than your hospital, where you put tens of millions of advertisements on TV. Yes, how to promote a hospital. In fact, the most important thing is to recommend each other between doctors and word of mouth. This is why, every year, those large pharmaceutical companies spend a lot of money to organize various forums and summits. The main reason is to provide doctors with a gathering for discussion and exchange. and the other reason is to take this opportunity to promote their medical devices or drugs. Their medical devices and drugs, as long as they persuade a few very influential doctors in a certain field, they can quickly spread to the entire field and occupy the market in so long. This is exactly what Director Who is doing now. At this time, he even saw that many seniors were secretly taking out their mobile phones, taking pictures of various situations in the hospital, and even taking pictures of some patients. Of course he knows what the consequences of these brothers and sisters will be. He can guarantee that within a few minutes, the conditions and photos of these patients may be spread to the WeChat moments of some doctors all over the country. Then it caused a big discussion among professional doctors in Burns and Scalds across the country. Although this may neglect the privacy of some patients, it is a good thing that at least it can attract the attention of doctors across the country. Tell everyone about it. We all know what you want to do when you take pictures of the patients. Before you upload them, talk to the patients, and at least ask for their consent, so as not to cause trouble in the future. However, I still have to mention something. Director Who said that the doctors who secretly took photos immediately blushed, but they were also a little thick-skinned, so they immediately went to the patients to fool around. Don't tell me, these doctors who are good at talking really won the consent of many patients. Soon the conditions of these patients were uploaded to the circle of friends where these doctors are located, which immediately caused an uproar. At this time, Mr. Zhu was holding Director Who, and kept asking questions. You mean, the reason why you dare to adopt such innovative medical methods is completely dependent on the new medical equipment and special ointments you use? That's such a teacher. The burn ointment and scald ointment we produce here are of no less medical value than that of Nanbei Yao. You have seen the effect. I dare not say that it can cure dead and the flesh and bones, but it is indeed effective. To bring patients with severe burns back from Gaimanguan, the most important thing is that our ointment can quickly and automatically grow a layer of new skin, which is much more reliable than transplantation of skin, and it can also prevent postoperative infection outbreaks. After hearing these words, Mr. Zhu fell into silence. As an old military doctor, he has passed the initial shock period. At this time, he was thinking about how to apply the sunburn and scald the ointment of the hospital to make it more reasonable. Use it effectively. Xiao, do you know that because of the characteristics of your ointment, this ointment can be said to be a strategically controlled material? When Mr. Zhu said this, Director Who was also taken aback. He was also a military doctor before, so he understood. Mr. Zhu obviously considered the military value of this ointment. Yes. Which unit has the most burns and scalds in the world? Of course it is the armies of various countries. When dealing with guns and guns all day long, the patients with burns and scalds are naturally the most. As far as the world is concerned, the United States is undoubtedly the largest household of burns and scalds. Otherwise, the treatment of burns and scalds in the United States www.mentalnovel.com is the highest in the world. Even the burns and scald treatment procedures in many domestic hospitals are learned from other Americans, and even the standards of the burn and scald medical profession all over the world are formulated by other Americans. And the emergence of the Sunshine Burns Hospital turned out to be absolutely necessary to overturn the US dominance in this field. If Mr. Zhu hadn't mentioned it, Director Who would definitely not have thought of this. But at this time, I was wondering, it seemed that this was really the case. No, these things are useless to tell you. Your boss. I'll go up and talk to him. Having already understood the whole process of the birth and development of the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital, Mr. Zhu couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Instead, he planned to go directly upstairs to find Xiao Feng. At this time, Xiao Feng was in the office upstairs in the hospital, playing haha with Mr. Xia and Mr. Zhang. At this time, everyone's mood was extremely relaxed. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 604 Tribute to the Greatest Retrograde. The sound of ambulances outside the room is endless, and there are still a steady stream of injured people coming over. The disaster this time was very serious. Not only were many firefighters injured, but many people and factory workers were also severely burned and scalded. If there is no Sunshine Burn Hospital, these wounded will naturally be sent to other top 3 hospitals in the city. But after seeing the superb methods of the Sunshine Burn Hospital, President Xi directly greeted the medical unit, and sent all the patients with moderate to severe burns to this hospital as much as possible. After all, the sunburn burns the hospital with such superb methods, which can reduce the number of casualties on a large scale, and control the number of casualties, for them. It also reduces the pressure. President Xi was sitting on the sofa opposite Xiao Feng with a red face. He was not as nervous as he had just heard about it when the fire broke out. He was so happy and could understand that it was entirely because the sun burns and scalded the hospital. This helped them solve a lot of problems. As for Mr. Zhang, who recommended the Sunshine Burns Hospital to Mr. Xi, he was quietly relieved at this time. It seems that the previous fight was a success. Afterwards, Mr. Xi will definitely take a higher look at himself, right? At this time, President Xi just put down the phone, turned his head and laughed and said to Xiao Feng, "Mr. Xiao, I really didn't expect you to bring me such a big surprise this time. I thought you were a fast food chain restaurant, but when you turned around, you stepped into the medical field. How successful is it?" Xiao Feng smiled. "It's also luck. I accidentally discovered the secret recipe of scald ointment passed down from my family's ancestors. Then I organized a team to study the feasibility of the secret recipe. I also cooperated with a foreign medical team to introduce a lot of foreign advanced medical technology, and concepts have been used to refine and finalize this ointment. Only in this way can I have the courage to open a hospital." Okay, we in Binching need people like President Xiao who are aggressive and daring to expand. Companies like yours are the backbone enterprises we need most in Binching. If your company has any difficulties, you can do it. Mention it with me. President Xiao was already a little bit incoherent at this time, because as a city manager, he was destined to look at things differently from others. For example, this emergency incident is destined to be a crisis for the Binching city government. But the hospital has been burned by the sun to rescue as many patients as possible with moderate to severe burns and reduce the number of casualties. In this way, it can be guaranteed that their city government will tide over the crisis smoothly. After that, it is necessary to reorganize the petrochemical industrial park and strictly inspect production safety. That part can be left to others to do. But this Sunburn Hospital is different. This hospital has its own unique skills. It treats burns and scalds so badly, and has so good medical aesthetics. This hospital is destined to be famous all over the world. It can even be said that it is destined to become a benchmark for domestic private hospitals. Unlike the swindler hospitals in a certain area, this hospital has its own unique skills, and they only specialize in a certain aspect, and they will not compete with those public tertiary hospitals. It only exists as a supplement to those hospitals. This is not the case. Has the state always encouraged the direction of the reform of the medical system? And don't you think that the scope of development of this hospital is too narrow and the prospects are limited? Think about it. China is a big country with a population of 1.4 billion. There are many fire accidents throughout the country every day. How many new burn patients are born every day? These wounded people are sent to ordinary hospitals, and the treatment may not be so satisfactory. If they come to the Sunshine Burn Hospital, how much benefit will it bring to this hospital? This is only a national scope. What if it is expanded to the whole world? Thinking of this, Mr. Xi trembles with excitement. Think about the Hopkins Medical Research Center in the United States, the Cleveland Clinic and other world-class hospitals and medical research institutions. He feels that a family can be compared with these world-renowned medical institutions in the future, and the Chinese medical institutions will be born under his own treatment. If you think about your name, you might follow the same name as this medical institution in history. How can he not get excited? So the only thought in his mind at this time was that he must give his full support to this hospital and give the green light all the way. At this time, Xiao Feng's joy was already blooming. and President Xi expressed his stance. If he was still twitching at this time, it would be hypocritical. Xi is always like this. Our hospital is a private hospital and cannot be included in the scope of medical insurance. So many patients will not choose to come to us for treatment because of reimbursement. This is also the main problem faced by many private hospitals. Of course, it is not a problem for a Laya hospital in a certain place, because they have a lot of means to deal with the people in the health bureau where their hospital is located. But Xiao Feng and the others didn't plan to use which kind of means, and they didn't bother to use that kind of means. After all, they were not a Laya hospital, but they had real materials. How can such a good hospital not be covered by medical insurance? Should more people in Bincheng enjoyed the benefits of this hospital's superb methods? Xiao Zhang, you immediately call the leader of the health bureau, finalize this for me now. As soon as President Xi waved his hand, his secretary immediately took out the phone and dialed out. The call was soon connected. President Xi took the phone and talked to the other side, and the matter was settled in minutes. At this time, Xiao Feng was already happy. Sunshine Burns Hospital can be included in the medical insurance in Bincheng, so there is no need to worry about the whole province, and with medical insurance coverage, there is no need to worry about the development of the hospital. I think the environment and technology of the Sunshine Burns Hospital are very good, and the doctors are also very responsible. It just happens that the units in our jurisdiction organize physical examinations every year. I think we can change our physical examination units to Sunshine Burns. The hospital can be regarded as our support to the enterprises in our jurisdiction. President Xi has made such a strong statement, and President Jiang can still sit idly by. President Xi understands the truth, and he also understands President Jiang. No one can say what kind of height the Sunshine Burn Hospital can develop in the future, but it is always right to make a good bond now. Thank you very much, President Xi, and President Jiang, for supporting our company. The two bosses have expressed their opinions like this. How can Xiao Feng not be grateful? When several people were chatting happily, the door of Xiao Feng's office was suddenly pushed open from the outside. When Xiao Feng and the others looked up, they saw Commander Wang coming in, as well as misters in white coats. Originally, Xiao Feng was quite upset about someone suddenly coming in, but when he saw a few of them, his sulking disappeared immediately. When Commander Wang saw Xiao Feng, he leapt forward, holding Xiao Feng's hand, and shaking vigorously. Mr. Xiao, thank you so much for the hospital. Commander Wang was also a strong man, but at this time he was choked with speechlessness. Everyone naturally understood why he was so excited. He has also been promoted step by step from a firefighter to today's leadership position. Because of his background at the grassroots level, he is more aware of how serious the injuries of these wounded people are today. After decades of dealing with fire and water, Commander Wang has seen so many comrades who have been burned and scalded. There are even dozens of numbers sent away by himself. Who made them do this? It can be said that in the peaceful era, these firefighters are the loveliest people on the front line of danger. In such a serious accident today, in Commander Wang's opinion, if the severely wounded were sent to ordinary hospitals, they would have to sacrifice at least 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8. But today in Xiao Feng's Sunshine Burns Hospital, all of his soldiers received the most effective treatment, none of them sacrificed. Mentalnovel.com, and he followed others and saw this hospital just now. His post-operative recovery, especially seeing this hospital's medical aesthetics, can ensure that patients with severe burns can have a worry-free life in the future. Commander Wang could no longer control his emotions. In the past, firefighters like them were most afraid of severe sequelae after severe burns. Especially for those with severe burns on their faces, this is even more terrifying than disability, because there is no way to go out to see people. Once you go out, you will face strange eyes from others, or even give pointers. This is more serious than any injury. But today's method of sunburn and scalding the hospital gave him hope. The technology of this hospital can be said to allow them, firefighters, to save a considerable part of their worries when fighting fires in the future. So serious burns, people can make you a face, even better than the original normal time. What are you afraid of? That's why Commander Wang couldn't help being so excited at this time, and Xiao Feng was also bitter in his heart when he looked at this ironclad man, choked and speechless. This is what we should do. Mr. Wang, you are the loveliest people. Isn't there such a saying on the internet? In the era of peace, you are the greatest retrogrades. I, Xiao Feng, work as a company in firefighting and disaster relief. The above, I can't help you, but in terms of logistics, it can definitely help you solve your worries. In this way, Command Wang, you go back and say hello to your colleagues across the country. As long as it is a firefighter with severe burns, you will send it all to us. We will all treat you for free. This is also a little bit of what I can do for you. When Commander Wang heard Xiao Feng's words, he only felt a passion for his heart. At this time, the hand that grabbed Xiao Feng shook vigorously, and the others really didn't know what to say. Chapter 605 Doesn't help the world. Okay, Mr. Xiao, it's really rare for you to have such an attitude. President Xia, who had been sitting on the sofa, couldn't help standing up at this time, and what he called Xiao Feng, from you to who you are now, you can see President Xia's attitude towards Xiao Feng. In fact, in the past, Mr. Xia had never considered businessmen very much. In the eyes of politicians like them, businessmen are a group of people who are profit-seeking, and those who have milk are their mothers. There is no sense of family and country at all, let alone a sense of social responsibility. If you ask these guys to raise their employees' wages by $100, they will call you wronged, crying out that the business is difficult. But when they go to hire a mistress, they will spend a lot of money. What's more, if you go to an overseas casino, you can lose billions in one night. There are countless merchants like this in the country. How can you make Mr. Xia and others worthy? Mr. Jiang and Mr. Xia have mentioned many times before, saying that the famous chef Xiao Feng, Mr. Xiao, is very different from other businessmen. Although he is young, he has a sense of social responsibility. Look at the completion of the construction of his new factory. The first choice for recruiting workers is those who are in their 30s and 40s, with some old workers and small laid-off workers, and give them a bite of food first. Moreover, they also have a factory that employs a large number of disabled workers. To tell the truth, he visited that factory mainly to see if Xiao Feng spoke big words. It turned out to be unbelievable. In fact, this factory has a very high degree of braking. The whole production line does not require much human operation at all. That is, where the material is unloaded, some people need to carry the bags. Other productions can be solved in the monitoring room by pressing a few buttons. But even so, Mr. Xiao, he hired more than 200 disabled people to the factory. What did he do? It is to raise these people and help society solve problems. This is a good businessman with a sense of social responsibility, and it is also the main reason why Mr. Jiang dares to show his superiors several times and highly recommend Xiao Feng. People who have such a sense of social responsibility and feelings, such people can't treat others wrongly. The other thing is, Command Wang, you should have seen the medical beauty of our hospital just now. What I want to tell you is, if you had a comrade in arms before, it caused serious burns and burns, which caused inconvenience in life. You too. It can be sent to us, and we can also treat him so that he can restore his normal appearance and face life again. And I promise that we will not take any money. Xiao Feng continued smiling and told Commander Wang that so many firefighters and soldiers burn and scald all over the country every year. Many of these firefighters are in their 20s. Although they were rescued, they suffered severe burns, which caused them to be severely disabled. This has seriously affected the lives of these heroes. Xiao Feng didn't have the ability before. Now he has the ability, so naturally he has to reach out to them. This is what Xiao Feng can do. If you are poor, you will be alone, and if you are good, you will benefit the world. Anyway, Xiao Feng is not short of that few money. Such a firefighter soldier, he can save as much as he can. No, Mr. Xiao, We can't let your hospital contribute to us in vain. You have this kind of heart and it is enough for us. Our firefighters all have medical insurance, and the state has policies for us. And it is also for us. I take care of you very much. I'm really grateful for your statement today. I'm going to talk to my comrades in arms. Any serious burns and scalds will be sent to you here. Don't worry about the cost, as long as just save people for us. Commander Wang is a sensible person. Xiao Feng said he would give them free treatment, but how could they accept it? They are members of the country. As long as people can be saved, the country will not be short of your money. Besides, Xiao Feng said that he didn't need money, so you really didn't give it? If someone's hospital loses money and can't do it anymore, who would you call for treatment of burns and scalds in the future? And Commander Wang also knew that this opening could not be opened because there were also many people in their team who couldn't take advantage of it. Not everyone is as open and upright as their fighters. There are still some people, that is. Mr. Jiang, for a company with a sense of social responsibility like Sunshine Burns Hospital, we must not treat the company badly. So after you go back, you will immediately consult with the tax authorities in your district and make some taxation for such outstanding companies as appropriate. Concessions and exemptions in respect of this aspect. Is it such a socially responsible enterprise? We must not chill the heart of the enterprise, President Xia explained to President Jiang in front of everyone. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, when I go back today, I will find someone on the taxation side to discuss a charter. Mr. Xia gave instructions that Mr. Jiang was naturally happy to follow suit. In fact, even if Mr. Xia didn't say anything, he was still thinking about going back to a meeting to study how to keep this hospital in his jurisdiction. Everyone is not a fool. This Sunshine Burn Hospital is so powerful in the field of burns and scalds. Sooner or later, it will become famous in China. What if those big cities come over to dig corners? Is it possible that you have to wait for someone to come to you before you think of giving them some preferential policies? Several bigwigs expressed their opinions one after another, and at this time, President Wang even took out the phone directly and called his comrades in the south. Hi, Lao Li, how about your two fighters? Are you still in the ICU? Send it to me, we can have a way. Really? Don't believe me, it's about me. Have you heard that my soldier was rescued by this hospital just now? Okay, you contact the army and send it over by helicopter. I arrange for someone to pick it up. It's better than staying in the ICU over there and waiting to die. Commander Wang is really a happy person. He promised Xiao Feng that he helped the contact person, and he started to make a call before his voice fell. After the phone call, he said to Xiao Feng, Mr. Xiao, you know about the fire in Puhai yesterday, right? You know? It's all on the news. The tall building was on fire. The firefighters went up to fight the fire. They were trapped and then exploded. 2 firefighters fell directly from more than a dozen floors. Xiao Feng nodded and replied. Commander Wang nodded his head with a heavy expression. The 2 who fell down were sacrificed, and the others were severely burned. They are now in their hospital. Hey, it'll be straightforward. Wait to die. So, you can rest assured, Command Wang, as long as you bring them here, we will definitely try our best to treat them. Xiao Feng patted his chest and said to Commander Wang. Commander Wang also nodded vigorously. With Xiao Feng's words, he was relieved. I would definitely not dare to recommend it to others, but Wang commanded them in this industry is too special. Every day, colleagues across the country face life and death. His old king is based on the principle that one can save one, so naturally he doesn't want to see his comrades die in vain. So even if he was going to be poked in the spine by a local hospital person, he was not afraid. And Mr. Zhu, who hadn't spoken much before, finally waited for his chance. He had been observing Xiao Feng in the room before. Xiao Feng's remarks several times made him very satisfied with this young man. Such a socially responsible person is also worthy of him to speak for him. Mr. Xiao. Hey, Mr. Zhu, you are too polite, just call me Xiao Xiao. Well, Xiao Xiao, I won't be in circles with you. Your hospital's treatment method in the field of burns and scalds is really a precedent in this field. It is completely different from any previous treatment method, and the effect is surprising good. Our 521 hospital, whose background is the military, accepts a large number of burn patients every year. We want to form brothers with you to study and discuss this new diagnosis and treatment method. You see. No problem. This is a good thing, Mr. Zhu. What do you say? When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help being happier. Being able to get on the line with Mr. Zhu would be great for the future development of their Sunshine Burn Hospital. Especially when you go to other places and open up the market, you will not be bullied so easily. If not, they will go to other cities to explore the market as a later stage private hospital, not to mention those public hospitals and government departments at all levels. Mentalnovel.com are those malicious private competitors who have to give how many trips did they make? But if you get on the line with the military, it will naturally be another scene. And Xiao Feng is not afraid of leaking any secrets at all. After all, his so-called innovative treatment at the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital is based entirely on the new type of ointment for burns and scalds they launched. Without their unique burn and scald ointment, would you dare to use such a new treatment? And the secret of this burn and scald ointment lies in the Yurong eye he brought back from another world. So he is not afraid that this burn and scald toothpaste will be taken back by those guys for reverse research. Even if you can figure out the content of various drugs in this ointment, you can't make it because you don't have the raw materials at all. Because of this, Xiao Feng is so confident. Well, in that case, we will first send some doctors over to station on your side to learn your innovative treatment techniques. Then when we accept some patients, we will also invite your people to help with the treatment. Of course, your ointment should be kept confidential. After all, this is a strategic level material. We will contact the higher level military and hope to purchase a large amount from your side. We also hope that you can cooperate with the military to develop that kind an ointment suitable for our military. Mr. Zhu's words made Xiao Feng exasperated. These are the big thick legs that were delivered to the door. After listening to Mr. Xia and the others, they also had a lot of thoughts. Strategic level materials. These words have been lingering in their minds. Just think about it, not to mention the number of people killed in the war in the United States in a year, but how many people are killed in the shootings in their country in 1 year? If there is this kind of ointment to participate in the treatment, how much can it save? Therefore, it is really not an exaggeration to say that this kind of ointment is a strategic level material. Chapter 606 Future Research Directions. Mr. Zhu's words made Xiao Feng exasperated after hearing it. What is the most worrying thing about running a private hospital? It's just a bad reputation and people don't trust the hospital, which leads to a shortage of disease sources. If the source of the disease is insufficient, the hospital will not be able to make a profit, and if there is no way to make a profit, it will fall into a vicious circle. This is what Xiao Feng was most worried about before. But now it seems that with the intervention and help of so many pinching bosses, his previous worries can completely dissipate. President Xia directly gave instructions that their hospital can be included in the medical insurance system in the future, which solves a big problem. In addition, Mr. Zhang will also arrange concessions for the entire vehicle, and Commander Wang will help contact the injured firefighters. In the future, the Sunshine Burn Hospital will be busy. And the most important thing is to catch up on the military line, with big thick legs like Mr. Zhu. Then there is no need to worry about the source of the disease in the future. Mr. Zhu meant that he wanted some doctors from military hospitals to come to him for internships and learn new treatment methods. Of course, there was no problem. After letting these doctors learn, go back to the military hospital to treat the wounded soldiers, Xiao Feng welcomes this proposal with his hands and feet. He is now anxious to promote this new treatment model in their hospital. This is the same reason that Windows and Android are open to many software vendors. The more people who use this system, the larger their market share. Xiao Feng and his hospital's open treatment for burns and scalds. In fact, The most important core method is their own unique burn ointment. It is precisely because of this kind of medicine that they dare to use that kind of medical treatment. It's like they developed a new type of gun after they developed a new type of bullet. Now they naturally wish that more and more people learn how to use the new gun, because the more people learn to use the new gun, the more people will buy bullets from him. On the other hand, he also had a cautious opportunity. Most of the current doctors in their hospitals were recruited by Guan Zhenhai from several top 3 hospitals in the city. They were all doctors who were not very interested in the original hospitals. They have some technical skills, but only a few are really capable. After all, most skilled doctors are reluctant to leave public hospitals, and let alone those doctors, those medical students who graduated from 211 or 985 medical colleges are reluctant to come to their hospitals. After all, public hospitals still have a strong appeal these days. Who wants to go to private hospitals? Who knows what should I do if this private hospital can't be opened and it becomes dirty? So now, besides the few key doctors in the hospital, most of them are graduates recruited from unnamed colleges like Benching Medical College. Guan Zhenhai also said to him that this is also a helpless move, only to recruit these medical students first, and then train them by themselves. But the consequence of this is that the training cycle will be very long, and no one can say about the potential of these young doctors in the future. It doesn't matter if the hospital keeps such a small scale, but now the reputation of the hospital has been an instant success. With the support of many resources, the business volume will definitely increase by leaps and bounds in the future. In this way, just relying on the existing backbones in the hospital and these newly graduated medical students will definitely not have enough manpower. At this time, Mr. Zhu was willing to coordinate doctors from the 521 hospital or even other military hospitals. This was really great. You must know that these military doctors are generally well skilled. Maybe some people have a higher level of technology than the existing doctors in their hospitals. In this way, it is not so much that these people come to learn, as it is to provide an opportunity to learn from each other, and the young doctors in the hospital can also learn more from these doctors. The most important thing is that some of these people may also be thinking about the problem of professionalism and locality, and they may be given the opportunity to dig corners. In addition, Mr. Zhu also said that he would contact the army and send the wounded over to him for treatment. This can help solve his most worried before, the source of the disease in the hospital. Previously, these patients in his hospital were benefited by other doctors from other hospitals, and then they recommended them. Although they are now well known, some have been transferred from other places in the province, but there are not many people after all. But after someone from the army comes over, it's different. There are more than 2 million soldiers in the country, and accidents of various kinds happen every day. Even if 5 or 6 sick numbers can be sent to them every day, that will be enough for them. After all, those who can be approved to be sent are definitely very seriously wounded. The most important thing is that with this level of relationship with the army, the people's confidence in their hospital can be improved. What was their biggest worry before? It is nothing more than that the common people think that they are a liar hospital similar to a certain field, so they do not come to their hospital for treatment. Now that the army has endorsed it, what are you still worried about? Even if they don't go out to advertise. But with so many soldiers coming in and out of their hospital every day, this is equivalent to a live advertisement. A hospital that soldiers all believe in. Does that level need to be doubted? Therefore, the request made by Mr. Zhu made Xiao Feng happy, and this one was equivalent to helping him solve several problems. In addition, if appropriate, I see if we set up a joint research group to develop some medicines for the wounded in the army. When you performed surgery on the wounded before, I think you used some sprays, which can be quickly sprayed. It can stop bleeding and prevent the leakage of tissue fluid. This is a good thing. And your burn and scald cream, in my opinion, can be used to repair gunshot wounds. You know, gunshot wounds are generally through injuries. How to stop bleeding, have always been a big problem in our military medical department. Xiao Feng is still having a good time, and Mr. Zhu is already talking about it. Although he was very old, Mr. Zhu still had very flexible thinking. Soon after Xiao Feng and his hospital were used to treat burns and scalds, the effect of the burn and scald ointment was associated with the development of new medicine for gunshot wounds. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, He Xiaojun had mentioned this with Xiao Feng before. Xiao Feng also agreed with He Xiaojun to arrange manpower to carry out research in this area, but after all, they are a private hospital. It is a bit out of the ordinary to conduct such a research, so the investment is not large. But now that Mr. Zhu made this request, Xiao Feng would naturally not refuse. Yes, we can set up a joint R&D team at that time. But Mr. Zhu, our R&D team, many people are abroad, let them come to China, it may not be too. However, Xiao Feng still kept an eye on it, and now the army is also mixed. He will not hand over all the leadership of the project. Once there are results in the future, it will be very troublesome if someone has a crooked mind and wants to swallow it alone. After all, if this kind of ointment for gunshot wounds is really developed, the market will be bigger. Now don't look at you living in China, it seems to be very peaceful, but if you go abroad for a while, then you will know how much trouble the world is. Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and Africa are all fighting from time to time, while South and North America and other places seem to be peaceful. But in several countries over there will be gunshot incidents at every turn. Therefore, once this kind of ointment for gunshot wounds is developed, the market will be bigger. If the effect is very good, it will even become the designated procurement product for the military of many countries. In this case, this market is a blue ocean. Military purchases are counted in units of 100 million at every turn, so if no one is jealous, that's a ghost. Although Xiao Feng had the intention to serve the country, he was still not selfless enough to hand in all good things to the country. He couldn't do such a bad guy. So he agreed to Mr. Zhu's request, but he also kept his eyes on him, saying that his R&D team is not in the country, and Mr. Zhu is not old, but his mind is not old at all. Xiao Feng said this www.mentalnovel.com. He naturally knew what it meant, and he was not disgusted with Xiao Feng's saying like this. Originally, this ointment belonged to others. People just don't agree, so what can you do? Haha, no problem. Isn't there the internet now? Everyone can communicate through the internet. Well, that's it. We'll talk about it later when the manpower is in place. Xiao Feng replied with a smile. He knew that this matter was not that simple. Even if the seniors of Zhu had a high grade and spoke a lot in their circle, this matter had to be reported to the superiors to apply for approval, and this process can be long. After all, the people above must first demonstrate the feasibility, and then send someone to their hospital to see the efficacy of the ointment and whether there are any sequelae in the future. And this process, it is said that the long is long, and the short is short. It mainly depends on the strength of Zilao. After all, in their circle, there is a river and lake. Not everyone wants to see Zilao and his disciples succeed. However, Mr. Zhu's remarks also reminded him, which can further extend the future research direction of this burn and scald ointment, which is to enter the military medicine market. To be honest, He Xiaojun discussed this issue with him many times before, but he has not come to a conclusion. The 9th laboratory has established a firm foothold in the cosmetics industry. It has also successfully developed medical and aesthetic medicinal materials, as well as burns and scald ointments, and even healthcare products. Then, what direction should we go in the next step? According to the ideas of He Xiaojun, Yang Xin, and Jiang Gofeng, first develop the kind of advanced nutritional medicine and make them the main direction at present. As for the future, they haven't thought about it yet, and Mr. Zhu's proposal today is a reminder to Xiao Feng that he can start to stop bleeding quickly and treat trauma. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 607 Uproar. He Xiaojun mentioned to him earlier that this collagen molecule is an important element of blood vessels. Therefore, Many pharmaceutical companies are now developing hemostatic gels based on collagen molecules. There are even some such hemostatic gel medicaments currently on the market, with different varieties and raw materials. But the characteristic of the unity is that the prices are very touching, according to their understanding. The prices of these hemostatic gels range from several hundred or even several thousand yuan. These hemostatic gels are generally used in surgery. After all, bleeding will inevitably occur during surgery, but the real effect is hard to say. Many products, in fact, just like cosmetics, are subject to IQ tax. The effect is equivalent to not having them. It is the consequence of the fact that the medical company takes care of the doctor. There are even many so-called hemostatic gels. Not only do they have poor hemostatic effects, they can cause a series of problems such as wound adhesions and infections after surgery. Of course, doctors will definitely not tell you about these things. So at that time, He Xiaojun also talked to Xiao Feng, wanting to use the small molecule collagen contained in their Yurong liquid to develop a quick-acting hemostatic gel. In fact, the spray they used in the operating room to stop the wounded before was already a rudimentary hemostatic gel. And now Mr. Zhu proposed to develop ointments specifically for gunshot wounds and other external penetrating injuries, which provides Xiao Feng with another idea, that is, can this gel be aimed at hemostasis? Can it be done quickly and conducive to wound recovery? For example, in modern surgery, for young and strong patients, minor operations may heal the wounds in 7 days, and major operations may heal in 10 days, and the recovery of elderly patients will be slower. But if a quick recovery ointment is developed and applied directly to the wound after the doctor's operation is completed, it will not only save the trouble of stitching, but also allow the wounded to heal the wound in just a few days, greatly shorten the wound recovery time. If such an ointment is developed, it will definitely shock the world. Mr. Zhu's words made Xiao Feng a little wondering. It seems necessary to have a meeting with He Xiaojun tonight to determine the future research direction of the 9th laboratory. Mr. Zhu also got more and more excited as he talked, and put forward many ideas with Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng also dealt with them one by one. Soon it was more than 10 o'clock in the evening, and as early as 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the development zone had been completely dealt with at the scene, and there were no more wounded sent here. By this time, more than 20 severe burns and scald patients sent to their hospital had all been treated. No one died on the operating table. This cannot but be said to be a miracle in the medical world, because of the degree of injury to the burns and scalds. Mr. Zhu in the room is an expert. Such severe burns and scalds can be rescued, and after being sent to the ICU, they can still be in a stable condition. This is beyond the scope of traditional burns and scalds. Mr. Zhu was very happy, and Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang, and Mr. Wang were even more happy. Commander Wang was pleased that all his soldiers had been rescued back, but Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang were pleased that they made a right bet. Although they did not go to the disaster relief site, they provided the most powerful guarantee to the disaster relief personnel in the rear. They rescued all the wounded from severe burns and scalds. This is definitely a great achievement. It is important to know that in the current characteristic environment of China, the number of casualties in a disaster is an important indicator of assessment. Their performance today, but firmly controlled this indicator, can be said to be a redemption for the course of benching. Now that they have achieved results, it is natural to let people know that after the meeting in Xiao Feng's office, Guan Zhenhai, who happened to be the attending doctor, also got off the operating table. Although Lao Guan, who is in his 40s, has been undergoing operations on the operating table for nearly 10 hours in a row, he does not feel tired at all at this time. Showing one's face in front of so many leaders today is one aspect, and more importantly, The success of today's series of treatments means that the new diagnosis and treatment methods for burns and scalds developed by his team of doctors are effective. This will be a revolution in the treatment of burns and scalds. Maybe in the future their names will be written in the textbooks of major medical schools. How can you keep him from getting excited? He was called into this office by Xiao Feng when he came out of the operating room. Commander Xia and Commander Wang, as well as Mr. Zhu and the others, carefully asked him about the situation of the wounded they treated. Guan Zhenhai, who had been prepared for a long time, answered them one by one. He gave a detailed report on the situation of the wounded like all the leaders and predecessors. And all the leaders present here are all relieved after getting to know them. According to the Dr. Guan, in terms of their medical techniques and the new medicines they used, the wounded they treated today will be fine as long as they spend the 12-hour critical period from tonight to tomorrow morning. He can be transferred from the ICU, and he is very confident in their medicine and medical techniques. These people will never have any accidents in their hospital. With Guan Zhenhai's decisive rhetoric, the leaders here are even more relieved. Mr. Xia signaled Mr. Jiang to quickly contact the reporters of the local TV station and the domestic media concerned about the disaster. They will hold a press conference at noon tomorrow. At that time, some reporters will be arranged to enter the ward for interviews, and as far as possible to inform the treatment situation. In addition, the families of the wounded and sick will also be arranged to come to see the wounded and sick at noon tomorrow. As for other matters, such as the investigation of the cause of the accident, it is also the responsibility to divide these minefields and leave it to several other leaders in the city. He is always responsible for them if he is able to help everyone bring the wounded back and control the scale of the disaster. It is impossible for him to handle everything. Those things that are easy to offend people naturally require others to take care of them. Xiao Feng arranged for Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang, Commander Wang, and Mr. Zhu and others to stay at the Pennyvilla Peninsula Hotel that night. Mr. Xia, Mr. Jiang and others will definitely not leave until after tomorrow's press conference. As for Zilofi staying, it is naturally because I am still not at ease with their diagnosis and treatment methods. I must wait until tomorrow to confirm the results of their diagnosis and treatment with my own eyes. I will see those severely burned patients who have been released from the ICU. Will leave. But early the next morning, several leaders got up early and came to their hospital. Yesterday, the major fire accident in Benxing has spread throughout the country, and it has appeared on many TV stations. In the past few years, there have been such major disasters in Benxing several times. How can I think that such an accident happened again this time? Naturally aroused the attention of many parties. Many news media have reported on this disaster. At present, the main focus of everyone's attention is mainly on the number of casualties. According to the latest statistics, it is believed that explosions and fires are relatively sudden, so the number of people who sacrificed on the spot has risen to more than 20. This number has already made many people unable to sit still, because if the number of people is on the rise, it would be a major safety production accident, which would make many people lose their hats. Therefore, not only the reporters, but also many people are also very concerned about the people who are being rescued in the hospital. The official has even emphasized on TV several times that the wounded should be rescued at all costs. Among these, the most concerned about the people across the country are the dozens of most beautiful retrogrades. At the most critical moment, the firefighters who broke into the sea of fire to fight the fire were almost completely wiped out because of the explosion of an oil tank. Although they did not sacrifice on the spot because they had special protective clothing, almost all of the dozen or so firefighters were severely burned. Such news was quickly unearthed by reporters. There is even a short scene of these firefighters being swallowed by the flames, which were posted on the internet. In this way, the lives and deaths of these firefighters www.mentalnovel.com affect the hearts of the people all over the country. Countless people are praying for these firefighters who were engulfed by the fire. hoping that they can survive this difficulty. At the same time, these firefighters were not sent to a regular grade A hospital or military hospital for treatment. Instead, they were sent to a previously unknown private hospital for treatment. They didn't know that they were stabbed out by that caring person. Put it online. This time, it stabbed the hornet's nest, which directly caused an uproar. Netizens are even talking about this matter, because the previous private hospitals left a very bad impression on the majority of netizens. Everyone heard that the firefighters were sent to private hospitals and couldn't help but swear. Who instigated this incident? Did the brain break? How did they send the firefighters to private hospitals? Don't they know the level of private hospitals across the country? That is, send these heroes to private hospitals. This is not to send them to death. Those private hospitals will cheat money out of it. Where is there any technology to treat diseases and save people? Yes, those private hospitals are all liars. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. This Sunshine Burn Hospital is still very good. In the Benthan area, it is famous for treating burns and scalds. Stop nonsense. I don't believe in a private hospital. What kind of skills and ethics are there? Right, maybe some people colluded with each other and sent the heroes. And then cheated money, mate. Even this wicked money is earned. If the heroes have a long and two shortcomings, I will go and smash this hospital in person. Yes, go together. Xiao Feng and the others didn't know. But in just a few hours, this incident actually caused an uproar. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 608. Menacing Lu Dingxing was sitting in the car on the phone, and on the other end of the phone was the producer of his show. The two people have had some small frictions from this report in the morning, and the cause of the friction is naturally the report on the huge fire in Benqing. Lu Dingxing is a well-known program host in China. The political program he hosted has always had a high ratings on the Court channel, and he was widely respected by domestic audiences for his reports on many events. Because of his interviews, he can always get to the point and point to the point of the matter. The matter of being interviewed can always attract the attention of certain departments and be resolved quickly. So the people like this host very much. Even he is in the private sector, and he has the nickname of Lu Qingshan. Many ordinary people encounter problems that cannot be solved, and hope to be able to be interviewed by him on his show, and finally solve the problem. After the huge fire in Benqing this time, Lu Dingxing flew over from the capital last night, just to attack the disaster on the spot, because there have been two such fires in the industrial area of Benqing, and the disasters caused by the first two were very serious. He would like to ask the person in charge of relevant departments what they think and whether they have taken the first two. The lessons of this time are in mind. After arriving in Benqing last night, he quickly started his work, interviewed many people and obtained first-hand information. At present, the whole incident can indeed be judged as an accidental fire. But the post that suddenly circulated on the internet in the morning quickly attracted his attention. Those firefighters who were engulfed by the fire were not sent to a serious tertiary hospital or military hospital for treatment. Instead, they were sent to a private hospital. What do these local officials think? Don't they know the reputation of the private hospitals, sending those seriously injured firefighters there? What is the difference between sending firefighters to death? Thinking of this, Lu Dingxing became angry. He had been arguing with the producer of his show before, just to make this the focus of this report, and to expose the shortcomings of some people. Let some people increase their memory. But his producer, on the grounds of looking at the overall situation and influencing harmony, never agreed to his request, which made Lu Dingxing very angry. The two sides argued on the phone for more than an hour. But there was no result. At this time, the car that sent him had arrived at the Sunshine Burns Hospital. This is where the Benqing Disaster Relief Headquarters will hold a press conference today. When he got out of the car, Lu Dingxing saw hundreds of people squeezed in front of this hospital with long guns and short cannons. There were obviously his colleagues from all over the country. It seems that the enthusiasm of this matter is very high, especially after fermentation on the internet, and Lu Dingxing was looking up at this hospital at this time, Huh? It seems different from the Liar Hospital in your imagination. The hospital is actually located in such a beautiful place, and it is also opened in a magnificent building. The facade of this hospital alone can leave a very deep impression on everyone, as if it is quite powerful. At this moment, a special person from the Disaster Relief Committee came out to verify everyone's reporter information, and then selected the staff to go to the hospital lobby. The press conference was held in the reception center on the first floor of the hospital, but because of the space inside, and it was a hospital after all, it was inconvenient for too many people to wait in, so people asked for a limit on the number of people. In the past, 70 or 80 people were quickly selected. As the representative of the court, Lu Dingxing would naturally not encounter any difficulties. A group of people entered the lobby of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, and everyone was stunned as soon as they entered. Is this still a hospital? The reception hall on this floor is too magnificent. The floor racks are 2 meters high. The interior is pure white decoration. The ground is all self-leveling glue, and the walls are all white painted materials. It looks very tall, and even the industrial wind structural lights on the roof will also give people a sense of science fiction. Facing the innermost part of the gate, there is a medical guidance desk, and on both sides is the registration and payment, and the pharmacy, in front of which are rows of chairs and a waiting area. It is completely different from the Liar Hospital in my impression. This hospital feels very tall and formal as soon as it enters the door. At this time, in front of the guiding platform, a small platform was arranged with a row of tables and chairs. Behind the tables and chairs, there was already a row of leaders sitting on them. In front of this table, 100 or so folding chairs were simply placed. At this time, many reporters seemed to be swarming, all wanting to be in the front row of the gun battle, but under the gaze of the big-waisted and eye-catching security guards in the hospital, everyone too had to slow down. The eyes of these security guards are not very friendly. Thank you, friends from the press, for coming to our press conference for the 30 fire accident. Soon the reporters were seated, and Mr. Xie was no longer delayed, and the meeting went straight to the meeting. In fact, he hasn't slept much since last night. When he returned to the hotel, he called the secretary and a few henchmen to discuss and write the manuscript together, just to cope with today's briefing. During the period, I also talked with several other leaders on the phone, and everyone agreed on their caliber. After the reporters took their seats, they all calmed down soon, and then listened to Mr. Xie's introduction of the fire yesterday, the time of the emergency, and the cause of the accident that they have investigated and grasped. Then there are the consequences of the disaster, how many things were burned, how many property losses were caused, and then how many casualties. Speaking of this, President Xie suggested that everyone stand up in silence for the deceased, and everyone cooperated to stand up for 3 minutes in silence. According to the exact data we have at present, the fire yesterday killed 18 people and injured more than 120. Among them, most of the casualties were in the vicinity when the oil tank exploded in the first place. Staff member: impossible. What about those firefighters yesterday? We can see them all on the internet. There were 12 firefighters at the scene and were swallowed up by the fire after the oil tank exploded. Listening to Mr. Xie's words, it is not happy to have reporters on the spot. Only 18 people died in such a catastrophe. Especially the scenes of firefighters being swallowed by the fire have been announced. There are more than a dozen firefighters. Are you a fool for such a big fire? Even if we don't have common sense, we all know that those firefighters are in critical condition. What's more terrifying is that you haven't sent the firefighters to the regular hospital, but sent to this hospital. What are you doing? The other reporters present were all taken aback when they heard this reporter's question suddenly, and then everyone's expressions were eager to dry. Usually, the domestic media will be asked by the above to unify the caliber and suppress the facts. After all, if there are too many negative news reports, it will definitely affect the unity and harmony. But today there are people who are not afraid of death taking the lead, so everyone can't take care of the above requirements. After all, news can only be watched by a novel perspective. In essence, Many reporters are actually guys who fear that the world will not be chaotic. At this time, General Secretary Xi Xiaojiang, who was helping to maintain order on the scene, suddenly changed his face when he heard the reporter suddenly interrupted President Xi's speech. "Which unit are you from?" The reporter's questioning session has not yet arrived. "I am Li Yoming, a reporter from the Associated Press in China, and I have the freedom to interview." This speech made the two ghosts of Hong Kong Taiwan accent, and answered Xiaojiang with a face full of expression. The leaders present were all bitter when they heard the origins of these two devils. Although they had known that these flies would come, but seeing them seriously, everyone was quite a headache. In recent years, China has become the world's second largest economy, and every move of its own development has been watched by many overseas media. Many large foreign news organizations have set up news branches in China. Of course, many of these news organizations have no good intentions, all day long staring at some bad news about China to report. You reading www.uukanzu.com deliberately discredited China's image internationally. Everyone knows this well. As soon as this guy heard his accent, he knew that it must be a dog-legged person in Hong Kong and Taiwan who was hired by foreigners to come to China. There are many such people. The other domestic reporters who were present at the scene were very disgusted with these two devils, but at this time they all hoped that the leaders of Benching could answer this question. After all, everyone kept on why they sent firefighters to this hospital. A skeptical attitude. Well, I will answer this question first. This Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital is a cooperative unit of our 521 hospital. In the field of treating burns and scalds, it has its own original treatment methods and special medicines. In order to ensure the lives of the wounded, safety. After discussing with some public hospital experts yesterday, we decided to send firefighters with severe burns here for treatment. President Xi had also prepared for such questions, so he answered them appropriately. "So what's the current state of treatment? Are those firefighters still alive?" That Li Yoming continued to ask. His words were very impolite. Mr. Xie frowned when he heard it, and the other Chinese reporters on the scene felt very ear-piercing. But at this time everyone was very concerned about the safety of the firefighters, so no one got up to care about him. However, some people have come out. This Li Yoming is here to find the difference this time. Lu Dingxing had seen Li Yoming at many press conferences before. This guy from Taiwan has a dark green background and has obvious prejudice against the mainland. Many of his reports on the mainland are very extreme, and can even be said to be full discrimination. So Lu Dingxing dislikes him very much. And this time this guy is so aggressive. He is obviously not at ease. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 609. Do the opposite. This Li Yoming also came prepared. He knew about the fire, and he couldn't ask about it in person. Anyway, even if he didn't ask about it, he could write random in the newspaper when he turned around. Anyway, their Western-based media likes this tune. They can even analyze all kinds of conspiracies and mistakes in an accident. Anyway, I will summarize it to you in the end that there is a problem with your Chinese system. But these are unspoken rules, and you can't ask them openly. If you really annoy others, you might get him out of the press conference. As for the firefighter, this can be asked openly. Anyway, he just wants to lead the topic to the incompetence of the leader in charge of the treatment. Even if possible, he would lead everyone to think that these leaders had received the black money from the hospital, so they sent the firefighters over. Anyway, he would ask how to make these mainland officials ugly. Li Yoming's question is very sharp, even very unpleasant. Mr. Xie frowned at this, gave Li Yoming a glance, and then picked up the manuscript. We have also noticed that now everyone is very concerned about the issue of firefighters' treatment. Then I am here to give you a simple answer. The firefighters who were injured in the fire yesterday have all gone from danger to safety. They have all been removed from the ICU ward. After coming out, there are 15 people with severe burns who were sent to the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital, and their injuries have been effectively controlled. The crisis has been turned into peace. So far, None of the 30 severely injured people who have been sent to the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital have been sent to the Sunshine Burns Hospital. Casualties. What? Impossible. Lie. Shameless. President Xi's answer immediately caused a slight commotion among more than 100 reporters in the audience. Even mainland media professionals like Lu Dingxing could not help but immediately lose a lot of impressions of President Xi. Even if you don't know much about the treatment of burns and scalds, you can see the picture of the oil tank exploding in the fire yesterday. The sudden burst of fire engulfed more than a dozen firefighters. Burned by such a fire, you actually said that there were no casualties and all were saved? Are you lying? And at this time, Li Yoming is even more complacent. How about it? These stupid guys finally fell into the pit, right? Are you sure those firemen are still alive? He asked provocatively again. And at this time President Xi ignored him at all. What's the matter? Regarding the treatment of the wounded, I will hand it to Dr. Guan, the Dean and attending physician of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, to explain to everyone. President Xi played Tai Chi, and at this time the reporters could only turn their long guns and short cannons around and aim them at Guan Zhenhai, who was sitting next to President Xi. The scene like this today may be a torment for officials like President Xi, but for Guan Zhenhai, this is his favorite scene. At this time, he seems to be very excited. Ahem. Hello everyone, I am Guan Zhenhai. And I am also the organization doctor who participated in the treatment of the wounded yesterday. Now I will introduce the situation of the wounded to you. Wounded number 1, Chen Qingshan, male, 20 years old, admitted at 10 p.m. on 20 at 3:25. The patient suffered extensive burns on his chest and arms when he was admitted to the hospital. He was diagnosed with severe third-degree burns. The patient was in deep shock when he was admitted. After admission, our hospital took Guan Zhenhai took the detailed diagnosis and treatment records and began to report to everyone. And when he came to do this, he really stopped these reporters. What's the situation? The first time I met such a solid hospital. What's the matter with this doctor? Have you taken out all the cases for everyone to read? In the past, everyone went to the hospital for interviews because of some news about medical accidents. But in those hospitals, regardless of whether they were at fault or not, they never showed detailed medical records to everyone, because they all understand that even if it is a perfect cure, if it falls into the eyes of someone who wants to pick you up, they will still pick you up. Therefore, many hospitals will not choose to disclose the medical records to the public. Generally, they will only take out the medical records when they go to the Medical Malpractice Commission for arbitration, and show them to the arbitration committee for their judgment and comment. But to the public, it is never made public. But this Sunshine Burns Hospital didn't know what was lost. The guy on the stage turned out to be their dean. This guy was sitting on the stage, holding the medical records, and starting to read them one by one, how they were treated, who was the patient's first name, what was the situation at the time of admission, and what methods did the doctors use after taking over, what kind of medicine is used, when it is used, and what the effect is. I will tell you clearly and plainly. This kind of performance immediately confuses everyone. If this guy did not lie, then his performance is frank and frank. Because they have nothing to conceal, and they are not afraid to investigate it, they dare to disclose it to you like this. And halfway through the hearing, although these reporters did not understand the doctor's methods, they were all moved by Guan Zhenhai on the stage. There are really not many hospitals and doctors like this frank, open and upright. Even if there are a few of the top domestic hospitals, they dare to open up their diagnosis and treatment records in front of everyone. You must know that if people dare to make such announcements, then they must have never thought of lying. Someone may suggest that they need to check the video, but the video can't be faked. They dare to say so, then it will definitely be able to match the video. At this time, some reporters with a little medical knowledge also heard that something was wrong. How could the hospital's treatment of burn patients seem to be different from the traditional treatment methods of those big hospitals? Especially when the doctor at this gate announced the treatment process. He repeatedly emphasized two kinds of medicine, such as the hanging pot hemostatic spray and the black jade burn ointment. It seems that no one has heard of these two medicines. However, this Dr. Guan repeatedly mentioned these two medicines during the operation that he read out, and as he said, after applying this ointment to the patient's injury immediately stabilized. Are these two magic drugs? That's so good. Some thoughtful reporters even took out the phone and called the doctors they knew well and asked them if they had heard of these two medicines. The answers they could get without exception, all were negative. It took more than an hour for the doctors to read this pass, and only then roughly read out the treatment status of more than 30 patients. Of course, many treatment steps were omitted. Otherwise, the diagnosis and treatment records of these 30-odd people would not be able to be read even one day and one night. After he finished reading, the reporters who had come here aggressively and full of crusade were also fainted at this time. Although they have not seen the wounded yet, such detailed medical records have blocked most of them. And President Xie was very satisfied with the consequences of Guan Zhenhai's appearance. This approach that Guan Zhenhai did the other way around, really worked. Before the meeting, they also noticed the online disturbances that the wounded were not sent to public hospitals. So naturally they also prepared for the press conference when reporters might ask sharp questions about this. When Guan Zhenhai proposed to make the diagnosis and treatment records public, Mr. Xie and the others were actually quite worried. After all, they were afraid that someone would pick a prick. If you want to know this world, the most indispensable thing is Lian Jing, the keyboard man. However, it seems that Guan Zhenhai's detailed record is very effective in blocking the mouths of those leavers. Dr. Guan, I want to ask, you mentioned hanging pot hemostatic spray and black jade burn ointment many times in your medical records just now. For these two drugs, I just called and consulted some industry experts, but their answer is that they have never heard of these two drugs. And I also noticed that when you read out the medical records, you mentioned many times that the wounded were injured immediately after using these two drugs. Relief. I want to ask, what exactly are these two drugs and why are they so magical? This question was raised by ludingxing.metalnovel.com. In fact, after hearing Guan Zhenhai mentioned these two drugs many times before, he was keenly aware that these two drugs have great news value that can be tapped. Yeah? Okay. Let me introduce these two drugs. Guan Zhenhai was already happy at this time. This reporter is really on the road, waiting for you to ask this question. What about these two drugs? It is a special medicine specially developed by our hospital and overseas scientific research team for burn patients. It has very good curative effect for patients with moderate to severe burns and scalds. After general severe burns and scald, patients use our ointment. The most straightforward benefit is that you can easily pass the anti-infection period. Generally, you can get out of the ICU within 12 hours, and the success rate of treatment has increased to 95%. Guan Zhenhai didn't dare to say too much. In fact, he wanted to say 100%, but he was afraid of being provoked by others. But even so, his remarks have caused an uproar among the reporters in the audience. These reporters are not those from Xiangjiang who just put up a sign, and they can pretend to be reporters. Almost 100% of the reporters on the mainland are college graduates. These reporters dare not say that they are knowledgeable and talented, but they have all kinds of knowledge reserves. This time I came to benching to interview. In terms of burns and scalds, I looked for familiar doctors to do homework, and I also learned about the success rate of the treatment of burns and scalds in China and even in the world. At this time, when they compared the knowledge they had learned from the doctor with what Guan Zhenhai said, the gap immediately appeared. In the treatment of burns and scalds, ordinary hospitals face the biggest problem, which is infection. But this problem does not seem to be a major issue here. The most unacceptable thing is that this guy actually said that the success rate of their treatment can be 95%. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 611 The Birth of One. Breaking news. When Lu Dingxing walked out of the hospital, it could be said that he was very excited. He was really excited. Even after the interview, the unit organized by benching did not leave everyone to eat, and this hospital did not prepare any souvenirs for everyone. To be honest, these are basically routine operations for everyone to go out for interviews. The hat of the uncrowned king of reporters is not a Lou Carrier. Before the development of online self-media, the earliest talkers, keyboard man, were talking about them. If the reporters are not satisfied with their services, the white ones are called black ones, and the good things are called bad ones. These guys can do it. Compared with making news, this thing of morality does not exist at all. However, many reporters present today were not unhappy because of the poor reception of the benching organization unit and the insensitivity of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, because everyone has witnessed one miracle one after another, and these miracles, when taken back to polish and published, are all big news. This Sunshine Burn Hospital is really awesome, and apart from this word, the excited Lu Dingxing can't think of any words that can describe their skill level. In the past 2 years, there have been huge fires in Aoniao City and Jinmen City, and he has interviewed them, and this year, he also went to Xikuan to cover the forest fires. It can be said that he has seen too many burns and scalds in these accidents. There are not 100 and dozens of them. Among them, he was most impressed by the scenes of the wounded in the Jinmen fire a few years ago. Those firefighters who survived the Big Bang were only in their early 20s. But they were lying in a sterile ward because of severe burns all over their bodies. He is still unforgettable. The wounded man fought in the ward for more than 10 days, but in the end he still failed to survive the infection. He still clearly remembers the scene of the firefighter's family crying outside the ward with a broken heart. Even if he is a reporter who claims to be accustomed to seeing life and death scenes and has become hard-hearted, he is reluctant to recall those scenes now. There are also those firefighters with severe burns. Although they have been rescued, they have more than 70% of their body's severe burns. They have performed dozens of times of skin grafting and cosmetic surgery. Although it claims that it doesn't affect life anymore, how can his face like a melted rubber man be considered normal? He has heard that the firefighter usually does not dare to go out easily, and basically goes out at night, but even so, he has repeatedly thought of committing suicide. Those are the cutest people we always say, but how did we treat them later? Once the news is over, I am afraid that they will be forgotten in a few months. Although the country can guarantee their most basic life, their lives are completely ruined. There is no need to mention marriage and childbirth. Even going out for a walk is an extravagant hope. They live at home every day. What is the difference between this and jail? He didn't dare to think too much every time, for fear that if he thought too much, he would lead himself into that tragic situation, unable to extricate himself from it. But today at Sunshine Hospital, he felt hopeful. It's really not wrong to name this hospital Sunshine. Their technology can really bring sunshine to patients with severe burns and scalds across the country. It can even be said that with the existence of this hospital, firefighters across the country will have no worries about work in the future. For firefighters, they are more assured than insurance companies. Before thinking about it, they visited the ward upstairs under the guidance of the specialized staff of the hospital. Although there was a glass window, they could all see that the burn victims were recovering well. The 15 firefighters with severe burns were all awake. With such a severe burn, he was out of the ICU within 12 hours. And it was just like playing after the anti-infection pass. Now he has entered the recovery stage. There are even a few who are relatively mildly injured and can still accept interviews with reporter representatives. Although it is just a few words, they are also very happy, because anyone with common sense knows that people with severe burns like them can go to those public tertiary hospitals and use traditional methods of treating burns and scalds. Not to mention that all 15 people woke up like today and started to recover. I am afraid that more than half of the people will not be able to get off the operating table, and more than half of those who can get off will not be able to pass the anti-infection barrier. The introduction of the hospital was very detailed. Almost all of the 15 firefighters suffered severe burns to more than 2/3 of their entire body. Even if they didn't understand the severity of the injuries, they could still appreciate it. And this time outside the ward. They also saw the families of the wounded, which was different from the previous scenes of crying and wiping tears. Although the family members are holding back their grief, more people are holding their lives back. Joy. What these family members say the most is that they thank the Sunshine Burns Hospital for saving the lives of their children. What made everyone happier was that the Sunshine Burns Hospital led reporters, as well as the families of burn victims, to visit their medical aesthetics department. And here, they finally saw the strength of the Sunshine Burn Hospital in terms of technology. Before that, everyone was curious about the hanging pot hemostatic spray and the black jade burn ointment that Dr. Guan mentioned many times. But when everyone really asked questions, not only Dr. Guan, but even the others in the hospital were silent. This amazing ointment, everyone understands it, it must be Sumion's unique skill, and they have disdained to publicize it. The curative effect lies here. If you are patients with burns and scalds, if you are willing to come for treatment, then come, and we will not force it. This immediately improved the B rank of this hospital. But those two medicines are mysterious and mysterious. But they always feel that they are not so real. But after everyone visited their medical aesthetics department, they immediately felt the size of the hospital. Even the doctor brought two patients who were willing to take the initiative to give an explanation to everyone. These two patients were severely burned patients who came to them for medical treatment some time ago. When they came, it can be said that the situation was worse than those of the firefighters. Both of them suffered head injuries. The photos the doctor showed to everyone caused many reporters to almost throw up. Both their heads and faces were burnt as black charcoal. If they didn't have a breath, just looking at the photos, everyone thought they were zombies. As a result, the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital just pulled the two people back from the Ghost Gate, and then they underwent medical and aesthetic operations. According to the previous photos of the two of them, by the way, they also helped them to repair the defects in the front. Using 3D printing technology and special materials, they helped them rebuild the inner bones, and then used the medical beauty filling materials developed by their hospital to make two faces for the two people. To be honest, if it wasn't for the muscles on the faces of these two people, they were a little stiff. Everyone really couldn't see that the faces of these two people were actually artificially redone, especially the skin. Everyone even stepped forward and touched it, and it was really the dermis that grew out of itself. This alone has shocked everyone. More than 100 reporters have almost had the experience of seeing burn patients. Some people with mild burns and scalds have regrown new skins. Everyone naturally knows, if it is not an important part, it can be dealt with, but if it is on the face, it needs to be microdermabrated. And the more serious is that it has to undergo skin grafting before they dare to come out to see people. As for the Sunshine Burns Hospital, they didn't know what methods were used to make the new skin of the burn patients look exactly like normal skin. It is even smoother than the original skin. This is definitely great news for those suffering from acne pits and acne marks. The two patients, a man and a woman, had been verified that the skin color above the neck was indeed different from the one below the neck. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it was confirmed that they were really burned. It is really hard to believe that these two were once severely burned patients. This hospital is so amazing to be able to plasticize patients with severe burns. www.mentalnovel.com into handsome men and beauties. Then the hospital invited them to look at it generously. They used a 3D printer to create a new picture of human facial bones and the special filling materials they used. They also introduced the safety of these materials. People can paint their chests and say that the high-tech materials used are naturally non-polluting, and when used in the human body, there is no fear of anti-rejection reactions. Unlike other medical procedures, where artificial bones are implanted in the body, or filling materials are used, they need to take anti-rejection drugs for a long time. They do not have to worry about the anti-rejection effect, and they do not need to take medicine. Just because of this news, countless reporters were moved. Even if there are no burns, we can have a cosmetic surgery, right? After all, everyone's pursuit of beauty is endless. Who doesn't want to be more perfect? And the families of those firefighters, after seeing this medical and aesthetic department, they are even more excited. The other hospital said, "You don't have to worry, just wait for your children to recover." Just after we performed the surgery for them, I would rest assured that they will be restored beautifully, even more handsome than before, so that they don't need to worry about their future lives. And the parents cheered and applauded with tears, and there were even a few scenes of kneeling on the ground crying. Lu Dingxing still remembers, still fresh. On the way from the hospital to the outside, there were excited reporters everywhere. Almost all of them were calling their laments with excitement to save the front page of Tomorrow. Any reporter with news sensitivity knows that an explosive huge news is about to be born. This Sunshine Burns Hospital has started a new revolution in the field of burns and scald medical treatment. Chapter 612 Standard Setter. No one thought that the Sunshine Burns Hospital would be fired in such a way. After a press conference, less than 2 hours, the news about those firefighters who have been out of danger and life is full of help again. The Sunshine Burn Hospital can rejuvenate, and have brand new medical methods and capabilities in the field of burns. It flooded all major news media across the country. Because of the development of the internet, news nowadays is not as time-limited as it used to be when there were only paper media. Reporters find the news, write out the manuscript, and send it out as soon as possible. This is the convenience brought by the internet, which enables people to learn the most concerned and hottest news in the first time. The news about the Sunshine Burns Hospital became the hottest and most watched news in China just 2 hours after the press conference ended. There are even 5 consecutive news about the Sunburn Hospital, occupying the first place in the hot search list of bibs. Sunshine burns and scalds the hospital's brilliant hand rejuvenation. All burn firefighters are out of danger. New power in the Chinese medical circle. Sunshine Burns Hospital. The revolution in burns and scalds medical circles has arrived. Initiator, Sunshine Burns Hospital. For a while, almost all Chinese internet users, in mobile news, or computer news, are all pushing news with such a headline that looks very scary. Many netizens are almost blinded by seeing them. What's the situation? Aren't there still many reporters who question that this hospital is an unqualified hospital for swindlers or a private hospital? How come their tone has changed in just one day? Could it be that this hospital's public relations work forcefully smashed all these reporters with money? But thinking about it again, it is unlikely. Although everyone knows that some reporters in China have always had no morals at all, but these reporters are not the only ones who went to this time. There are also many reporters from big media, such as those from the central government, who can easily avoid being hit by money. Besides, this time such a big event, do those guys really dare to make such a blatant fraud? Impossible. If you want to understand this, the credibility of the news about the Sunshine Burn Hospital reported by these media has been greatly improved. This has given many families of burn patients in China a sense of hope. In the burns and scald departments of big city hospitals such as Beijing, Puhai, Pengqing, and Yangqing, countless family members of patients are holding phones and dialing the reception number of the Sunshine Burns Hospital. And not only the family members of these patients are inquiring, but even many doctors in the burn department are also inquiring. This hospital has been preached so mysteriously, and many medical workers want to know whether their technology is real or not. If this hospital did not lie, then the world of burns and scald treatment fields, I am afraid it will really set off a peace revolution. What kind of technology is this? Can people with severe burns be rescued? More importantly, once their technology is confirmed, it is equivalent to starting a school in the field of treating burns and scalds, and if the effect is good, they will be able to dominate the rivers and lakes in a few years. It is not only the rivers and lakes of the whole country, but also the rivers and lakes of the whole world. The new standard setter in the treatment of burns and scalds. At the thought of such a title, medical workers across the country trembled with excitement. The Chinese medical community has struggled for so many years, and there are really few disciplines. I dare to say that I am the best in the world. Our doctors in Huago, in fact, if we talk about surgical techniques, they can definitely be said to be the best in the world. After all, the patients we face every day are dozens of times more than those of foreign doctors. But speaking of groundbreaking therapies, in this respect, we are really inferior to foreign countries. Often the treatment methods for many injuries are the first to come up with ideas in foreign countries, and then experiment with 1 or 2 pills in the operating room, and then publish papers, and then domestic doctors will take them to learn, and finally rely on the patients of Huago carry forward this technique. As for the idea of creating a school and completely subverting a traditional field, medical workers in China have never thought about it again. But now there is such a sunburn and scald hospital that is suddenly killed in an oblique stabbing, and medical workers across the country are all excited. Even if they are not majoring in burns and scalds, they are all curious about this Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital. Is the technology of this hospital true? In just a few hours, the phone number of Mr. Zhu in the 521 hospital was blown up. Some of his brothers who were still alive called from him. His peers from his early years, and the disciples and grandchildren came here. They were all asking about the situation in the hospital where the sun burns and scalds. Even the military organized an expert medical team that night to fly to Benching in person, planning to go to the hospital tomorrow to see the situation of the wounded, in order to evaluate the true medical level of this Sunshine Burn Hospital in the field of burns and scalds. And not only the phone number of Mr. Zhu was blown up, but the phone numbers of the doctors who went to the Sunshine Burns Hospital with him today were also blown up. There were calls from colleagues in the city, and many from other places. They all came to inquire about the medical level of this Sunshine Burn Hospital. Some people say they want to come over to observe and learn, and some people say that if the technical level of this hospital is true, then they plan to recommend their patients to come for treatment. After all, this is a life-threatening business. Not only were the phone calls of these doctors blown up, but even President Xia, who was in charge of this matter, and Mr. Jiang, their phones were also blown up. However, the two bosses were not angry because their lives were disrupted by these calls. Instead, they felt very happy because they came to congratulate them. Congratulations, within their jurisdiction, another company that wants to release satellites is about to be born. The Sunshine Burn Hospital is messed up. Originally, only 7 floors were renovated. The first floor is the reception hall, registration room, pharmacy, and waiting area. On the second floor are the consultation rooms of burn and scald doctors, as well as medical and aesthetic doctors, as well as some examination and laboratory rooms. The third floor is the operating room. The entire floor is dedicated to the operating room for burn patients, as well as the echo and sterile ward. The fourth floor is the medical beauty operating room, as well as the postoperative observation room. The remaining 5, 6, and 7 are the wards where patients are kept. At the beginning of the design, I did not expect that there would be too many patients, so the ward was designed to be very large. But more than 105 hospital beds were arranged. Since the trial operation has been so long, these hospital beds have not been filled. But the situation is different now. Since the 15 firefighters and 15 people with severe burns moved in yesterday, the number of hospital beds has dropped by 30. In addition, there were more than 20 burn patients in the recovery period in the hospital, and 1/3 of the beds were used. There were originally about 100 hospital beds, which was very ample, but from 5 o'clock in the evening of the press conference, patients transferred from other hospitals in the room, burns and scalds departments were admitted to their hospitals. Starting at 7 o'clock in the evening, there were burn patients who had been transferred from other major cities in the province and were admitted to their hospitals. And at 9 o'clock in the evening, some burn patients from the Beijing Tianjin generation came to their hospital to register for treatment. By daybreak, patients from Xikuan, Jiangsu and Zhejiang, as far as eastern Guangdong, and Nanhai arrived here. More than 200 people swarmed in at once, and the hospital beds were not enough. This scene also scared Guan Zhenhai into a fool. He didn't expect so many people to come in at once. Fortunately, when they renovated, they also considered the need for future expansion of their hospital, and the area of each floor of this building is more than 1,000 square meters. So the area is large enough. Although there are only more than 150 beds in the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors of the inpatient ward area, they actually left enough room for expansion when they designed it. Now so many patients are pouring in. www.mentalnovel.com. Guan Zhenhai hastily started a relationship, borrowed a lot of beds from other hospitals, and added extra beds to the ward. Because of the special nature of hospital beds, ordinary beds must not be used casually. You must gain or lose the kind of special beds that can be easily moved and can assist patients in moving. This kind of hospital bed customization also takes a certain amount of time. So on the one hand, Guan Zhenhai contacted a familiar pharmaceutical company and asked them to seize the time to get a batch of hospital beds, and on the other hand, he could only borrow a batch from other hospitals in the city. After all, these 200-odd patients were finally settled down, and then the previous 20-odd patients were quickly arranged to be discharged from the hospital if they were almost good. Only a dozen beds will be vacated. However, I hadn't had my breath yet. By 12 o'clock at noon, the hospital ushered in another wave of occupancy peaks. There were hundreds of burns and scald patients. After reading their news, they rushed over from all over the country to seek medical advice from their hospitals. For Guan Zhenhai, this steady stream of patients is really a happy trouble. In the past, he was always afraid that no patients would patronize him, but he couldn't think of it. Now it is the scene of customers rushing to the door. Now that the hospital's wards are not enough to live, I can only ask my grandpa to tell my grandma. Through various relationships, I borrowed a lot of beds from other private hospitals. This is to fill the corridors of the hospital's inpatient department. This posture seems to be no different from those well-known Daxing hospitals. What makes Guan Zhenhai even more happy is that the basic family conditions of patients who can be rushed from all over the country for treatment are not too bad, and there is no problem paying for medical expenses. After all, they don't open a hospital, and they can provide free treatment to some special patients. If everyone is free, then they really can't open it anymore. Chapter 613. Happy Troubles. In the past 2 days, Xiao Feng did not return to the old house to live, but stayed at the Twin Towers. The Sunshine Burns Hospital became famous all over the world. Now there are countless patients from all over the country who have been admitted to this hospital. Naturally, he has to sit at the Twin Towers and coordinate all aspects to cooperate with the Sunshine Burns Hospital. For example, after yesterday's press conference, Guan Zhenhai complained to him that the reception number at the front desk of their hospital had been broken. Family members of patients and doctors all over the country were calling them. The young lady in charge of reception at the front desk can't answer the phone at all. Xiao Feng immediately coordinated to resolve the matter. He contacted Zhu Jing and asked her to dispatch some front desks to help from the Sunshine Burns Hospital from the Benivara Peninsula Hotel. Of course, it cannot be mandatory, but voluntary. It is temporarily transferred to help. The nature of the transfer period is regarded as overtime, and the wages are all increased by 1.5 times. This news was announced in a pound, but it immediately aroused the interest of the lady at the front desk of the hotel, and everyone enthusiastically signed up. In the end, Zhu Jing had to let them adopt a shift system, taking turns to help in the past. And soon Guan Zhenhai told him that the number of doctors was not enough. Beginning last night, the number of patients in the hospital began to soar, and patients from all over the country squeezed the hospital. And there are not so many doctors in the hospital. The doctors who can attend the consultation are the big one in the hospital who used the new treatment for burns and scalds, that is, a group of 7 members of Guan Zhenhai's team. Almost all of these 7 people were Guan Zhenhai's senior brothers, and later worked in some public hospitals in the province and the city. Everyone's most important thing is in the field of burns and scalds, but because the northern province was not technically advanced in this regard, the technical level of their departments is also very average. In addition, in medical institutions, there are unavoidable intrigues, and these doctors are almost all losers in the struggle. In the departments and even the hospitals, they all have unsatisfactory lives. Because of this, Guan Zhenhai was able to dig these doctors with solid foundation and fairly rich experience from public hospitals with a high salary. Otherwise, it would be a fantasy for a private hospital to dig people out of a public hospital. In the hospital, there are more than 20 resident doctors. These doctors are also selected by Guan Zhenhai from the Binching Medical College, and prepare to focus on self-cultivation. There is no way to be an anonymous private hospital. It is already very difficult to recruit people from public hospitals. It is even more difficult to recruit outstanding graduates from key medical universities. For other departments with low technical content, such as laboratory departments and pharmacies, which do not require high technical requirements, it is easy to find some doctors. However, Guan Zhenhai, the doctors in the radiology department and the anesthesia department, had also paid for it, so only a few were dug up from public hospitals. The doctors in other medical aesthetics departments, apart from a few doctors from China, the other technical experts are basically recruited from the southern dynasties, and their technical standards and medical ethics are absolutely top-notch. It was enough to manage and operate such a small private hospital with a team of doctors on the 40 number. But after a series of news that day was released, the name of the Sunshine Burn Hospital quickly spread across the country, and the situation immediately changed. That night, the hospital was crowded with patients from all over the country. But the hospital can truly have the skills to deal with patients, diagnose, and operate alone. There were just 7 people. By the next morning, more than 400 patients had been squeezed into the hospital, and most of them are patients with moderate to severe burns and scalds, and many of them are infants and young children. These doctors were immediately not enough. More than 400 patients were evenly allocated to each doctor, which is 60 to 70. One doctor performs 10 operations a day, and it takes up to a week. But the point is, you simply cannot do 10 operations a day, and some infants and young children require a long operation time. Another operation can't be done by only one surgeon. It also requires the cooperation of several doctors. Resident doctors can follow along and learn. The nurse helped hand the scalpel. What about the retractable hook? Who is in charge of anesthesia? What about the medication? Relying on those inpatients, I'm afraid the operating room will be a mess. So Guan Zhenhai had a headache all night for these happy troubles. Hey, it's not easy to be the dean. When there are no patients, you have to worry about the source of the disease. There are too many patients and you have to worry about the lack of doctors. Guan Zhenhai hopes that this kind of happiness troubles the more the better. And that night, Xiao Feng basically didn't sleep much. After the press conference that day, President Xia, President Jiang, and Wang commanded them to be very happy. Even President Xia and President Jiang agreed to his banquet by exception, but in order to avoid crowded eyes, Xiao Feng did not entertain them in the restaurant, but invited them to the president's office at the top of the Celebrity Chef Group. On the top few floors of the Celebrity Chef Group, that is his mansion in the sky, and he generally never invites outsiders to his home. And downstairs of his mansion is his president's office. As a domineering president, his office occupies a floor. There are not only office areas, but also rest areas, fitness areas, and banquet areas on this floor, which are specially designed to invite some special guests to dinner. From the Penivera Peninsula Hotel, I called a few cooks up and gave everyone a beautiful dinner. This evening, everyone did not drink less, so it can be said that the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang are very satisfied with Xiao Feng, and their attitude is getting closer. After all, Xiao Feng's company is too long for them. Let's not say much about famous chefs making fast food restaurants that have the potential to become a world-renowned fast food chain, and now they have created such a sunburn and scald hospital. Originally, they hadn't paid much attention to this hospital, but in this afternoon, they received countless calls from colleagues to explore, and people like them immediately understood it. They had witnessed the medical technology of the Sunshine Burns Hospital with their own eyes, but they didn't think much about it before. But after they kept receiving all kinds of inquiries in the afternoon, they understood. This hospital is incredible. It is very likely to become a benchmark in the field of burn and scald treatment all over the world. Even from the Ministry of Health above, there are big guys who call and ask them about the true technical level of the hospital, and even people from the military keep calling them to inquire. Even with many colleagues, the sour calls that made them filled their hearts with pride. And the more this happens, the more they value Xiao Feng, a young man, who is a capable man who has made such a big family business at a young age. The key is that people who have done this industry have huge room for growth and can earn both fame and fortune. Such a company, which city does not love? Does that leader love? Therefore, Mr. Xia and Mr. Jiang expressed their views with Xiao Feng on the spot, reassuring him that they would say hello to them if they have any needs in the Sunshine Burn Hospital in the future, as long as they are able to give them the green light. Xiao Feng was naturally very happy after listening to the leader's statements. Of course, he still knew the truth of reciprocity, and he would naturally look for opportunities to pay the two leaders. If you don't even understand this point, then basically you don't need to mess around in the arena. Some time ago, Xiao Feng also watched an interview with a man who made glass, and that man was indeed a benchmark for Chinese businessmen in many respects. But in some respects, what he said and his mouth shots were also dumbfounding. For example, this big man said that he had never given any gifts to LD. In Xiao Feng's view, this can only be regarded as a sentence like Mr. Ma said, "I have never been interested in money," just like the classic famous sentence, "Just listen to it as a joke." After the two bosses had a good time, they withdrew accompanied by the secretary, but Commander Wang stayed because he had to wait for his comrade in Puhai to send two burn firefighters over. Novel.com settle down before he can leave. So that night, he stayed at the Bennyvale Peninsula Hotel downstairs, and Xiao Feng went back upstairs to rest. After a few days of busy work, he was also very tired, but he was soaking in the big bathtub of the mansion in the sky upstairs, while watching the night view downstairs, and Suzuki came to help with the massage. All the fatigue quickly disappeared, swept away. This night, Xiao Feng drove the spaceship in front of the French windows most of the night. This novel driving mode really made him feel very satisfied. He only got up at 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. After getting up, he went to the hotel restaurant downstairs to have brunch. Although the breakfast time has passed, he naturally has privileges that others cannot compare. But only after taking a bite, I saw Guan Zhenhai and Zhu Jing constantly arguing with each other, walking towards him. "Boss, you come to judge us? This Guan Zhenhai is crazy. He actually wants to requisition our hotel room to make him a ward. Yesterday, I asked him to come over and support him. It is all my kindness. But now he is going to fight. The idea of our hotel room is too much." Zhu Jing looked at Xiao Feng and said in an uneasy manner, and Xiao Feng turned his head and looked at Guan Zhenhai with a smile. And Guan Zhenhai looked at Zhu Jing brazenly and said, "Your hotel has 20 floors and more than 800 rooms. Now it is the off-season for tourism, but more than 600 are idle. Why can't you let it come out of some rooms and place my patients? You fart. I am a hotel here, a 5-star hotel, not a hospital. I will house patients for you. How can I live here? And who told you that my rooms are all idle? I started here last night. There are more than 200 rooms occupied by people." Zhu Jing was obviously out of anger by Guan Zhenhai's cheeky appearance. Chapter 614 The Prosperous Penivera Peninsula Hotel. This Penivera Peninsula Hotel was actually built by Xiao Feng before this. The main consideration is to buy the Twin Towers, both of which are 68 stories high. The one on the right can be transferred to the 9th laboratory and the Sunshine Burns Hospital. In Xiao Feng's view, these two companies are both companies with great potential and will need a lot of room for expansion in the future. So a 68-story building may not be enough for them. Now that building is out of the top 4 floors and has been transformed into a mansion in the sky for Xiao Feng. The 20 floors down from the 64th floor have been occupied by the 9th laboratory, and they plan to occupy the 10 floors down. And now the strong rise of the Sunshine Burn Hospital is rapidly seeking new space upwards. I believe that soon that building will be divided between these two companies. As for the building on the left, it is not enough. The same 68 floors. The upper 3 floors were also decorated by Xiao Feng into a mansion in the sky. But there are only more than 300 employees at the headquarters of the Celebrity Chef Group, so they also accounted for the number of people from the 65th floor. 10 floors. Because each building has about 1,000 square meters, such a space is enough for the headquarters of the Celebrity Chef Group with only 300 people. This means that the next 50 floors are vacant, which is more wasteful. Originally, Xiao Feng had thought that in order to be more popular, some floors of the building should be divided into office buildings and rented out. However, considering that the two buildings have a lot of secrets, especially the 9th laboratory, there are a lot of secrets. If there are too many foreign companies in and out of the building, there will be a lot of people with complicated problems, which will easily cause security problems. Give up. But don't think that this is what Xiao Feng thinks too much. Nowadays, commercial spies do everything to steal secrets. Many unimaginable methods have been used, not to mention that it is aimed at large companies like the 9th laboratory, which can have an annual net profit of more than $10 billion. Anyone who steals a little secret can be exchanged for hundreds of millions of dollars in income. Do you think those commercial spies will be crazy? Therefore, in order to strengthen the security of the two buildings, and Xiao Feng is not bad for money, so I simply did not rent out the unused floors of the building. However, in order to make reasonable use of it, he still asked him to decorate the 20 floors below the building into a hotel. After all, his group must have a lot of business invitation and reception work in the future. Moreover, the location of the building is so good, it must be used rationally, and this is how the Penivera Peninsula Hotel was born. Of course, there is another main reason Xiao Feng did not tell outsiders, and that is to consider the need for accounting. As a company that is likely to go public in the future, there are few in China that will not make accounts. This requires a reservoir, and a pond that can store and release water reasonably that is not very interesting. There is nothing more suitable than a hotel. Since the hotel opened, it has given Xiao Feng's confidence. It has never asked the group to post money to them, and it has even begun to make money early. Of course, this is mainly due to the light of the Celebrity Chef Group. At the beginning of the hotel's opening, it caught up with the second National Investment Promotion Conference of the famous Chef Group. Many merchants from all over the country and even Europe lived in this hotel. When Benching was in the off-season for tourism, this hotel was full every day. This craze has lasted for more than half a month. After more than half a month, after the merchants from all over the country and European merchants retreated one after another, the hotel also became idle. But because of the Celebrity Chef Group, some upstream and downstream companies come to talk to them every day and choose to stay in this hotel. Or if you want to talk to a Celebrity Chef Group for cooperation, sales promotion, or various business contacts, they will stay in this hotel. So even if it's the lightest season for tourism in Benthan, even at this time, the occupancy rate of other hotels in Benthan is only a pitiful 10%. Those 5-star hotels have discounts, even the price of standard rooms, less than 300 yuan. However, the situation of the Penivera Peninsula Hotel is still much better than those of its peers. Not only has the price of hotel rooms not been lowered, but the occupancy rate has remained at about 20%. It seems that the occupancy rate is not high, but their profit is high. The profit alone is enough to cover the various costs of the hotel. Unlike other hotels, they also have a food and beverage department supported by the celebrity chef group that other hotels don't have. Since the opening of the Penivera Peninsula Hotel, the guest room department may be mediocre, that is, the standard of an ordinary 5-star hotel. At best, guests will praise them, saying that their hotel is in a decent location and has a good view. But when it comes to the food and beverage department of this hotel, that's terrible. With the celebrity chef group behind it, the first batch of condiments produced by the celebrity chef group assets on the island of Maimanuekata. The first batch of products supplied is this Penivera Peninsula Hotel. This time, the food and beverage department of the Penivera Peninsula Hotel became a hit. All kinds of condiments mixed with otherworld mushroom powder. In terms of taste, compared to other condiments in this world, they are really upgraded to a level, and even have a little more magical meaning. Although this condiment factory is currently only in the trial production stage, the various condiments produced are only self-supported and only supplied to the Penivera Peninsula Hotel and the fast food chain made by celebrity chefs. But the various condiments mixed with mushroom powder, it can be said that the taste of fast food made by celebrity chefs has greatly improved the taste. In the past, Xiao Feng only secretly mixed all the mushroom powder in the cooking bag according to a certain proportion. They are now mixed with all the condiments they use, such as soy sauce, special mushroom extracts, cooking wine, vinegar, oil, chili oil, and even the barbecue sauce and tomato sauce that are exclusively for foreign fast food restaurants. This time, the taste of celebrity chefs making fast food has been raised to a new level, and it has been widely acclaimed throughout the country and even in Europe. Naturally, Xiao Feng also found a special scientific research team to investigate and analyze the seasoning preparation contained in this mushroom powder. He felt that this mushroom powder must contain a chemical element similar to sodium glutamate, with a stronger and more miraculous effect of sodium glutamate. And the conclusion given by the chemical research team he was looking for also verified his guess. Even more surprised him. That is the chemical elements contained in this mushroom powder. It is very complicated. They have not yet been able to define what it is. It seems to be a mixture of a variety of new chemical elements, and each of them is a newly discovered chemical molecule. This is a major issue. But more importantly, the consequences of these chemical molecules to the human body. Once human taste buds come into contact with this condiment, they will have magical feeling. For example, if this person likes sour food, then he will feel that the food made with mushroom powder is sour. Favorite taste. Some people like sweet ones. They think that the food tastes a little bit sweet, which is exactly what he likes. That is to say, this mushroom powder preparation already has a slightly magical or even hallucinogenic effect. Of course it is only mild. According to pharmacology, it can be defined as a poisoning reaction, but it will not cause any human body harm. It will only bring all kinds of pleasure to the human body, and it is not addictive. This conclusion shocked Xiao Feng, so he issued a seal of approval, and he will never make it public until he finds it out. And he does not plan to sell these condiments on a large scale immediately, and only supply them internally. It is precisely because of the support of these condiments that the catering department of Penivera Peninsula Hotel immediately became a star benchmark in the catering industry in Benthan as soon as it appeared. This restaurant, which is dominated by northern cuisine, just made the sweetness of southern cuisine. Seafood dishes are the specialty of the Benthan Hotel, so I won't talk about this, just ordinary dishes. In the past, people's impression of the northern cuisine, which won with large quantities and benefits, while retaining its own characteristics, added a taste of southern cuisine that is exquisite and delicious. And this kind of deliciousness www.mentalnovel.com is different from the original flavor of the ingredients in the South. But it is another kind of deliciousness that is difficult to describe. In the past, for chefs, it was the most difficult problem to control. When you cook a dish, there will always be people who like it, but there are also people who don't like it. But after using the condiments produced by the group, this problem has disappeared. Every dish they make is not 100% popular, but at least 99% of people will like it. This can definitely be done, and this alone makes the hotel famous in the high-end catering industry in benching. Although the price of the dishes is a bit more expensive, the environment is good. The most important thing is that you will not step on thunder for almost any dish in your shop. This is not encountered in any other high-end hotel. In this way, the catering department of the Penavala Peninsula Hotel has become the hotel's profit machine. Almost every day at noon and night will be full, and once the important festive day comes, all kinds of packaged banquets never stop. The various banquets they undertake now are scheduled to go to the middle of next year. You must know that it is only the end of February this year, and their banquet orders have been scheduled for more than 10 months. And this kind of wedding banquet is the most profitable, the hotel's favorite. The profits created by these banquets alone are already in the millions. So the operation of the hotel can be said to be thriving. At this time, Guan Zhenhai said, "Want the hotel to give up some rooms for you as a ward? Do you think you have a brain problem?" This is exactly what Zijing is most annoying about. You get those people who are full of medicine to enter and leave the hotel every day. This will definitely affect the hotel's operation and income. So how can she agree to Guan Zhenhai's request? Chapter 615. How can it be said that money is hot? In my hotel, it's not just a problem for customers. Every day in the restaurant, the people who come in and out of the city are the upper class people in benching. You bring in those patients and come and go in and out of our hotel every day. What's the matter? It's affecting the business of our hotel. Mr. Xiao, you come to comment, is this Guan Zhenhai too much? Zijing was full of anger. It is true that the Sunshine Burn Hospital of Guan Zhenhai Pipeline is now benefiting well. Many patients have come, and many of the patients' family members have also stayed in our hotel, which has indeed brought corresponding benefits to the hotel. But this is not the case. You can change our hotel room into a ward. There was a quarrel between the two generals under his command. Xiao Feng had a big head when he heard it. After hearing it, he felt that there was some truth in what they said. Mr. Xiao, I am not going to occupy their hotel room for a long time. It is because there are not enough beds in our hospital. More and more patients cannot be placed. So I can only come up with such a method. And I want to. They are not placing patients with burns and scalds. Those patients are placed in hotels, and we are not at ease. What we are placing are those who come to us for the most beautiful surgery. Guan Zhenhai explained his intention to Xiao Feng again. The news from yesterday about the Sunshine Burn Hospital was broadcast. After the hot search, the Sunshine Burn Hospital became popular. And not only is their method of treating burns and scalds, it has attracted the attention of people across the country. There are some strange entry points, and the news media that intends to take an unusual path are focusing on their medical and aesthetic department. After all, compared with their burn and scald department, their medical and aesthetic department can also be said to be an out-and-out medical miracle department. For severe patients with burns and scalds, they can perform facial reshaping, and even the whole face will look better than before, and there are no side effects at all. They developed a brand new cosmetic filler, which has now spread in the medical beauty industry. The comparison photos of countless patients before and after admission were also posted on the internet, and those interview videos all proved the strength of their hospital in medical aesthetics. Even the court station represented by Lu Dingxing broadcast a video in the news last night that their medical and aesthetic department uses a 3D printer to print the cartilage of the nose bridge. Now their medical and aesthetic department is also very popular, Because the scope of application is wider, their medical and aesthetic department can now be said to be more popular than their burn and scald department. If it is said that since last night, the most popular thing in the Sunburn Hospital is their burns and scalds, as well as the intensive care department. Since this morning, after a night of news bombing and fermentation, their most popular department has been replaced by the medical beauty department. From 6 in the morning to more than 10 o'clock now, Guan Zhenhai got the report that almost 80% of the calls they received during this period were for consultations with their medical and aesthetic department. And starting from 9 o'clock in the morning, patients in the city and the province who need cosmetic surgery have rushed to their hospital. There are even many patients who have medical and aesthetic needs from all over the country and are on their way. Guan Zhenhai predicted that starting this afternoon, their hospital will usher in a peak of medical and aesthetic patients. The troubles of happiness are really going to drive Guan Zhenhai crazy. Different from those burned and scalded patients, these patients with medical and aesthetic needs are all mobile wallets in their eyes. Of course, except for those who have facial defects due to injuries and require basic plastic surgery to cope with a normal life. But there are only a small number of such patients. Most of the patients are those who have a need for beauty, but are not confident about their face or body, and need cosmetic surgery. And such patients are generally not bad money. Their hospitals, of course, do not need to be so polite to such customers, because they have self-confidence. As long as they have undergone medical and aesthetic surgery here, then these people will enter a new stage in their next life. Their medical and aesthetic department gives these patients the confidence to face the future of life. Will even change the destiny of these patients in the future. For example, this person was just an ordinary person before, but after coming to them for a while, after going out, he may become a celebrity face. After going out, even if you don't enter the entertainment circle, relying on this beautiful face will make it easier than ordinary people to find a job, get promotion, and even find a spouse. So this kind of surgery, for many people, is an investment in the future. And unlike other plastic surgery hospitals, the materials used in other hospitals are mostly artificial materials of the opposite sex, which have a high probability of causing various side effects, and even require patients to take long-term antibacterial drugs. And their Sunshine Burn Hospital uses pure natural materials, from the new material composed of human cells, completely eliminating side effects, and there is no need to worry about facial collapse, depression and other problems in the later stage. Shouldn't such medical treatments and advanced materials be sold more expensively? So their medical procedures are not cheap, but many customers still fly over without hesitation after consulting their price codes on the phone, which already shows the spending power of these people. How did Guan Zhenhai push these customers with strong spending power out there? But the wards in the hospital are basically occupied by burn patients. These patients cannot be extrapolated at all because their injuries are very serious. During the recovery and observation period after the operation, it is even more difficult to leave the hospital, which causes a 100% occupation of the hospital wards and beds. In this way, Guan Zhenhai had to put his idea on a hotel managed by Zhu Jing. Anyway, it is also the off-season of hotel operations. You have more than 800 rooms in your hotel, and now you have used more than 300. And there are about 500 rooms that are vacant. And I don't plan to put those burned and scalded ones here. Patients, only plan to place those patients who undergo medical and aesthetic operations. These patients are better served. There will be no major bleeding, and they will not be too dirty. And the most important thing is that they recover quickly. Under our special means, we will be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. This fee will be paid according to your normal room price. Can't you think it works? Guan Zhenhai spoke out his thoughts in front of Xiao Feng and Zhu Jing. Xiao Feng felt that this idea was really good. Anyway, the hotel room was empty, And most of the people who could come for medical and aesthetic surgery were not bad for money. And these people who come to perform medical and aesthetic operations are the real source of profit for the Sunshine Burn Hospital. They spend hundreds of hotel stays, and only a few days, for them. It is not unbearable. In this way, both hotels and hospitals can get real benefits. However, Zijing still hesitated. You can't say that. The spare parts of our hotel are prepared according to the 5-star rating. Those of you who undergo medical and aesthetic surgery, even if they are clean, will inevitably have blood leaks. Yes, when we get the bed, even if we are washing it, it will be difficult to clean it. If we get it on the hotel carpet, it will be even more difficult. You know how much we sell bedding and various accessories. What? No. Zijing still refused Guan Zhenhai's request. Seeing the fat on his mouth but couldn't eat it, Guan Zhenhai was also anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Hey, Mr. Zhu, help. I don't want to occupy your hotel room for a long time, but it's a special period. I have contacted the decoration service, and Mr. Xiao has approved my proposal. We will be upstairs soon. The 23-story building will be added as a new ward and clinic room. Once the decoration is completed, our space will be ample. We are now in a special period. You also know that our future development, decoration, equipment, and recruitment are all it costs a lot of money. You can't just watch me push the profit out now, right? And, if you have concerns about the loss of spare parts, we will add some money to you. After this special period is over, your bedding what? Can't we pay you for a new one? Guan Zhenhai almost begged to say to Zijing.mtlnovel.com. Zijing also hesitated at this time. She is not someone who lacks a big picture. Now is indeed a critical period for the development of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. If the patients are pushed out at this time, it will definitely affect the reputation. And once this hospital really grows up, it will definitely benefit their hotel, let alone other things. Is that the families of patients who come from all over the country to treat burns, scalds, or perform medical and aesthetic operations can bring very high occupancy rates to their hotels. Guan Zhenhai is right. Families who can come from all over the country to perform such operations are generally not short of money. As the boss of the group, Xiao Feng naturally doesn't want to see the fat on his lips but can't eat it. Naturally, he doesn't want Guan Zhenhai to push his business outside. But after all, the hotel has always been managed by Zijing, and it has been running well. It is not easy for him to demand Zijing's cooperation by giving orders to avoid barriers in the future. Seeing Zijing hesitating at this time, he immediately helped persuade him. Zhu, otherwise, your hotel will arrange a special passage for check-in. On the 6th floor of the podium in the middle of the two buildings, isn't there a special passage for employees to travel together? This passage will be opened up to the hospital. There is a dedicated passage for medical and aesthetic patients, so that it will not disturb the guests in the restaurant below. In addition, a few floors are vacated to accommodate these patients. Of course, all the money for the replacement of spare parts is paid by the hospital. Chapter 616 Big Exam. Xiao Feng naturally understands that the people who perform medical and aesthetic operations are the real profitability of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. Although it is a method of treating burns and scalds that made this hospital famous, it still depends on medical beauty to make money. Therefore, these consumers who come here for their fame must not be extrapolated. Is saying, how can the fat in the mouth be vomited out? And when he said this, Zijing next to him was a little embarrassed. After all, Mr. Xiao had already spoken. Even if she had an idea in her heart, she couldn't refuse it. Okay. Looking back, I asked someone to set up a few isolated floors upstairs. But Mr. Guan, the price of accommodation we provide can be increased by 20%. Since it was unstoppable, they had to ask Guan Zhenhai and the others to pay more. Anyway, Zijing could also see that Guan Zhenhai and the others are definitely not bad for money. For those medical aesthetic operations, the little girl who went to the hospital at the front desk of their hotel to go to the hospital to talk non-stop and move her nose at random, ranging from 30,000 to 100,000. A double eyelid cut is more expensive than ordinary beauty hospitals, doubled. In their opinion, this hospital is old-fashioned. But even so, you can't bear it. People from all over the country who need plastic surgery are still coming over in an endless stream. The reason is very simple. If you spend 200,000 here, you will not have to worry about the worries for the rest of your life. However, if you spend 100,000 in another hospital, you often have to go back to the hospital for repairs. In the end, spending money is nothing less than this hospital, and I have to go to the hospital and suffer the second crime. It is precisely because many people have figured out this truth. So even if the Sunshine Burn Hospital has long stated that their prices are expensive, there are still countless people eager to come, because their homes are not many. They dare to announce on TV the post-surgery situation of plastic surgery patients and the medical aesthetics hospitals that use transparent materials. At this time, through Xiao Feng's coordination, Zhu Jing was also relieved, and Guan Zhenhai was also very happy. Anyway, after knowing the situation in their hospital, the consumers who rushed to the hotel as soon as possible were not less than the money for the 3 days of staying in the hotel. So just explain it to them. Mr. Xiao, there is something else I want to tell you. Oh, what's the matter? This morning, Mr. Zhi from the 521 hospital called me and said that the military had organized an expert observation team and he wanted to come to our hospital to have a look and understand the situation. Oh, this is a good thing. I didn't expect Elder Zhi to be quite strong. You must pay attention to this matter. Well, don't worry. I know Mr. Xiao. Guan Zhenhai nodded earnestly and replied, of course he also knew the importance of the arrival of the military's medical observation team. If it enters their eyes, then the sun burns and scalds the hospital in the future. Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the sudden increase in patients, and said to Guan Zhenhai again, in addition, there are too many patients today. Didn't Mr. Zhu say that he should arrange for their doctors to come over to observe and study? Ask him to quickly send his hands over. Hey, these doctors are much better than the doctors in the burns and scald departments of the 3 hospitals. Make good use of it, and let our residents learn more with them. Now the number of burns and scald patients who come to hospital for medical treatment is exploding. The doctors in the hospital are definitely not enough. It's certainly not that easy to go to other hospitals to dig corners temporarily, and they all need to be done. Would people skip it so easily? Even if the doctor is moved, the hospital will not let it go so easily. And now Mr. Zhu just has a batch of ready to use. Anyway, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to learn new therapies, let us do something first. Guan Zhenhai smiled when Xiao Feng said this. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I think so too. I held a meeting with their residents this morning, and they all cherish this opportunity very much. I hope they can grow up quickly this time. Well, such an opportunity must be grasped well, and if there are good seedlings, we must focus on training. Xiao Feng and Guan Zhenhai confessed a few more words and then the meeting ended. Guan Zhenhai went back to the hospital and was busy. After all, there was a lot of work there. Especially today there is a lot of work that requires him to coordinate and distribute. Xiao Feng did not leave the office on the top floor of the celebrity chef group. It is now when the sun burns and scalds the hospital's reputation so fast that he can't make a difference. Even if he doesn't show up at the hospital, he still has to stay and sit at the headquarters. Once any situation arises over there, or a situation that requires him to come forward to coordinate, he can help and solve it as soon as possible. Although the Sunshine Burns and Scald Hospital has a reputation across the country, it is a new hospital after all, and it has a foundation to maintain stability. Some accidents are prone to occur at the scene, and these are inseparable from his commanding the solution. Once the current upswing period has passed and the company is on the right track in the future, he can let it go to Guan Zhenhai and the others. As soon as Guan Zhenhai returned to the hospital, He saw that Mr. Z had brought a group of doctors from the 521 hospital to their hospital. Unlike yesterday, the sun burns the registration on the first floor of the hospital, and the waiting area is full of patients who come to seek medical attention. The security guards of the hospital are looking at each other with their batons. One is to guide everyone in line to maintain order, and the other is to avoid traffickers, and to prevent pickpockets who like to commit crimes in such a crowded situation. The cleaning in the lobby is constantly cleaned back and forth, and loudspeakers are constantly shouting. This hospital is a non-smoking hospital and smoking is strictly prohibited, including corridors and toilets. Smoking is not allowed, and spitting anywhere is prohibited. It also includes corridors and toilets. Once found, you will be fined, and if you are serious, please go out of the hospital immediately. Sure enough, there are a lot of bad things in this area, especially when you go to the hospital. Even if the hospital bans smoking repeatedly, there are still family members of the patient who sneak into the corridor of the hospital to smoke. Sunlight is absolutely forbidden in this regard, and behaviors like spitting are even more abhorrent to the Sunshine Burn Hospital, which is committed to building ultra-high hygiene standards. Guan Zhenhai and Zilao had a ha-ha, and then he took Zilao and the doctors he had brought to the upstairs consulting room. After learning about these doctors, they were assigned. At this time, the consultation room on the second floor was full of people. Patients from all over the country took the cases from various hospitals before and copied the dialects of various places to explain the situation of the patients to the doctors. The first thing that doctors do is to confirm the patient's condition and then classify the patient. Severely injured patients will be scheduled for surgery first, and those who can wait a little later will be arranged later. If there is no need for surgery, they will be treated conservatively with medication, or they will be directly arranged to the medical aesthetics department. Anyway, they are all in a busy state, which is a world away from the situation where there were usually 3 or 2 kittens some time ago. In the afternoon, the police motorcycles in the front cleared the way, and the 2 ambulances in the back drove into the downstairs of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. The doctors and nurses who had been waiting at the door for a long time immediately pushed the patient off the ambulance, and then took the special passage to the operating room upstairs. At the same time, a dozen people jumped out of the car behind the ambulance. The first 2 happened to be Commander Wang, and another middle-aged man. This person was Commander Wang's comrade in arms in Puhai. The 2 who were sent in just now were the 2 wounded who were seriously injured the day before yesterday when they were fighting the fire. Commander Wang had called him before. After several considerations, discussions, and repeated confirmations with Commander Wang, did they call the wounded sent here. At Puhai Jinruai Hospital, it is also a great treatment for burns and scalds, but even the patients who are helpless in this hospital are really worried about whether they will be effective if they are sent to benching. The doctor at Jinruai Hospital was very skeptical of this proposal, and Commander Jiang also communicated the situation with the wounded's family members, and the wounded's family members strongly recommended that they be transferred. After all, in Jinruai, the only option is to send the wounded into a sterile ward, and then the methods should be normal, but in fact, it depends on whether the wounded can survive. And this Sunshine Burns Hospital has been in the news from all over the country for the past 2 days, and the news has fascinated their treatment of burns and scalds. And the families of the wounded at this time, even if there is a glimmer of hope, have to come and dry. Therefore, despite the strong opposition from the attending physician of the wounded, the family members insisted on sending the wounded to this hospital to have a try. Mentalnovel.com. Because of the special status of the wounded, the hospital was not at ease, so they organized an expert. The nursing team, accompanied by, and 2 deputy directors of the burn department came by the way, just to come over to find out the truth. Commander Wang, Commander Jiang who came with Puhai, and the families of the wounded, went upstairs together and went straight to the observation room upstairs. Before they came, Puhai's doctor had already held a conference call with Guan Zhenhai and introduced all the wounded. This avoids the trouble of rechecking the wounded in the Sunshine Burn Hospital. At the same time, the military observation team also arrived, accompanied by Mr. Zhu. They also came to the observation room upstairs. The space of the observation room was originally not small. When it was renovated, Xiao Feng also showed his strength. On the other hand, he also considered future teaching demonstrations, so this observation room, which overlooks the interior of the operating room, is fully designed. It is 50 square meters large. A whole wall of floor-toseling windows, so that it can accommodate so many people to observe at the same time. This operation is not a problem at all. In the operating room downstairs, Dr. Guan has already led the hospital, and another big expert, Dr. Li, entered the operating room together. Today, they will perform 2 operations at the same time. This operation is undoubtedly a big test for the Sunshine Burn Hospital. All the experts upstairs are watching. If they can pass the customs today, then waiting for the Sunburn Hospital will be a smooth journey in the future. Chapter 617 Challenge to Keep People. Guan Zhenhai was the first to contact the new operation mode specifically for burns and scalds launched by the 9th laboratory, which can specifically target patients with severe burns and scalds. It is true that he discussed it with the Dr. Li in front of him. Actually, speaking of surgery, the Dr. Li in front of him is more clever than Guan Zhenhai. This Dr. Li is also a junior of Guan Zhenhai, who also graduated with a major in burns and scalds. And speaking of talent, this Dr. Li is actually much taller than him. But it's a pity that Dr. Li is a nerd. He usually likes to do research. He spends a lot of time in medical technology research, but he doesn't know much about human relationships and the world. It turned out to be more than 30, and I looked at 40, but I still don't have a wife. Even the hospital leaders have almost offended him. In the end, he couldn't get involved in a public hospital. Guan Zhenhai was admitted to the Sunshine Burn Hospital. The environment in this private hospital is much more relaxed. Go to work every day, as long as you can cure a patient, it's okay. There are no other people who fawn on the leader, intrigue, and the treatment is not bad, which makes Dr. Li feel like a fish in water. The 2 wounded sent from Puhai today were in critical condition, so Guan Zhenhai took him to the operating room for surgery. Before coming from Puhai, they had checked with the doctors at Jinruai Hospital again and again, and after entering their hospital, they also had a simple checkup. The 2 firefighters were both burned by a gas explosion while fighting a fire in a high-rise building. Fortunately, they both had oxygen masks and no inhalation burns, otherwise there would be no need to save them. And now their situation is that the firefighting suit was burned by the high-temperature flame that exploded in an instant, causing more than 2/3 of the outer skin of the body to overfire, and an 1/3 of them were severely burned. After was sent to Jinruai Hospital. The doctors performed traditional treatments. The doctors cut off the burned firefighting suits on their bodies and cut off the skin along with them, and then used antibiotics to continuously wash their exposed tissues. After it is bandaged, and then sent to a sterile ward, antibiotics, a lot of antibiotics, and then it's up to the patient's own destiny. According to the medical profession, it depends on the patient's will to survive. Because of such burns, modern doctors really have no good solutions. The skin is the largest tissue in the human body, and it is also the most powerful immune tissue. Once this tissue is destroyed, bacteria in the air will swarm in, especially the most annoying anaerobic bacteria. These bacteria are the most difficult to deal with. Once a large area is assisted on the wounded tissue exposed to the outside, it will easily cause a large area of inflammation. At this time, the only way for the hospital is to use a lot of antibiotics, and also to see the patient's will to survive. Only when their will to survive is stimulated and their own immune system participates in this battle, the patient can finally help to survive. This is the so-called anti-infection pass. Only after this pass can the patient help to survive. But most patients return to this level in the end, because these anaerobic bacteria are very powerful. and a large number of antibiotics often cause resistance to these anaerobic bacteria, and the patient's own immune system, where is it so easy to activate? The largest immune organ itself has already suffered severe damage. You want him to activate the immune system. Isn't that a joke? Therefore, a large area of moderate to severe burns is very scary, and the cure rate is very low. In the observation room upstairs, two doctors who had rushed over from Jinrui Hospital stood in front of the French windows and whispered to each other. I have never seen such a serious situation when I was in the United States. It is a miracle to live to this day. I really don't know where the confidence of the doctors in the Sunburn Hospital. Yes, wait and see. We can't solve it. I don't believe they can do it. The two deputy directors both have a background of studying in the United States. One of them has the experience of studying abroad in the field of burns and scalds in the United States, and the experience of studying abroad at the Cincinnati Hospital. Naturally, they sneered at a private hospital in a small second-tier city in the north. Although their voices were very small, they still spread to the family members of the patients nearby, and Command Jiang's ears, which immediately attracted their glaring glances, especially Commander Jiang and Commander Wang. Their eyes are almost staring out, but their robes are lying inside. If it weren't for worrying that this is a hospital, these two might have their fists on the spot. And the military observation group standing on the other side were all talking quietly at this time, and the situation they discussed was even more cold. One of the grey-haired old people just put down the tablet in his hand. It was full of the wounded, then turned his head and said to Mr. Zhu beside him, Lao Zhu, do you think they are okay? We have learned about the situation of the two wounded, and our hospitals in the three military regions of South China, Southeast, and Northeast also have a special diagnosis and treatment method for burns and scalds. Even the year before last I have also jointly compiled a diagnosis and treatment manual. If I remember correctly, I mentioned in it that more than 52% of patients with moderate to severe burns and those who died of infections. The data given by the United States is %75. Now the two wounded are both severely infected and have been issued comprehensive certificates. They have fallen into a state of deep shock. Do you think there is still a rescue? Facing the old man's question, Mr. Zhu did not answer directly, but shook his head. Well, I'm not good to say that when they were treated that day, I saw their methods. The patients did recover well in the later stage and passed the infection level smoothly. But today these two situations are very complicated. They in Jinrui Hospital, after the initial treatment and sent to the sterile ward, the anti-infection test is not very smooth. Now a comprehensive certificate of infection has been erupted and is in a state of deep shock. The doctors at the Sunshine Burn Hospital, can they bring them back? I can't say anything. I can only say that it's resigned to fate. After all, it was not the Sunshine Burns Hospital who took over the treatment from the beginning. So Mr. Zhu didn't dare to pack tickets, and he was very cautious. The grey-haired old man also nodded. The middle-aged doctors next to him took notes and started video recordings with mobile phones, because at this time the operation downstairs had already begun. There was silence in the observation room. The families of the wounded folded their hands in prayer. Commander Jiang and Commander Wang clenched their fists. Even the two doctors at Jinrui Hospital had their eyes widened at this time, for fear of missing it. Take any step downstairs. Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li. The two wounded were pushed onto the operating table. When they were all wrapped up like mummies, the first thing the two doctors have to do is cut off all the gauze on their bodies. In fact, this is also the most difficult step in treating burns and scalds. The dressing is changed every day. These gauzes are the most direct contact with the injured body, and inside are the injured body without epidermis, body tissues, muscles and fat. If it is not bandaged, the germs will fully contact these human tissues, and the chance of an outbreak of infection is 1000%. But if bandaged, gauze should be used for these, although it will play a role of sterilization and isolation. But because the patient's body does not have dermal protection, the body tissue will leak out tissue fluid and blood, and will bond with the gauze. Stick the gauze on the patient's body and cut it with scissors every day when changing the dressing. This will damage the patient's body tissue again, which will easily cause repeated infections. This is also the traditional hospital. When treating burn patients, they face the most difficult hurdle. And now Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li, the first thing to do is to replace all the gauze on the wounded and replace them with the special packaging materials of their hospital. The pig skin that has been soaked in the soaking liquid is almost close to the outer skin wrapper of 99% of human skin. The two doctors acted quickly, completely ignoring the patient's response. At this time, the patient was already in a deep coma. If they act cruelly, the patient may be rescued. If you can't bear it, then these two wounded will be 100% dead. Soon the gauze on the patient's body was cut off by them, and the gauze adhered to the patient's exposed body tissue, and the scabs began to bleed again. The two drastically drew attention to everyone upstairs. Novel.com. These two are too courageous. Doctors in other hospitals, they dare not do this. Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li quickly removed all the gauze from the patient's body. After was removed, both of them took a breath of air. This patient is now really facing a critical moment of life and death. The body under the gauze does not have much recovery at all, and even in some places, due to the erosion of anaerobic bacteria, the disease has begun to rot. If the patient does not come to them, in other hospitals, there is only one dead end. Because of such a serious decay, there is no rescue at all. Then the patient will definitely be infected with a syndrome outbreak, and then cause multiple organ failure and die. But when they came to them, supported by their unique special effects, they dared to challenge Tang Gong to stay. With a knife in their hands, the two of them quickly cut off the corrupted muscle tissue of the patient. At the same time, the assistant doctor held a small watering can and kept spraying spray on the affected area after the cut. All the experts upstairs grew their mouths in surprise, because after the sprays were sprayed on the affected area, the blood and tissue fluid that had spewed out were immediately stopped. Then someone took out a lot of black and gold ointment and applied it directly to the patient's wound. Then someone quickly took out a piece of human skin tissue-like dressing and quickly bandaged the patient. The whole process is smooth and flowing, which is completely different from the diagnosis and treatment methods they have seen before. Can be effective, but it can only be described as surprisingly good. Chapter 618 Rejuvenation. The two doctors at Jinruai Hospital were surprised at this time as if their jaws were dislocated. They watched the rescue process of Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li downstairs, but they did not close their mouths the whole time. What is this technique? Fuck me, this is okay. This technique is too wild, right? Digging grooves? Great, just cut the meat. Did you ignore the patient's reaction? Huh? God, do you see the vital signs of the two wounded? The blood pressure is coming up, and the heartbeat is also strong. Yeah? What did they seem to sense? Take a slot. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing. Although at the beginning, the two doctors looked down on this small second-line hospital in the north, thinking that they were probably liars. But when I saw the two doctors in the operating room downstairs, they rejuvenated in front of them, and brought back two firefighters who had fallen into shock and were likely to crash and die at any time from the ghost gate. The two doctors still couldn't help being excited. They were both in their 30s. But they felt that they had seen a miracle. Was also very excited that the two wounded were able to come back to life. Not only were they excited, but the families of the wounded beside them were crying. They were already mentally prepared. How can I think that this hospital actually gave them a great surprise? The children who fell into a coma actually survived and were really rescued. How can they not get excited for them, as long as the child can live? This is more important than anything else. The family members hugged each other and wept with joy. Commander Zhang and Commander Wang next to them had sour eyes. They're soldiers. As long as they have a breath, they must rescue them all. This is the Chinese soldier. And the members of the military tour group on the other side were all dumbfounded at this time. To be honest, when they first learned about the situation of the two wounded, Their first reaction was that Jinruai Hospital had already done everything they could. The rest is really resigned to the fate, depending on the good fortune of the two wounded. But judging from the situation where the two wounded were sent in, the situation of the two wounded is not very good. According to their experience, the two wounded have a 90% chance, number. Yes, there is a 95% chance that you won't be able to get off the operating table. But now a miracle happened, and it happened before their eyes. The two doctors performed drastically. They are not very appreciative, because they have never tried such a bold technique on patients with severe burns. But the vital signs of the patients are visible to them. When the two wounded were sent to the operating room, they all saw the situation. The blood pressure was pitiful. The heartbeat was very weak, not to mention the blood oxygen. The situation can be said to be extremely critical, with severe infection and shock. To tell the truth, in this situation, the infection syndrome may cause multiple organ failure in the patient at any time. Once the organ failure breaks out, no matter how rescued it is useless. But when two wounded are put on the operating table, the situation is different. First, the two doctors asked the nurse to inject something in the open channel that they didn't know what kind of medicine it was. Everyone only heard what kind of protein it was. Human albumin. They all know that it is indeed the best way to inject this drug at this time. The patient's condition is obviously that the liver and kidneys are overloaded and cannot detoxify. At this time, albumin must be used to balance the tissue fluid in their body, strengthen blood oxygen transport, and at the same time replace toxins in the patient's body. And this kind of albumin is very expensive, and it often takes dozens of needles to deal with such patients. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to hit their blood vessels with gold. And these two doctors gave people the kind of medicine, and the effect was obviously better than that of albumin. Because of this kind of patients whose organs have begun to fail severely, it is generally difficult to sustain such a major operation. But after those medicines were injected, these two patients abruptly survived. During this operation, the two doctors used drastic measures. If it is a normal patient, the pain will die. Neuralgia, muscle pain, massive blood loss, loss of tissue fluid. Any of these conditions may directly cause the patient's physical signs to collapse and lose control. But this situation did not happen. The two patients did not collapse during the operation. The more amazing thing is that the medicine used by the doctor later spray the medicine in the water ink and on the patient's wound, and the patient's wound will stop bleeding immediately, and the tissue fluid will not leak. Then the ointment is applied, and the situation is even more miraculous. The poor vitality index that was originally low immediately changed. The blood pressure rose. The heartbeat became stronger, and even the blood oxygen index rose. It was as if the patient was injected with a magical cardiotonic injection at once, and the patient seemed to be in a deep coma and could feel the effects of these magical drugs. Vital signs have begun to recover. This is simply a miracle. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, everyone present would feel this incredible. The two doctors at Jinruai Hospital kept exclaiming, and they were even shocked by their foul language. Those who have witnessed such magical skills are a bit mad at this time, because they know that a new revolution in the field of burns and scalds is about to break out. The military observation team fell into a strange state of silence at this time. After a long time, the old doctor with grey hair turned around and took Mr. Zhu's hand. Although he extremely suppressed his excitement, he can still see his uncontrollable excitement from his trembling hands. Old Zhu, thank you. Elder Zhu was also red at this time. Haha, Mr. Wang. What are you thanking me for? I didn't invent this technique, nor did I invent the medicine. No, I still have to thank you. Thank you for being able to find such a magical hospital, and for being able to report such valuable news to the military district as soon as possible. You know, this can save the lives of countless boys. Hearing that old Wang said this, the application on old Zhu's face also became solemn. This is what I should do. At this time, the operation in the operating room downstairs has also come to an end. The injuries of the two wounded persons have also been dealt with at odds and ends. The gauze was cut off, and the rotten flesh that was exposed was also cut off. They were smeared with the Sunburn Burn Hospital's special scald cream, and then wrapped in their special dressing to replace the skin. The vital signs of the two wounded have also improved, from the original "if there is nothing," to a normal and stable state. Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li looked at the life monitors of the two wounded, and both were relieved. Today they are considered to be done. The two wounded should be able to wake up after a while. Sent to a sterile ward for monitoring. Soon several interns and nurses came over, took the two severely wounded people off the operating table, and sent them to the outside intensive care unit. There are only two doctors, but they didn't mean to go out of the operating room, because today there are still many patients waiting for their treatment. Guan Zhenhai was even more bullish, and walked to the intercom downstairs. "Okay, the rescue of the two Puhai wounded has been completed. The family members above are all separated. The meaning of is very clear. The person has been rescued. You have the family members of the wounded Puhai, two Jinruai doctors, and Commander Wang and Commander Zhang, so you evacuated quickly. Please don't watch other wounded operations." As for the military observation group, they didn't dare to drive it away. People originally came here to investigate. It was necessary to observe a few operations. Two more wounded were brought in soon. These two were also admitted last night. One was a severely burned patient who came from the capital, and the other was a burn wounded who came from the provincial capital. Guan Zhenhai and Dr. Li soon fell into a busy process again. I was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening, and had 7 or 8 operations in a row, and the two people came out of the operating room. As soon as he came out, Guan Zhenhai was immediately called upstairs by Mr. Zhu to meet with the observation team from the military. After a brief introduction, a series of questions from the Bureau Observer Group were thrown away. During the process of seeing the operation, these experts were suffocated by the problem. At this time, they could finally ask a clear question. Guan Zhenhai also smiled and gave answers one by one, but in the process, he must have repeatedly emphasized the hanging pot spray, www.mentalnovel.com, and the black jade burn ointment used to stop bleeding. After seeing a few operations, the experts all understood after listening to their explanation. It turns out that the reason why this hospital dared to change the traditional treatment plan so drastically is that it relies on these two unique drugs. It is the existence of these two essential items that greatly increase the patient's chance of survival. After answering the questions, Guan Zhenhai left the room. After a long time, his hungry chest stuck to his back. Returned to the office upstairs, and soon his assistant sent him a takeaway box lunch made from a famous chef. Guan Zhenhai gobbled it up again, while looking at the backstage records in the computer, which recorded in detail the patients admitted to the hospital today and their treatment. At this time, the door of his office was knocked, and then the chief doctor of the medical aesthetics department, Ha Tai-jun, walked in. "Hello Dean." He Tai-jun is a Korean. When he saw Guan Zhenhai was eating, he bowed slightly and apologized. "Yeah, director, he hasn't got off work yet." "Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat together?" Guan Zhenhai warmly greeted He Tai-jun to sit down at his desk and said politely. He Tai-jun smiled and shook his head. "I just finished eating at the celebrity chef's manufacturing side, and then I came up. There are too many patients today and I might have to work overtime." "Ha, isn't that a good thing?" Recommend the new book of Urban Great God Lao She, Chapter 619. Take the initiative to visit. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. The transformation has failed several times. This time it is a science and technology literature. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. While the Burns and Scald department is so busy, the medical aesthetics department is also not idle. Since the news of the Sunshine Burns Hospital was broadcast that day, in fact, the front desk of the hospital received the most calls after they came to consult the medical and aesthetic aspects. There has been an endless stream in these 2 days, with consumers coming from all over the country. The reason why these people are said to be consumers, not patients, is because almost 90% of these people are not burned on their faces, is just a consumer who wants to have cosmetic surgery to make himself more perfect. There are men and women among these people, but women make up the majority, almost over 90%. And since yesterday, the medical aesthetics department has begun to conduct inspections for these people, and began to design plans. This He Taijun is a cosmetic surgeon from the Southern Dynasty, but he is not the same as his colleagues in the Southern Dynasty, because he did not learn medical beauty techniques from the Southern Dynasty. After studying in the United States, I went to Japan for further study. In fact, before the emergence of medical aesthetics in the Southern Dynasties, there were two major cosmetic surgery countries in the world. These two countries are the United States and Brazil. The annual cosmetic surgery performed by Americans is almost the highest in the world, but another big country, Brazil, is not too much, but it is not the same as most of the United States that uses scalpels on the face. Brazilians are more daring to do all over the body, and the most done is breast enhancement and buttocks enhancement. Later, the cultural and entertainment industry of the Southern Dynasties gradually started and developed. At the same time, the people of Southern Dynasties discovered that their country's excellent resources, that is, the so-called handsome men and beautiful women, were too few. So with the rise of entertainment and culture, their cosmetic medicine gradually developed. At this time, they first studied in the United States, and later they combined a part of Japanese technology, and then they developed their own medical aesthetics. That's right. At that time, the world's largest plastic surgery country that quietly followed the United States and Brazil was Japan. How can the Japanese not get involved in such a lucrative industry? Maybe out of shame about plastic surgery, so Japan has not been very public in this regard, but their medical aesthetics skills, in terms of materials and surgical techniques, are actually not bad. Even for those in the industry, Japan's medical technology is definitely one level higher than that of Southern Korea, second only to the United States. This can be seen from the star idols on both sides. For example, the characteristics of their medical aesthetic surgery in the Southern Dynasties. For example, their industry will set a model, and this model is also the kind of beauty that fully possesses their Southern Dynasty's cognition of beauty. Then, almost all operations are performed according to this mold. In this way, the beauties that come out are almost all the same in the end. If you don't believe me, you can refer to the photos of Southern Dynasty beauty pageants in recent years. You will find that from the 1st to the 10th, these beauty pageants are almost the same in length. If it weren't for the fact that they were not related by blood, you would probably suspect that they were long-lost sisters. And you will also find a feature from these beauty pageants, that is, for example, in the Southern Dynasty this year, in the field of Chinese medicine and beauty surgery, Danfingyan is popular, so these young ladies are almost all Danfingyan. If European-style double eyelids are popular this year, as well as Avatar's nose bridge, then these ladies will have European-style double eyelids and Avatar's nose bridge. This is the method of surgery in the field of Chinese medicine and beauty in the Southern Dynasties, which is the assembly line operation. The beauty that came out was really beautiful when I first saw it, but if I watch too much, I feel crooked, because they are all the same length. And the shelf life is also very short, that is, 3 or 2 years, you need to rebuild, otherwise the nose and facial skin will have problems. This is the level of medical beauty in the Southern Dynasties. To be honest, the craftsmanship is heavier and harder to become a master. Even in some places, even some professional medical and aesthetic institutions in China are inferior. On the other hand, Japan is different. Japan's medical beauty industry, regardless of its reputation, has always been the first choice of many celebrities because their technology is more solid and the doctors are also very user-friendly. For example, before the operation, they will design several plans for you according to the face shape of the consumer, use computer modeling, and make your adjusted face for you to choose. And they basically don't move too much on the face. They don't open the corners of their eyes and turn the triangular eyes into large European-style eye bubbles like the Southern Dynasty avatar. They will only fine-tune you according to your face shape and the inherent characteristics of your own face. This shows their brilliance. The advantage of doing this is that everyone will have their own characteristics, and they will not be the same as the artificial beauties in the Southern Dynasty. Besides, the beauties created in this way can maintain their faces for a longer period of time. They will not be like the beauties from the Southern Dynasties. At the same time of careful maintenance, they will enter the market for major maintenance almost every 3 or 4 years. The most successful example of their medical aesthetics is the head chainer who has been in the Chinese entertainment industry for many years. That woman, when she was in the so-called Oriental Hollywood mix-up, what kind of virtues she had in her early years, as long as she was not blind, everyone could see clearly. Xiao Feng remembered seeing a photo of that woman who laughed loudly at that time. But it left an indelible shadow on him, and he couldn't even sleep for a while. Later, after going to Japan, the whole person was like changing heads, so you have to obey the Japanese methods. Later, he was so fascinated by the leader that he married the woman home, and was ridiculed by the city's media as the green leader. To be honest, although Xiao Feng thinks that the teacher is exaggerated in acting, likes to be handsome, and uses excessive force, he still admires him very much. At the very least, acting for so many years, has insisted on charity, donated so many donations, and can definitely be said to be the top performer in mainland China. What is the purpose of taking care of others? Anyway, they really did it. But in the end he married such a head chainer and went home. He tried to find resources for this woman, even in exchange, and later starred in many bad movies, and finally made his reputation completely stinky. The result was that this woman was tempted by acting and put on a green hat one after another for the leader. While the leader was involved in a certain case, instead of helping each other in the same boat, she quietly transferred the assets of the family. It ended in a sad divorce. Xiao Feng really felt a little unworthy for the leader. But those are too far away. Speaking of He Tai-jun, he is really a weird person in the medical and aesthetic circles of the Southern Dynasty. Since returning from studying in Japan, his craftsmanship has been achieved. In the South Korean medical beauty industry, it is very popular with consumers, and as a result, it has also robbed a lot of business from the masters. This angered the Southern Dynasty Chinese medicine and beauty circle, which is the most respectful of age and inferiority. In the end, some people colluded and framed He Tai-jun and caused him to have a lawsuit in the Southern Dynasty. Although he also hired a barrister in the end, won the lawsuit and saved the doctor's license, his reputation was completely tarnished, and he even owed a debt. Finally, the wife took the child and ran away with others. This He Tai-jun received too much blow, and it plummeted immediately, and almost fell to the street, until Guan Zhenhai found him through some means. He contacted several colleagues who were also not very popular in Southern Dynasties, and they formed a team together and joined the Sunshine Burns Hospital. After being exposed to the new medical and aesthetic materials provided by the Sunshine Burns Hospital, these experts are all very excited. Many people have contacted their friends in China, and kept boasting to them that they have so many good materials. Some people even posted some comparative photos before and after the operation, and went back to the video. As a result, this really caused a sensation in the medical and beauty circles of the Southern Dynasty. Many of the problems that have always plagued the medical and aesthetic circles of the Southern Dynasties seem to be easily solved in the face of these materials. For example, a comprehensive nasal surgery on the nose part requires the bridge of the nose to be padded, and the nose needs to be trimmed, and the nose part is almost the most difficult. The basic operation is the nose area. Cartilage removed from the ears is used, and the bridge of the nose is raised to want a prosthesis. But this prosthesis will have problems after a period of time. So do this kind of comprehensive nasal surgery, 2 or 3 it is necessary to enter the venue for repair after the year. And this new material introduced by the Sunshine Burns Hospital has aroused great interest in the medical and aesthetic circles of the Southern dynasties, because these doctors, using these materials, have already performed operations on many patients in this hospital, and the results are very good. MentalNovel.com This has to let the doctors of the Southern dynasty pay attention to the new hospital material too, especially yesterday, after the explosion in Benching. The news that the Chinese firefighters were rescued not only caused a sensation in China, but also internationally. The news about the Sunshine Burns Hospital has not only been widely reported in Europe and the United States, but also in Japan and the Southern dynasties. Even a lot of news about this hospital was reprinted from many media in China. Naturally, many of them mentioned the reports of the Sunshine Burns Hospital on medical aesthetics and cosmetic surgery, and these reports aroused the attention of the medical and aesthetic circles of the Southern dynasty. So to this day, He Taijun has received a lot of calls, all of which were from colleagues from the previous Southern dynasties, and everyone's purpose was similar. First came to find him to verify the truth about the Sunshine Burns Hospital launching a new type of cosmetic filling material. Come on, I just want to come over and observe and learn. Of course, come here to observe and learn. He Taijun can't be the master, so he can only ask the Dean Guan Zhenhai for instructions. Hearing what he said, Guan Zhenhai has no reason for not agreeing. When he first developed these medical and aesthetic filling materials, his goal was to buy these materials all over the world. This Southern dynasty is an important part of their expansion into the international market. Now people have taken the initiative to come to the door. How can there be any reason to keep people away? Bookmark it for easy reading. Chapter 620 Springboard. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. The transformation has failed several times. This time it is a science and technology literature. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. But what surprised Guan Zhenhai was that in the end not only doctors from the Southern dynasty came, but also doctors from Japan. It can be said that the two groups came together, and they both contacted He Taijun first. The reason for the Southern dynasty is a little more complicated. Although He Taijun was rectified in the Southern dynasty earlier, he can finally win a round. So while raising his eyebrows, it is inevitable that he is a little bit showy. In addition, considering that the Southern Kingdom is now well known in the plastic surgery industry, every year, many people all over the world go to them for plastic surgery, and they are also big users of plastic surgery materials. As for the brand new cosmetic filling materials launched by the Ninth Laboratory, if you want to enter the world market, you really need a very good window. This Southern dynasty is a good breakthrough. After all, if this product enters the market in the name of a Chinese product, it will inevitably lead to discrimination and various unspoken rules. After all, the products of Huago had a bad reputation in the world. In the early years, because of the low price and poor quality, they left a bad impression on consumers in many countries. Moreover, food safety and other cases frequently broke out in the country. This makes it difficult for foreign consumers to have confidence in Chinese food and medical products. Secondly, it is because of China's lack of medical products. If you say that other products of China have already been marketed in the world, they are in the field of medicine. Apart from the basic APIs that Huago has released, there is really no other product that can be called the best in the world. So suddenly launching several medical beauty products with the famous doctors of Huago products, I am afraid it is difficult to be convincing, even if you tell people that the products of the Ninth Laboratory are at this time. Although the cosmetics of the Ninth Laboratory are now well known in the world, they are only cosmetics after all. If you say that you put under the skin cosmetic products for cosmetic surgery, people may not really trust them. What's more, when you enter this market, you are grabbing the market of major manufacturers of medical and aesthetic products such as Synron and Yao, and behind these major companies are large chaebols in Europe and the United States. These guys can eat people and don't spit out bones. Your family of Chinese products goes to sea, and the performance is so good. I am afraid that these guys will be taken in the head when they go out. After all, if these guys are playing rogues, they just need to label you ideology, and it will be difficult for you to sell this product. But if you take the Southern dynasties and Japan, this way of quietly infiltrating, the effect will be much better. After all, these two countries have very deep exchanges with European and American countries, and they are more easily accepted by European and American countries from the field of ideology. Therefore, if you want these medical and aesthetic materials to enter the European and American markets, it is appropriate to use these two countries as a springboard. This is also the established strategy that Guan Zhenhai, He Xiaojun, and Xiao Feng have discussed long ago. So at this time, colleagues from the Southern dynasties and Japanese medical and aesthetic circles wanted to come over and observe. They naturally agreed. People from the Southern dynasties came, Ha Taijun was very welcome, to show off, and people from Japan would come. Ha Taijun would not have so many twists and turns. After all, he learned the craft in Japan back then. Colleagues still have very special feelings. Early this morning, 5 Toyota Coasters drove into the Sunshine Burns Hospital downstairs. He Taijun had already taken people here to wait. The men and women in the dens of size Hulala are all on the car, both in their 30s and 40s. But these people are very easy to distinguish in terms of appearance. Some people have very obvious Southern appearances, and some are very typical Japanese. As soon as Ha Taijun saw these people come down, he immediately greeted them, but walked straight in front of a few Southern Chinese people. First came to the Japanese group, first made a big bow, and then wowed in Japanese. Speaking of it, it was like seeing a loved one. Made the faces of those Southern dynasties very unhappy, and a middle-aged man next to the triangular eyes leading the team was even more murmuring. Ah, Xiba, this is a hand traitor. This bitch, really? Enough. Dr. Cha. Don't let him hear. Remember the purpose of our coming today. Also, if you are Dr. He, you will do the same. I think everyone knows what happened that year. These triangular eyes are a bit of tolerance. When he said that, the fat Dr. Che shut up immediately. They were able to come here to observe today. I really want to thank them, He Taijun, for their generosity. If people don't agree, they really don't even have the opportunity to observe. He Taijun greeted the Japanese, and simply nodded to the representatives of these Southern dynasties, and then let his subordinates greet them and enter the hospital. The Nankou doctors and Japanese doctors at the Sunshine Burns Hospital, who were still despised in their hearts, were immediately dumbfounded as soon as they entered the company's interior. Viewed from the first floor, this hospital is completely white, with super high regulation and lifting, plus some super modern decoration styles, which makes this hospital look very tall at a glance, even with the feeling of science fiction. It would be hard to imagine that this is a Huago hospital if it weren't for the patients who registered in the hall on the first floor and their families. And in the past, they looked down on the health standards of Huago Hospital the most. It looks very good here. No one spits anywhere. Even a guy who secretly went to the corridor to look at came back to report, and no one smoked in the corridor, which made people feel that very incredible. Those who are familiar with the hygiene habits of Chinese people know that although the quality of Chinese people has improved significantly in recent years, they have not been doing well in these two aspects. But in this hospital, this kind of situation has been eliminated, which cannot but explain the management level of this hospital. He Taijun's attendant trainee, with a group of Japanese and Korean doctors, soon came to the observation room upstairs. Because the Japanese and Southern Dynasty doctors are coming to observe today, Guan Zhenhai and the others gave up the operating room with the observation room. Soon Ha Taijun took the team back to the operating room, and after a while, the observation room of doctors from Japan and South Korea was crowded, and a dozen white people were squeezed in. Some of them are family members of patients, and some of them are American colleagues. The Japanese team led by Saburo Shiota had studied at Miami Medical School in the United States in the early years. He happened to know one of the doctors among these Americans because they were classmates. Ellen, is that you? Ha, Yanshin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yeah? What a coincidence. By the way, why did you appear here? Yanshin is also very pleasantly surprised when he meets his old friend in another country. What's more, his old classmate is now in the US medical and aesthetics field, but a famous doctor who has opened his own clinic in Miami. Yanshin is naturally very concerned about him, and often emails to contact him. It's an old customer of mine, their daughter, who suffered severe burns from a car accident before. After the burns were cured, she underwent several medical and aesthetic operations in the United States. The results were not satisfactory and the rejection reaction was very serious. How many patients had he suffered? Her parents were very anxious about the next soft thought. Just a few days ago, they heard that Hwago can perform innovative recovery surgery. After inquiring about the communication a few days ago, they came over, and I also came to have a look. Alan said it very lightly. But Yanshin knows that things are definitely not that simple. It seems that Americans have also discovered the value of the medical and aesthetic materials introduced by the Sunshine Burns Hospital. This time, he must come here to check the authenticity. The two were playing ha-ha. At this time the operation downstairs had already begun. Taijun had already learned about the patient's condition with Alan through the video call, and designed the operation plan. So don't hesitate at this time, just get started. Lying on the bed is a 17-year-old girl, Katie, who just got her driver's license half a year ago, and her parents rewarded her with a BMW Mini. But after a party with her companions that night, she went on the road after drinking. Turned directly into the ditch on the highway and suffered severe burns. I was very lucky to get a life back. Katie's parents have a very rich family background, and her beloved daughter was hit hard by this, so she naturally tried her best to rescue her. The child was rescued from a burn, but his face was disfigured. Later, he went to the best cosmetic surgeon in the United States for several operations, but the results were not satisfactory. The child once wanted to commit suicide. Mentalnovel.com. This scared the parents. No, as soon as they heard about the magical hospital in China, they immediately contacted them. After submitting the detailed information and getting a positive reply from the hospital, they immediately chartered a plane to bring the children over, but because they were not at ease, they also brought Alan over. After all, he is an expert in this area. If there are any problems during the operation, he can also call a stop in advance. Regarding the presence of so many Southern Koreans and Japanese doctors in the observation room at this time, they can take care of it. Starting from the first cut of Taijun, the parents put their hands together and prayed, hoping that God would save their beloved little Candy. But soon, they were stunned by Taijun's technique. Katie had undergone several plastic surgery before and they had observed it, but this time Taijun's technique was completely different from what they had observed before. Not to mention that they are a couple of laymen. It is Saburo Shiota, and experts like Alan, who were shocked to see Taijun's operation methods. I thought that Taijun's path was too wild and completely beyond their understanding of normal cosmetic surgery. What is this going to do? Why did you cut off the entire face of the patient? Where is cosmetic surgery? This is all about making a horror movie. Alan couldn't help it, and wanted to press the notification button to stop the operation. But at this time, the assistant beside Taijun began to explain. Chapter 621. A revolution in the medical beauty industry is about to break out. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. The transformation has failed several times. This time it is a science and technology literature. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. Although the patient used his own skin during the previous skin graft surgery, the recovery was not good due to bacterial infection. Repeated inflammation not only caused huge pain to the patient, but also produced severe rejection. So we plan to cut off all these old skins. General burn patients, especially those with burns and scalds on the face, will undergo medical aesthetic surgery when they recover. The most important part of the operation is skin grafting. The best way is to cut a piece of skin from the patient's body that has not been burned, such as the buttocks or the inside of the thigh, and change it to the face. Skin transplantation of the body will reduce rejection. But pay attention, only to reduce rejection, not without rejection. Some people have good physical fitness and have low skin sensitivity, so the rejection reaction is not obvious, and some people who have sensitive skin and have poor physical fitness will have a very obvious rejection reaction. And Katie on the operating table is obviously like this. After her face was skin grafted, inflammation, pain, and rejection repeatedly broke out. The little girl felt that life was gloomy for a time, and even lost the courage to live. Then what do you plan to do with the skin on her face? Alan, who didn't intend to speak, couldn't help but press the intercom in the room and asked the doctor in the operating room. And his words also caused the Nanko and Japanese doctors present to crane their necks. This is also an issue that everyone is concerned about, especially the doctors from the southern dynasties. They prefer to use a big knife on the patient's face, and they have done a lot of sleevel operations, that is, the face is shaving the bones. Many women in the entertainment industry, in order to make their faces look softer and more suitable for photogenic, they will choose to cut the jaw angle. Many celebrities in China have undergone such surgery. The most famous one is the Function Sister. With this kind of surgery, the sequelae are very obvious, ranging from 3 years in length to 2 years in short, and must be returned for repair. Facial collapse is only the most frequently encountered problem, some of which are not rescued in time. The face will become a disaster scene. The most famous lady in this aspect is that Miss Dudu from Xiangjiang. I think Miss Dudu was also a smashing beauty star back then, but she was not much more beautiful than the second forest on the island. But it is precisely because the beauty is late and out of fear of the old, she underwent cosmetic surgery. It's a pity that the operation was not successful. Later, her face really became impossible to show. This is also the main reason why many women have been skeptical about cosmetic surgery. In the Southern Dynasty, there are countless lawsuits caused by facial collapse or skin rot after surgery every year. Therefore, the doctors of the Southern Dynasty are very concerned about the methods of the Ha Taijun team at this time. They really want to know how Ha Taijun and the others solved the skin problem. Because once this problem can be solved, the future of the medical aesthetics surgery world will change. After the operation is completed, we will use our special ointment to allow the patient's face to grow new skin on its own. The doctor downstairs replied, and this answer, to the doctors upstairs, was nothing more than a depth bomb dropped on the calm lake. How can that be? Grow the same skin as the original? I heard it right. These guys must be crazy. Yeah, this is too crazy. I have never heard of such a technique before. Mate, either they are crazy, or we are crazy. Alan, who has the strongest connection ability, was stunned when he heard the answer from the doctor downstairs. There was only one thought in his mind. They could actually regenerate the skin? At this time, the surgery downstairs has entered the stage of facial reshaping. Ha Taijun and the others had communicated well with Alan before, and they even reshaped Katie's face through computer modeling. They operated according to the previous settings. Katie had been in a major car accident before. Although her eyes were kept, her nose had been burned. Although she had tried to reshape her nose before, it was unsuccessful. And this time, the team of Ha Taijun, in front of everyone, used a 3D printer to directly type out a pair of nose bones for Katie in the operating room according to the set data. Then quickly took out the bridge of the nose and installed it on Katie's face. This process seems simple, but in fact it is very difficult, because it used to require extraordinary means to install the prosthesis on the patient's face, such as perforation and suture. It is almost safe for patients to suffer from sinusitis and other diseases in the later stage. But the way they operated was to let the group of doctors upstairs see their eyes wide open. After clearing the affected area, They directly connected the nasal bones, and then used something similar to glue to connect the nasal bridge bones to the patient's face. The upper bones are fully connected. This process can be described as a fascinating skill, and the many doctors who were there were amazed by it. If they were still skeptical of the Sunshine Burns Hospital's technology and materials before entering the operating room, but seeing this step, all their suspicious thoughts had been thrown out of the sky. Because up to now, doctors at the Sunshine Burns Hospital have used completely different surgical techniques from their previous operations during the operation, and they have also used a lot of new materials that they did not know or had seen before. This has completely subverted their previous understanding of facial reconstruction surgery, which shows that their technical level has completely surpassed them by 1,000 miles. And it can be said that they have become a school in the field of medical aesthetic surgery. Knowing this, they can't resist. After that, the doctors of Ha Tai-jun's team began to slash the patients' faces. For example, Katie told them that she felt that her cheekbones were too high and not very attractive, and she wanted to cut her cheekbones low. And cheekbone cutting surgery, in the field of medical aesthetic surgery, can be said to be a more difficult operation than mandibular cutting surgery, because the position of the cheekbone is too important compared to the mandible. This bone can not only support all the muscles and skin of your face, but also the most important part of your face. If the cheekbones are cut, then the sequelae of facial collapse and falling face will be almost 100% in the future. Back then, Miss Dudu failed the operation on this part and finally caused the face to collapse. Therefore, ordinary doctors do not perform surgery on this part of the patient, but in this operating room, Ha Tai-jun and his team seem to have no taboos. They cut off the muscles on the patient's face, then removed a small piece of cheekbones and polished them. After the cheekbones were polished down, they put them back together. And the process of putting them back also used a strange bone glue. They didn't need the methods used to fix bones at all. They just used this special glue to glue it together, and the effect seems to be not so good. After that, new filling materials will appear. Be aware that during the operation, because of the adjustment of the bone shape, some facial muscles will definitely be cut off, and even the most advanced doctor cannot control the weight and shape of the cut muscles. Therefore, in order to compensate for the muscle loss, the normal operation is to use the fat extracted from the patient's own body as a filler in the position where the patient's muscle is cut. Either use silica gel or inject hyaluronic acid to fill it. But these three filling methods all have sequelae. Silica gel is not to mention. It is prone to leaks and can cause cancer. Now it has been completely banned. The latter two are filled with fat, but he is not a muscle after all and does not have enough support, so after a period of time, it will definitely collapse, causing the skin to relax and fall. At this time, there are two options, either to go to the hospital and return to the factory for maintenance, or to inject hyaluronic acid. And most people choose to save time and effort to inject hyaluronic acid. Once the injection of hyaluronic acid is too much, after 3 years, it will definitely cause disease. Those big stars are rich, can use good medicine, and have specialized doctors to help them, so they will last longer. But it is hard for ordinary people to say. If the maintenance is not good, it will cause liver and kidney disease in the slightest. And kidney failure will not run away. So you need to be cautious about plastic surgery. And the filling material used by Ha Tai-jun is completely different. Mentalnovel.com is the kind that I have never seen before. A blue jelly-like thing, taken out of the box, and then quickly wiped on the part that needs compensation, fixed, and then dried, polished, and shaped. This sequence of techniques is the same as a dental filling. The doctors upstairs have grown up with their mouths, and their minds are full of numbness. Can this medical surgery be used like this? But when they saw that the patient quickly repaired the bones of the bridge of the nose, everyone stopped talking. These series of surgical techniques have shocked the doctors upstairs. All the previous dissatisfaction, this time all disappeared. Seeing this, They are sure that the medical beauty industry is about to break out a revolution. This is a huge market worth trillions of dollars a year. Cut off the cheekbones, and then help the patient to adjust the mandible, after which the magic ointment that the group of doctors had said before appeared. A dark but shining ointment with a strange golden color was applied evenly on the patient's face. The muscle tissue that had been exposed before was immediately covered. After applying the ointment, the doctors quickly took out a number of skin-like dressings and wrapped the entire face of the patient. Such an incomprehensible operation has made everyone numb, and now everyone is looking forward to Ha-Tai-Jun and the others hurriedly out of the operating room, and then ask what they don't understand clearly and plainly. Bookmark it for easy reading. Chapter 622 Ambition. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. The transformation has failed several times. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. Dr. River, what kind of filler do you use? Are there any sequelae? Also, what kind of glue do you use when doing bone joints? Obviously, it only took 2 hours for the operation, but in order to open the eyes of this group of colleagues, the Ha-Tai-Jun team slowed down and just did more than 3 hours. But the effect was very obvious. As soon as they came out of the operating room, they were surrounded by doctors from the United States, Japan and South Korea, and everyone kept asking questions. After all, compared to the burn and scald market, this medical beauty market is too big, and it's still a real profiteering industry. Now everyone is at the birthplace of a future revolution in medical aesthetics. Facing the first operator, everyone naturally wants to ask, you guys, what kind of ointment did the patient put on later? Is that kind of ointment, can the patient grow new skin? By the way, what kind of material is the layer of dressing you bandaged on the patient's head later? A group of doctors can no longer pay attention to etiquette. They surround the River Tai-Jun on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, almost airtight. Although this made Tai-Jun standing in the crowd feel a little breathless, but this kind of highly anticipated feeling made him very enjoyable. This kind of life under the spotlight is really cool. Unexpectedly, the effect of this demonstration operation would be so good. Humphrey, those dogs who used to entrap me in the southern dynasties, tremble. Starting today, Lao Tzu is the originator of the new era of the world's medical beauty industry. He is a great figure admired by the entire industry. When you open your mouth, you will be crushed to death. At this time, Tai-Jun was already full of revenge pleasure. But soon he woke up from that state of excitement. Everyone, I will answer your questions later. I have to explain a few words to the patient's family first. After all, the doctors are highly qualified people. What's more, the security guards at the hospital where the sun burns and scalds at this time are all standing aside, looking at these murderous, big-waisted brawny men. They were very sure that if they were out of order, they would definitely throw themselves out of the hospital without hesitation. Tai-Jun squeezed out of the crowd and first came to Katie's parents, a pair of middle-aged white Americans dressed in fashion. When you look at your figure and temperament, you know that you have an extraordinary background, and your family is definitely not bad for money. Middle-aged men and women living in the US can maintain a normal and healthy body, but it is not easy. Long-term healthy diet and fitness is not something that everyone can do. Mrs. Smith, sir, let's go to my office and talk. There are too many doctors around here, and Tai-Jun also wants to slay the appetite of these doctors, so he plans to bring the Smiths to his office to talk. Naturally, other doctors are not qualified to follow up, but as the consultant doctor of the Smith family, Alan is qualified to follow up. When he arrived at the office, Tai-Jun explained to the Smiths the procedure of the operation and the necessity of some techniques. We used a lot of new materials during the operation, and you have seen them. But for these new materials, please rest assured that these are the latest medical beauty products developed by the 9th laboratory. The clinical trials have been conducted for a long time before, and the results. I think you have read the news about us before. I can tell you that those news reports are true. Many burn patients do it here. After the medical aesthetic surgery, The results are very good. Hee-tae-jun explained to the Smiths that the material he used was actually for Alan to hear. Unexpectedly, the expression on Mrs. Smith's face suddenly changed. The 9th laboratory you mentioned, is that the 9th laboratory? The one that sells cosmetics? Yes, it's their family. But they are not just a cosmetics company. In fact, they should be a new type of biotechnology company. The medical and aesthetic materials they research are all developed based on the principles of human physiology. There will be no human body rejection, and the effect is very good. It's their home, so I can rest assured. I believe their products will definitely not be bad, because I use their cosmetics. It is much better than Estee Lauder's effect. Speaking of cosmetics, this Lady Smith was very interested and even a little chatty. It seems that the cosmetics of the 9th laboratory still left a very good impression on her, so she is very convinced the medical beauty products will not be bad. In addition, after the operation is completed, your daughter still needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a period of time. After almost 2 weeks, the new skin on her face will grow up. Then we will make some fine-tuning for her according to the skin condition. It takes about a month in total. No problem at all. But doctor, are you sure that new skin will grow on her face? As for the answer this time, Mr. Smith, Hee-tae-jun smiled and nodded. Don't worry about this. To be honest, our hospital has treated more severe burns and scalds than her. Our ointment is unique. It can stimulate the self-generation of human skin tissue. There is no need for skin transplantation, and no need for skin transplantation. Worry about infection and rejection. Mr. Smith nodded in acceptance. He didn't quite understand these questions, but Alan was an expert. At this time it was finally his turn to speak. Dr. River, what kind of material is the ointment you used? This question lasted for a long time. By the time they came out of the office, it was already more than 2 hours. There were a bunch of American, Japanese, and Korean doctors outside, but none of them left. They would rather be hungry than wait for Hee-tae-jun to come out and ask them to understand. And at this time, seeing the satisfied Smith family coming out, they knew that the operation must have been passed by Alan. A group of doctors couldn't help it anymore, and they swarmed up. Dr. He, Dr. He. The hospital was full of porridge, but at this time Hee-tae-jun was very arrogant. Sorry everyone, you have already watched the operation. I will leave it to my hands to complete the explanation of the process. I still have a few more. Surgery is going to be done, so please give way. A demonstration operation has already established this guy's position in the medical beauty industry, so this frame must be brought up. I have an operation, how to do it, what materials to use, can I explain it to you? Want to hear an explanation? Hey, how can it be so easy? I thought that when I went to the United States, how much did Japan spend to learn medical and aesthetic surgery? Do you want to learn technology from Lao Tzu for nothing? Dream. When I will open a teaching class, you will pay me obediently to learn, then there will be a few textbooks, and teaching CDs, you all pay me obediently. This idea Hee-tae-jun has been around for a long time, but he has not dared to talk to Gwan Zenhai because he knows that all his techniques today are actually supported by the Sunshine Burn Hospital. Without the new materials of the 9th laboratory and the technical support of the Sunshine Burn Hospital, all his techniques are castles in the air. Although he can now start a school in the medical aesthetics industry, he dare not just leave the Sunshine Burn Hospital, because if people can hold a Hee-tae-jun, they can hold a Hee-jun out. If he is not obedient, he can be replaced in minutes as a front representative in the field of medical aesthetics. Hee-tae-jun, who had suffered a loss once in the southern dynasties, knew his status very well at this time. And he also knew that the Sunshine Burns Hospital was not actually Gwan Zenhai in charge. He was just the representative who was pushed to the front. The real final word, the big boss behind this hospital. Therefore, if his ideas are to be implemented, they must be approved by the big boss. He had no chance to meet the big boss before, but after the successful demonstration operation, he was finally qualified to meet the big boss, and then talk to him about his thoughts. This technique can never be taught to those guys for free. If you want to learn it, then spend money to learn it. Hee. If you don't want to learn, that's okay. When the time comes, Sunshine's reputation for medical beauty will be released. Patients from all over the world will come to Sunshine. If you don't go to see you, if you don't learn, you will be eliminated by the entire industry and starved to death. Anyway, Taijun, the river, has already calculated all the way behind, and he plans to talk to Guan Zhenhai about this tonight. At the same time, Xiao Feng was sitting in his office and was making a video call with Fu Yuan and Li Jushi. Last time these two guys organized people to come to him to steal the small molecular collagen solution. After he caught them, they both planted goo on them. And after this goo worm is planted, it will not only let him control the two of them, but when the ancestor is his ancestor, these goo worms will fall into the incubation period. But during this period www.mentalnovel.com they will secrete various hormones, which will also cause considerable impact on the host, and most of these effects are benign, because goo worms must ensure their own quality of life. They must let the host guarantee health. So during this period of time, affected by the secretion of various hormones, both of them felt that they were several years younger and their bodies were much better than before. Some of the hidden illnesses and chronic diseases of the body in the past have even recovered, which made the two of them overjoyed. Because of this, their loyalty to Xiao Feng has also greatly improved. As the leaders of a large consortium, they are not bad for money, but at their age, they are more pursuing a healthy body, so that they can enjoy the fun of wealth. However, Xiao Feng was the one who brought such changes to them, so even though they were thousands of miles away from Guanshan, they all treated Xiao Feng respectfully. On the one hand, it was because of his blood-suppressed nature. On the other hand, it was naturally because of Xiao the forward brought them real benefits. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 623 True Pioneer. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I was working on a contract last week, and it's officially uploaded today. As for the effects of the new medical aesthetics materials launched by the 9th laboratory, have you all seen it? Xiao Feng asked with a smile, and Li Jushi and Fu Yuan in the video also nodded frequently. Hi. Wow, I have read all the news. The medical and aesthetic surgery at the Sunshine Burns Hospital is really amazing. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Wow. Those materials are really amazing. I think these new materials will change the current pattern of the medical aesthetics industry. Become a strong challenger to Yao and Sanonran. Fu Yuan and Li Jushi are already loyal dogs under Xiao Feng's hands. Now that the owner speaks, they naturally kneel and lick desperately. Very well. Now there are some Japanese and Korean doctors who have come to my side to observe. The effect is naturally distinguished. The next step is the issue of these medical and aesthetic materials entering the Japanese and Korean markets. The approval is for your help to fix it. Xiao Feng contacted the two of them, naturally, because of the entry of these medical materials into the Japanese and Korean markets. Although Japan and South Korea are not as scary as the Food and Drug Administration of the United States, it is actually very difficult to enter the markets of these two countries. Because of the conservative nationalist sentiments, doctors in both countries will choose their own materials when choosing materials and recommending them to patients. They would choose medical and surgical materials produced by their American fathers and European uncles if they could not be produced in their own country. They would not consider Chinese products at all. Now the 9th lab intends to open their market, even if the 9th lab is now well known. Even if it has verified that the effect is very good. But Xiao Feng is still worried that he will receive consumers and doctors from these two countries in the market resistance. In addition, the management departments of these two countries made things difficult. Anyway, they have not done anything like this. At this time, the value of raising these two loyal dogs will be manifested. Fukumoto Yuin is the big boss of Shengshitang. He has a lot of friends in Japan and has many friends in both political and business terms. It shouldn't be a problem to get permission to enter Japan with medical aesthetics materials through him. As for Lee Jushi, let alone the second son of the Xi Ocean Group and the helm of the fifth largest consortium of the Southern Dynasty, it is not difficult for him to coordinate and enter the Southern Dynasty market with medical aesthetics materials. How could these two loyal dogs refuse Xiao Feng's request? Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, this matter will be handled by us. Well, that's it. With such two pioneers, Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the dark lines in Japan and South Korea. As long as they are there, then the products of the ninth laboratory will not be a problem at all to enter and exit the Japanese and Korean markets. And by controlling them, you can also master the perfect springboard. When the time comes, even European and American countries will come up with ideological issues. The products of the ninth laboratory can also be disguised as Japanese and Korean products and go to the European and American markets to cut leaks. Anyway, with them, Xiao Feng is not afraid of the pressure of the European and American markets. In the evening, Xiao Feng naturally met him in accordance with Guan Zhenhai's request. How is it? Are all arrangements made for those in the military? Haha, of course, Mr. Xiao's explanation. How dare I be negligent? Those who belong to Mr. Zhu, as well as the doctors of the observation team from above, have been assigned. These doctors have also helped us a lot, and we are also very satisfied with our Burns and Scald Hospital's innovative treatments and new drugs. It is said that we will return to Beijing for a meeting to discuss cooperation issues soon. After listening to Guan Zhenhai's report, Xiao Feng nodded, very satisfied. If they can get on the military line, they will be safe in the future. The Sunshine Burns Hospital is so hot. Recently, the news has appeared in the newspapers almost every day, and it has been praised by several central mouthpieces every day. It is a new era innovative enterprise that has been praised highly. Guan Zhenhai may feel airy, but Xiao Feng is very sober. Although this kind of publicity is a good thing for the company's popularity, it may not be a good thing for the company's future development. In this era of rampant capital, such a potential company suddenly popped up. What do you think of that capital? Now, let alone China, it is the whole world. It is all due to a serious asset shortage, especially high-quality assets. Or why? The US stock market will continue to rise for 10 years, and even the shares of fruit companies once exceeded $1 trillion. This is all the consequence of the misprinting of money by the Americans after the subprime mortgage crisis in previous years. Those banknotes have rescued the US bank, but they have also entered the society and began to circulate. However, without suitable emerging companies, they can only enter the stock market for fierce speculation. Therefore, the US stock market is riding a rocket and going to the sky. The same is true for the domestic housing market, which is also a consequence of excessive banknotes. There are no bright companies in the stock market, and they are often cut with leaks, so they can only go to the housing market. Now such a promising private hospital has suddenly emerged in China, and it is just right that the state encourages capital to enter the private medical market and supplement public medical care. What do you think? Let's not talk about the hospital of a certain field. People with long heads know that they are liars. But the Sunburns and Scalds hospitals are different. First, there are new technologies, and second, there are new medicines, and they are all unique skills. Do you think those capitals will be red-eyed? Hey, just these few days, I have received countless calls from banks, venture capital, and private equity. I'm so annoying. Guan Zhenhai does not understand and is not interested in the capital market. Xiao Feng ignored those guys. Those guys could only go to him, but they couldn't bother him. However, capital is still very patient now. First, this company has only recently emerged, and secondly, it has been paid attention to by the people all over the country and supported by the local government. At this time, they are not good at trouble. But once the heat passes, it will be different. And these guys can get it out by any means. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of thieves. Therefore, Xiao Feng has always been worried about this aspect. Moreover, in the medical field, if something goes wrong, it will be a big deal. He has also been pondering recently how to prevent problems before they happen. But now that it's connected with the military, it's different. Because of the particularity of the national conditions, as long as they hug the thick leg of the military, those capitals will not dare to provoke them easily. Well, you don't need to talk to them. If you can't, you can change your number. Besides, it's time to assign you a secretary. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Guan Zhenhai blushed. He was expelled from a public hospital because of a problem with his lifestyle. By the way, Mr. Xiao, the doctor from the Southern Dynasty, He Taijun wants to see you. Oh, why? He had an idea, and he mentioned it to me. I also think it makes sense. Guan Zhenhai and Xiao Feng talked about He Taijun, and Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. Casey, the personal assistant guarding outside the office, stood up, walked to He Taijun, and informed him that he could go in. Seeing that the blonde American girl was actually the secretary of the big boss, He Taijun couldn't help being more curious about the energy of the big boss. He took a deep breath, tidied up his suit, and then pushed open the two heavy wooden doors of Xiao Feng's office. Dr. He, come here quickly and have seen Mr. Xiao. Guan Zhenhai greeted with a smile, but He Taijun didn't dare to neglect, walked quickly to Xiao Feng's executive desk and bowed sharply. The set of benefits that the Southern dynasties learned from the Japanese is still very useful. At least Xiao Feng felt very comfortable, and he waved his hand. Sit down. Dr. He, Dean Guan said, do you have some ideas about medical beauty propaganda? Yes, Mr. Xiao. It's like this. It has been a year since He Taijun came to China. During this time, he has been studying Chinese assiduously. Now, although he still has some accents when speaking, he can understand the basic meaning. He made a gesture and talked for more than 20 minutes, and finally he had finished expressing his thoughts. Xiao Feng's enthusiasm after hearing this, he suddenly sat up straight. You have a very good idea. I can even think of publishing books, teaching materials, and organizing doctors to train and study. I definitely support this. He Taijun talked to Xiao Feng about his idea of publishing books, teaching materials, and organizing special training classes. Xiao Feng felt his brains opened up after hearing this. But I don't think it is enough to organize training courses. That's good. Don't we have a medical school in Binqing? I think we will cooperate with them specifically. We will open a medical aesthetics major in their school, right? And even Burns and Scalds together. Not only has the source of students, but also can help us grow bigger and stronger in these two fields, and continuously cultivate talents. This university will become famous in the future, and our hospital will become famous, even can establish a position in these two fields. When he said this, even Guan Zhenhai and He Taijun were also excited. What is the establishment of a sect? This is the real pioneering school. Going to the university to teach and educate people, spread their new surgical techniques, and the doctors who are trained naturally only recognize their sect of technique, and naturally they use the medicine they introduced. At that time, a group of students can directly enter their hospital to work, and the rest can also go to work in other hospitals. It will naturally spread the reputation of their hospital. And the domestic medical school www.mentalnovel.com, which does not have its own field of expertise. For example, the medical school in Xikun is good at dentistry. The Harmony of the capital is famous for treating various intractable diseases, and Puhai's Jiatong is famous for being good at endoscopic surgery. The medical school in Benqing is unknown. In fact, this hospital had a very good foundation in the past. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, there were not a few formal medical schools in China, and this one was one of the medical schools that dared to dominate. Many talents were trained for the country that year. Later, because the country wanted to build a key medical college in the capital, and the key medical colleges in the provincial capital also recruited a lot of talents from here, the medical college gradually declined. But in Binching City, their technical level is still acceptable. Just in the city, several affiliated hospitals have been opened. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 624 Mutual Benefit. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I was working on a contract last week, and it's officially uploaded today. If you go to talk to them about cooperation, they will definitely agree. Guan Zhenhai was even more excited. His eyes lighted, and he patted his chest straight. Mr. Xiao, this matter is covered by me. I graduated from this school, and I can have a good relationship with some of the teachers in the school. And now the principal of the medical school is my senior at the time. If you can get in touch with the Binching Medical College, in a regular university, it is the opening of courses, which is equivalent to the pioneering school. In addition, Guan Zhenhai's mind is very flexible. He feels that the chance of success for this event is very high. Once this event is completed, he may be a long-term student in the future. This is a dream for any Chinese intellectual. In the academic field of China, competition is very fierce, especially in the medical field, which is the most serious place of Shantuism. There are many factions in the northern, southern, domestic, overseas, Soviet, American, and military, and the relationship is even more intertwined. And their Sunshine Burns Hospital is currently only small in scale. But Guan Zhenhai also understands that with Xiao Feng's ambitions, it is destined not to be limited to this burn and scald area in the future. It is inevitable to develop into a comprehensive hospital in the future, and this boss never fights insecure battles. If he intends to enter the field of general medicine, he must use the latest drugs and technology to open the way. Potential to enter. Maybe at that time, the Sunshine Burn Hospital will become the Hopkins and Mayo of China. At that time, do you think it will arouse the hatred of those public tertiary hospitals? That is definitely inevitable, and it may even attract many old experts' verbal criticism, and even joint encirclement and suppression are possible. And most likely, there will be a crisis of digging a wall. What should the hospital do when the sun burns and scalds? If it were the current Sunshine Burns Hospital, it would definitely not be able to cope. Therefore, it is necessary to lay a solid foundation while the big bosses have not put the sunshine in their eyes. And cooperating with Binching Medical College is a very good way. This is not only for the establishment of the mountain, but also for spreading their influence in the domestic medical field. Now that Sunshine's Burns and medical aesthetics are so successful, in the future, if courses are really offered at Benthan Medical College, there will definitely be countless students applying for the exam. After all, graduating from them means finding jobs and making money. It can help the school attract candidates, and the two specialties can also help the medical school to boost its reputation, and even allow them to cross the level. It is possible to upgrade to 211 or even 985. Do you think the school will cooperate with you? And when more and more students graduate from these two majors, these students, who have learned well, will first be hired by their hospitals, in turn at the headquarters, and then sent to branch hospitals opened across the country. Even if they can't be hired by them, they don't have to worry about finding jobs in other hospitals. Once there are enough such doctors, they will have the right to speak in the medical field in the future. This is Xiao Feng's long-term plan. Although he didn't say it clearly, how can a smart person like Guan Zhenhai not understand? Peaches and plums are all over the world, and if there are more students, small groups will be formed. If 2 more leaders can be produced at that time, they will become the authority of the Chinese medical community. When the time comes, they will burn the hospital in the sun and enter the field of comprehensive medicine. Who would dare to jump out and sing the opposite? If anyone dared to come out of the mantle arm as a car, then the brothers who graduated from the Binching Medical College could spit him to death. So this matter, no matter how you look at it, is very worth doing. Guan Zhenhai was very excited and said, "In the past few days, my brothers and sisters have kept calling me. Many of these people are doctors from the top 3 hospitals in our city, and many are teachers from the medical school. I believe, if I go to the school to talk about this, they will definitely not refuse it. After all, this is a good thing for a win-win situation. Our Burns and Scalds majors, and the medical aesthetics majors have already become famous. Although the time is short, it's famous all over the world. If they start classes in their school, then it will definitely help them recruit many students. He Tai-jun, who was next to him, probably understood what Xiao Feng and Guan Zhenhai had said, and even he was excited now. Being able to preach and receive a career in a university turned out to be a hopeless job for him. Being a university teacher in the southern dynasties is very respectable. What's more, He Tai-jun is also very shrewd. He has been in his 40s this year, and he also loves to drink. When he was down in his early years, he did not drink less. It is precisely because of the heavy alcoholism in these years that he has brought many hidden diseases to his body. As a doctor, he knows that in 2 years, he may not be able to use a scalpel. At that time, what is your own value? Sunshine Burns and Scald hospitals will not support idlers. And he doesn't want to go home early for the elderly. If he can enter the university to teach, it is equivalent to entering a safe, work freely, do research, make a lot of money, and be respected. The way out. Thinking of this, he immediately got up and bowed to Xiao Feng and Guan Zhenhai. Chairman, Dean Guan, I very much help to be able to enter the university to teach. If this matter is negotiated, I hope to become a teacher in the field of medical aesthetics. I am willing to give my skills to those students. People. Haha, it's easy to say, don't worry, I will definitely arrange you at that time. Guan Zhenhai replied with a smile, this He Tai-jun's technique is still very good, and also with the aura of a star doctor. Let him go to the medical aesthetics major to start courses. It really can attract many students. Well, when you go to talk to the medical school, say it well. We can donate some experimental equipment to the school. Xiao Feng opened a mouth to Guan Zhenhai, and Guan Zhenhai nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I know how to do it. The matter was over, and it was not too early. Xiao Feng did not detain Guan Zhenhai and He Tai-jun. He has been staring at the Sunshine Burns Hospital for the past 2 days, for fear of any mistakes. Now that things are roughly settled, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. When Guan Zhenhai and He Tai-jun came out of Xiao Feng's office, the first thing they did was to call his old classmates in medical school. It was already past 8 o'clock by this time, and many old classmates had either just returned home or were at the wine table, but he was dragged by him for several rounds. Brothers, the meaning of calling you today is very simple. That is, our big boss said that he wants to cooperate with our medical school. There are 2 majors in the medical school. One is Burns and the other is medical aesthetics. What do you think? This is a good thing. Your sunshine is so hot now. If we reach a strategic partnership with Benching Medical College, it will be a win-win situation. It's really a good thing. There is no problem with the medical aesthetics specialty. After all, our medical school did not have this specialty before. But Burns and Scalds are not easy to handle. We have this specialty before. Now Director Zhao is in charge. Hey, the old Zhao is very talkative, so he will leave soon. Xiao Ma, you should go to the dean for advice tomorrow, and reappoint senior brother Guan as the teacher of the Burns department. You won't be able to take over as soon as Zhao leaves. Don't say it. Guan Zhenhai's popularity is really good. He and his brothers gathered together, and after they understood what he meant, they began to help him make suggestions. Of course, these people also understand that the Sunshine Burn Hospital is already on fire, and the future is bound to be limitless. Everyone wants to be able to ride a ride in such a hospital. These people discussed a general idea that night, and began to spread some news in the school the next day. When the medical school students heard that the Sunshine Burns Hospital would cooperate with the school to open 2 new disciplines, they couldn't help but get excited. The students in this school know their own situation. Their school is a 5-year school, and it is neither 211 nor 985. After graduation, it will be very difficult for them to find a job. Some people who graduate in the future may insist on taking the postgraduate entrance examination. And most people may go to some second-class hospitals or even community hospitals to find a job. It is fortunate to be able to find a job. There are still many people who may not be able to find a job and will sell medicine or change business. But if the school cooperates with the Sunshine Burns Hospital, it will be different. As the hottest hospital at present, if you can work in this hospital in the future, wouldn't the future be great? The students are not fools. Many people can even guess that the Sunshine Burn Hospital is destined to expand nationwide in the future, and it will definitely require a large number of medical staff. This is not a good opportunity for them, so countless people have started to inquire about teachers, and even started to think about changing their professions. It was just rootless rumors that spread throughout the entire campus in just half a day. Not only did it cause a sensation among the student population, even the teachers at the school had their own thoughts. Sunshine Burns Hospital seems to be in a state of shortage of doctors at present. mentalnovel.com I heard that their treatment is very good. The starting salary of doctors is $10,000. And various overtime pay is required to make up. There will be more at the end of the year. Bonus, I heard that earning hundreds of thousands a year is not a problem. In the afternoon, Guan Zhenhai walked into the campus amidst such rumors and knocked on the principal's office. Junior brother Guan, you can't play authentically. Do you have ideas to tell me directly? You don't need to rely on public opinion to force the balance. You don't know how many phone calls I have received in the morning, and even some rumors have been spread outside the school. Go. Even the education bureau in the city knows about it. Someone even called me specifically to ask me if there is such a thing. You said, how can I answer? President Lee of the medical school met Guan Zhenhai and greeted him to sit down with a smile. And at the same time jokingly asked, as a human spirit, how could he not understand what was going on? Ha ha, brother, you wronged me. Besides, isn't it a good thing for us to cooperate with each other? Ha ha, it's a good thing, a good thing. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 625 Viper I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Ever since Xiao Feng subcontracted the podium in the middle of the Twin Towers to Yida, Yida has moved very fast. Regardless of the fact that they have been shrinking strategically in the past 2 years, they are still in the commercial real estate industry of the leading. I also see the importance of this location. On the left-hand side is the headquarters building of the Celebrity Chef Group. There is a high-end hotel downstairs, and on the right-hand side is the current Hot Sunburn Hospital, and this building is upstairs. Quietly lying on her stomach, the 9th laboratory, the hottest makeup industry nowadays. It is precisely because of the gathering of these large-scale enterprises that Yida is also working hard. After obtaining the right to use the 6th podium, it immediately recruited professional designers to design the plan. Moreover, a set of best plans was selected to build this place into a large-scale commercial center. They also divided the huge podium into two. On the right is their own shopping mall, but the design plan is different from other houses. The first floor of the shopping mall is divided into 3 large exhibition halls, 1 large exhibition hall, all year-round discount brand name clothes, the other all year-round discount big-name shoes. The third is often held various exhibitions, food, tea and so on. It is these to attract popularity, and the second floor is the shop for gold and silver jewelry, and various cosmetics. But among these shops, the largest and most watched is of course the flagship store of the 9th laboratory. Then, on the internet, there are the big brands of clothing, with 1 layer for women's clothing, 1 for men's clothing, and 1 for sportswear. Anyway, they are full, because it is done carefully, and there are often various promotions and exhibitions. The business of other shopping malls may not be very good, but the business of Yida is very good. Moreover, because it is located in the tourist landmark area of Benthan, Many tourists who go to Ben Thanh to check in when they are tired, will also go to the mall to take a rest, so this mall has never been short of people since its opening. As for the other half, it was also fully arranged by Yida. On the first floor is a variety of well-known fast food chains, Cafin Cuisine, Golden Arches, coffee shops, etc. Of course, it occupies the largest area and is the best decorated. It must be the new flagship store of benching made by celebrity chefs. The second floor is the big supermarket introduced by Yida. The third floor and the fourth floor are various restaurants. The fifth floor is Yida Baby King, and the sixth floor is Yida's cinema. This mall has been constantly crowded since it opened. Such a strong flow of people completely surpassed everyone's imagination. Even Yida himself did not expect it, and the success of this mall has also led to the development of many commercial real estate in the surrounding area. For example, in the convention and exhibition center next to it, investors have opened up a food street, and even slogans that they want to make the largest night market in Benching. Crowds of people in the night market every day. Under such a commercial atmosphere, this place has gradually become the fourth commercial center of Ben Thanh. Lee Yoming wears a hat and sits in the cafe on the first floor of the mall. His eyes have been through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the cafe, staring at the front entrance of the hospital that burns and scalds the sun. On the opposite side, where he is now, is the podium in the middle of the Twin Towers. But these are not what Lee Yoming is paying attention to. His only focus is the Sunburn and Scald Hospital outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Thinking about the shame he suffered in that hospital a few days ago, he was filled with unstoppable anger from his Danshan. He was expelled from the interview and was then taken to a blind spot in the underground garage by security guards. This was an encounter he had never had before in the mainland area and had been interviewing for many years. He also called the police afterwards. But it was a pity that they beat the so-called demon spirit. But he waited for a few hours before the police came. After coming, I asked briefly for a few sentences, and finally threw him a sentence with insufficient evidence to open the case. At this moment, Lee Yoming was furious. What is it that there is insufficient evidence to file a case? Is the injury on Lao Tzu's body fake? The two security guards were also dark enough, and they should have received some guidance. They punched and kicked him, but they didn't move his face. They all greeted him. So if you just look at his face, you really can't see where he is injured. So Lee Yoming asked the police to take him to an injury test, but when he arrived at the hospital, the doctors who had been raised by you actually said that he could not be tested for injuries. Lee Yoming knew that these doctors must have been in collusion with them. Otherwise, would he not see the bruises on his back, stomach, and legs? Such a doctor should really go to the ophthalmology department. In the end, he cursed without a word, and was picked up by the police. He was still dissatisfied. Holding a US passport, he asked the police to go to the security guard of the building. He knew that the police were most afraid of his passport. Sure enough, the two policemen took him back to the Twin Towers, but the two security guards were not found at all, and his proposal to call for surveillance was directly rejected. The police played tai-kai with him, and finally threw him on the main road and left. That night, he walked back to the hotel alone in the cold wind. He lay in the hotel for 2 days before coming back a little bit. In the past 2 days, he hated this Sunburn and Scald Hospital, and this Huago Hospital. They are considered to be on the bar. In the past 2 days, what he has been calculating is how to avenge this revenge. His ancestors, Lee Yoming, were refugees who fled to Xiangjiang from South Vietnam, and he was the pioneer of the Xiangjiang student movement. Later, he fled to the United States, and he has not changed his hatred of China. Even working with his colleagues from the United States for a few years has increased his hatred of the mainland. How could there be such a superb burn hospital in such a country? Such innovative technology can only be studied by American fathers or European uncles. Countries without IQ like China do not deserve to have such advanced technology. No matter how good his technique is, I will discredit him and stinks. and I will bring down this hospital. These are the more and more determined ideas in Li Yoming's mind over the past 2 days. So since he almost recovered, he has come to the Barker Coffee on the first floor of this mall every day to make, staring at the hospital opposite, thinking about how to bring them down. However, in the past few days, he hasn't figured out a way yet, but seeing the patients coming in and out of the hospital, he felt a little more and more desperate. In the past few days, the newspapers and media in mainland China have covered the hospital with overwhelming reports, and all of them have been positive propaganda. As a result, burn patients from all over the country rush to their hospital for treatment almost every day. What's more, Li Yoming's observations in the past few days have found that not only the Chinese people come here to seek medical treatment, but there are even many foreign burn patients who come to this hospital for medical treatment. During the 2 days he stayed in the cafe, he heard several foreigners who had dialed into the cafe talking about this hospital, and these foreigners were all family members of foreign patients who came to seek medical treatment. These diseases come from the United States, Europe, Australia, Russia, and many of them are on the island of Hong Kong. This is only half a month's work. The reputation of this hospital has already penetrated overseas. The more Li Yoming thought about it, the more he felt the pain of a poisonous snake. He was still sitting in the cafe that day, thinking about how to bring down the Sunshine Burns Hospital. Suddenly he saw several people being cursed and driven out of the hospital by security guards. His eyes lit up and he planned to go and ask, why are the charges expensive? Yes, hundreds of thousands can be collected in one operation. Why? What kind of hospital? It must be a liar. Special code. Go. No longer at his house. Li Yoming did not rush forward either, but followed a few people and quietly listened to what they were saying. After a few steps, he had already understood it. It turned out that these people were family members of patients who had arrived from all over the country, but it seemed that they had not had a very happy life in the Sunshine Burn Hospital. How many please stay? Li Yoming moved in his heart and greeted a few people. The few people looked back at him, and then exchanged glances with each other, all very strange. At this time, Li Yoming's face was smiling like a fox, and he kept cursing in his heart. These mainlanders are a group of greedy fools. As long as they are given enough benefits, they can do anything. At the same time, Guan Zhenhai staggered out of the elevator while singing a model play and went straight to his office. In the past 2 days, he has been discussing cooperation with Dean Li of the medical school. It can be said that this matter has progressed very smoothly from the beginning. Sunshine Burns Hospital wants to use the status of the regular army of Binching Medical College www.mentalnovel.com to expand its influence in the domestic medical field, and establish a school to gain regular status and recognition. The Binching Medical College also wants to use the technical strength of the Sunshine Burn Hospital to improve its strength and reputation, achieve a level leap, and then expand its enrollment. Therefore, the two sides can be said to hit it off, and the direction was agreed on the same day, and then President Li kept holding meetings in the school these days to unify the ideas of the teachers in the school, and then make overall plans on how to achieve win-win cooperation. Guan Zhenhai even got the status of the school's distinguished professor, and returned to school to participate in several joint construction meetings. From the students to the teachers here, they all agree with this cooperation, because everyone understands that this cooperation can bring both parties to it real benefits. Everyone had dinner together at noon today, and he also drank some wine. So he won't have the operation in the afternoon. Only when I returned to the office to sit down, I saw the hospital security captain Guan Haibo knocking at the door. Guan Zhenhai smiled and beckoned. Haibo, what's the matter? Come in quickly. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 626. Who wronged who? I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. This Guan Haibo is his nephew, a veteran of high quality. He used to work in the company and security company of the Municipal Bureau of Tertiary Industry, but he was hired some time ago to lead the security guard at the hospital. Now the hospital has a climate already established, but after all, the foundation is not deep. Xiao Feng has repeatedly told him to be careful to attract wind, and to open a hospital, most afraid of some people with unpredictable minds, so the task of their hospital security is very heavy. Guan Zhenhai used to work in a formal tertiary hospital for more than 10 years, so he naturally understands the current situation in the medical industry. Over the years, the state has reformed hospitals many times, but the more reformed, the worse the relationship between doctors and patients in China. The leaders above have never improved the treatment of doctors, but now the prices of goods in society are skyrocketing, and housing prices have risen to the sky. How do you make the doctors feel balanced? The profession of doctors was originally time-consuming and labor-intensive. The worst doctors who can enter the top 3 hospitals are graduates from 985 key universities, the lowest is a master's degree, and the better ones are combined master and doctor degrees. From going to university to working in the hospital, I have been 28 or 19, and I have to be an intern in the hospital for a few years, earning 3 to 4,000 a month's salary. It's okay if you have a family background. The doctors who come from the countryside can rent a house and eat a meal. 1 month's salary is not enough to live. Do you want to get married or marry a wife? Doctors are also human. So many doctors will secretly do something extraordinary, and the cost will be passed on to the patient. If the patient is cured, it is okay, but if it is not cured, then accidents may easily occur. In recent years, incidents of patients going to the hospital to kill people have not rarely happened. Guan Zhenhai saw too much of these messy things when he was in a public hospital. Now that he is the director of a private hospital, he naturally has to pay attention to the security. The charging standard of their Sunshine Burn and Scald Hospital is not low. They are not public hospitals, nor do they open shantangs. The special medicines are all developed by themselves, and the cost is not low. It is naturally impossible to charge low for treating diseases and saving people. There are so many doctors and nurses in the hospital to support, and if the fees are low, the doctors will not do it, and the hospital will naturally not be able to play. So their charging standards are several times that of public hospitals. Of course, this fee standard is clearly marked, and part of it is written on the wall. In addition, he has repeatedly asked that when prescribing drugs or treating patients, doctors must explain each fee to the patient, so as not to let the patient, people think we are a lie. Although our hospital charges are expensive, the effect is also a leverage here. When you go to another hospital, you just wait for death, but in our place, not only can you be rescued, but you can also give you the whole body. What you can do is better than before without the burn. Although we charge high fees, we definitely provide services that are worthy of this fee level. Since we are a private hospital, we must pay for what we pay for, and treat every patient who comes to the hospital not only as a patient, but also as a distinguished consumer. Only in this way can the contradiction between doctors and patients be minimized. It is important to know that private hospitals like them are most afraid of doctor-patient disputes. Once on the news, it is easy for sensitive netizens to have a bad impression of them. Therefore, Guan Zhenhai attaches great importance to the hospital's reputation. He has trained doctors many times and must not deceive patients. Of course, patients who can rush over from all over the country must also have a certain financial strength, so it is necessary to strengthen the security construction of their hospital. Because they charge high fees and the hospital is a place where a lot of cash flows, this is most likely to attract the attention of thieves and pickpockets. What if a pickpocket comes here and steals their patient's family members? There are also brokers in private hospitals who are quickly stationed in major hospitals, who sell fake medicines, engage in medical beauty propaganda, and miscellaneous things like traffickers. Once these people were found in their hospital, the security guards immediately chased them away. Guan Zhenhai hated these people deeply. When he was in a public hospital, The hospital was afraid of causing disputes, so he turned a blind eye to these people. But in private hospitals, this is his sight. With all these trivial things, his requirement of Guan Haibo is to come and drive one away, and if one pair comes, he will kill one pair. If this group of people dared to assemble and make trouble, then the hundreds of security guards in his hospital were not in vain, and they all called me back. Anyway, the relationship between their hospital and the police station is also very good. These demons are absolutely not allowed to go outside, ruining the reputation and ethics of their hospital. Another point is that these patients come from all over the country, but there are people of all kinds. Some of them are not good at doing things, and some are even professional. For such people, their hospitals will definitely not tolerate them. They are not public hospitals, and they are not afraid of bad social influences, nor do they need to participate in public hospital ratings. Therefore, there is no need to have any scruples about such people. If there is such a professional medical trouble and appear in their hospital, then Guan Zhenhai's instruction will never tolerate it. When he was in private hospitals before, he did not rarely meet these people. These people like to go to the hospital to touch porcelain. After the public hospital, he came to their private hospitals of a certain day, because the private hospital of the certain department also likes to have children without pay. Once they find a chance to run into it, the certain department can only suffer from a dumb loss in order not to make things worse, and choose to spend money to settle the matter. But they are not from a certain field, so Guan Zhenhai absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen in their hospital. How is it? Is peace in the hospital lately? Guan Zhenhai asked Guan Haibo to arrive, and Guan Haibo nodded. In the last few days, several pickpockets have been picked up every day, and they have all been sent to the Public Security Bureau. After a while, if they send a few more, I guess they will not dare to come. Well, be careful too, don't do anything lightly or severely, and don't make a big noise in the hall. It's not good to hurt people. Guan Zhenhai made a point. He knew that Guan Haibo's men were all veterans, and many of them were upright, and most looked down upon these pickpockets who even the family members of the patients would not let go. So every time I caught him, before sending it to the Public Security Bureau, I would be beaten up by them. He still had to remind Guan Haibo not to make too much effort. It would be no good to really kill people. Well, I know, uncle. Actually, there is something wrong with me this time. Oh, what's the matter? That's right. In the last few days, we have noticed that there are such a few people who have been showing up in our hospital. These few people have seen the doctor a few days ago, but they don't seem to be satisfied with our charges. We investigated. Despite their backgrounds, several of them have had a medical history. When Guan Haibo said that, Guan Zhenhai sobered up immediately, and he sat up abruptly. Oh, is there a video? Guan Haibo took out a USB flash drive, switched on and off Zhenhai's computer, and showed him the surveillance videos of the last few days. Guan Haibo is not an ordinary security guard. After all, he has received professional training and he usually pays attention to prevention before they happen. Therefore, his daily work is not only to observe the situation in the hospital, but also to watch the surveillance video of the hospital. Sure enough, in the past few days, he noticed a few weird men who appeared in the hospital successively, and then he sent someone to follow them quietly, and he found out that they were plotting something. Who do you think these people are? Guan Zhenhai watched the video and after listening to Guan Haibo's analysis, he frowned and asked Guan Haibo to arrive. It's hard to say. It may be a medical trouble, trying to make troubles to make money. It may also be other private hospitals that are jealous of us and send people over to make trouble. It may also be some capital players with unpredictable hearts. Don't say it. Guan Haibo is really very savvy, and his analysis is really brilliant. After hearing this, Guan Zhenhai frowned even more tightly. Well, you have to keep an eye on this matter, and send a few people to stare at these. Once it shows up in our hospital, just keep an eye on it. If you dare to make trouble, just give me a dead hand. Be sure to get me out of the black hand behind the scenes. In addition, the cameras and everything have been checked, and there is absolutely no surveillance blind spot. Don't worry, I know what to do, uncle. But as soon as Guan Haibo's voice fell, someone rushed in from outside and slammed open the door of Guan Zhenhai's room. No, Dean, there is a disturbance below. What? Guan Zhenhai slammed the table and stood up, and Guan Haibo was also angry. The two felt the fire downstairs, and saw them in the lobby on the first floor. At this time, there were more than a dozen guys dressed in white and Deng Xiao, who were carrying a stretcher and knelt in their hall crying. On the stretcher was one covered with white cloth. The guy didn't know whether it was dead or alive. Oh, my frustrated baby. Black Heart Hospital, killing pays for life. A few middle-aged women lay down in the hospital lobby, distressed, and there were a few men watching them staringly. The other patients who are on the registration line are watching the movement here inexplicably. MTLnovel.com. Guan Zhenhai saw this scene, and he was immediately rushed to his forehead. This routine is too familiar to him, so he is a doctor. A useful routine for making troublesome people. And at the gate of the hospital, there were still a few guys, holding cell phones and cameras maliciously, and filming secretly there. Guan Zhenhai immediately ordered Guan Haibo, and Guan Haibo turned around and recruited people. Guan Zhenhai came to the person. What's your situation? I'm the dean here. As soon as the voice fell, a few big guys on the opposite side jumped over. Black Heart Hospital, murder, life, debt and repayment. Your hospital has died, and you will pay me money. Several big guys rushed over to grab Guan Zhenhai's collar, but their hands only touched Guan Zhenhai's collar. But Guan Zhenhai immediately rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. The few big guys were stunned on the spot. This is so special. Who is wrong? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 627 Public Anger. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. The doctors who followed Guan Zhenhai immediately became confused, and they didn't expect that this group of guys would beat the dean when they would come up. And those adults are dumbfounded. What is the situation? We just want to hold this guy. But why did this guy roll his eyes while lying on the ground? A few guys are in a mess. Haven't they encountered such a situation before? At this moment, I turned my head to look, and suddenly discovered that the reporters who were secretly taking pictures with their phones and cameras at the door were gone. As soon as I turned around, I saw dozens of security guards breaking in fiercely. What are you doing? Don't make trouble here. This is a private place. I warn you for the first time. A security guard who took the lead shouted righteously to several big guys who made trouble. These troublemakers were also taken aback. Some of them specialize in this business, and some of them felt that the medical expenses were too expensive and unhappy after visiting this hospital. When they met a guy who fudged that day, their heads were hot and they followed him to make trouble. Before coming, the guy who instigated them to make trouble and these professional doctors all told them, let them rest assured that this hospital didn't dare to make trouble. Because the hospital is afraid that it will cause bad social impact, it dares not to be rough on them. But at this time, seeing these tall, strong, fierce security guards, they will inevitably whisper in their hearts, don't people really dare to move them? Not only are these non-professionals a little confused, but those professional doctors also feel a little weak at this time. These professional doctors were all found online by Li Yoming with money. In the past, the main activities were related to several provinces in the south, and he liked to go to public hospitals to make trouble. Because some of those hospitals do have irregular medical practices, and some doctors do have problems, so they are accurate. Because of this, they are very confident about this time. And they are in a few provinces in the south. They do a lot of this kind of business, and it is inevitable to feel a little proud. This hospital is all bullying and fearing hard. As long as you come with them, they dare not do anything to you. If it doesn't work, just smash it. With so many people watching, the hospital always has to worry about the face, In order to avoid bad influences, it will definitely be subdued. Years of experience calmed down those leading doctors quickly. Call in your leaders. Warning you for the second time. Hey, you have treated people to death. And are you justified? It's the third time to tell you. Grass, smashed them. The doctor who took the lead finally saw something was wrong, and the other party didn't pick up their stubbornness at all. He already felt a little bad. However, he has the same experience to deal with such things, and that is to make things big. The bigger the trouble, the better. At this time, no fewer than hundreds of family members of patients have gathered in the hall. People originally like to watch the lively scene. Naturally, they don't want to miss such a drama. What's more, they all want to know what is going on. They sent their family members here to see a doctor. Now there are so many troublemakers in the reception hall of this hospital. Is there really a problem with the medical skills of this hospital? Even some people have already taken out their mobile phones, ready to film this episode. At this time, the doctors looked at it, and the other party's security guards were completely unmoved. It's a pity that they really picked the wrong target this time. When Guan Zhenhai recruited security guards, unlike other units, they picked some old, weak and sick products to save money, and came to see the gate symbolically to maintain order. Xiao Feng his requirements for security. He must be young and strong and have a sense of responsibility. In the future, the group will become bigger and face more and more complicated things. Therefore, security guards are naturally cultivated by themselves. These security guards are mostly Guan Haibo's comrades in arms. They are physically good at first, and they are all young men in their 20s. Dealing with these medical troubles can be said to be no problem. What's more, Xiao Feng also equipped them with professional equipment. There are many people in the hall now, and they can easily cause bloodshed if they are served with a swing stick or something. At this time, the pepper spray provided to the security guards had its effect. A group of doctors rushed forward. Before Wang Bakwan could even discuss it, he was sprayed with pepper water on the front door. In an instant, these doctors lost their resistance, and then they were all pressed to the ground by the security guards. The family members of the patients who followed over to make trouble were also scared at this time and shouted loudly, "Don't hit us, we are not in the same group with them. They are here to make trouble, we are here to join in the fun." These people shouted so, and there was an immediate bang in the hall. And the family members of other patients who were watching the excitement also immediately tasted something wrong. What do you mean? So these people are deliberately making trouble? What do you think? This hospital is so hot, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be jealous. These bad guys, won't this take up everyone's time? Yes. Why is this world such a bad person? Call the police and catch them all. The family members of these patients were talking about it, and soon they were filled with outrage. Originally, everyone came to this hospital to send the burned and scalded patients at home for treatment. The lobby on the first floor is the place to receive everyone, guide them to register, pay and sell medicines. There is a lot of people and the queues are long. It's okay now. Being so disturbed by these guys has delayed everyone a lot of time. These guys are obviously here to pour dirty water. How could anyone be so bad? Would it be good for them to bring down this hospital? This hospital has collapsed. So where do all the burn patients at home go to see a doctor? As soon as they understood this, the family members of these patients became even more angry. And even if they were impulsive, they couldn't help but rush over and kick those guys a few feet. But with such a move, someone accidentally stepped on it. The corpse that was carried into the hall by the doctors turned out to be with the corpse covered with a white sheet, and it was even more of an wow. He took his hands from the stretcher and sat up. Now even the stupid people understand that this group of feelings is a collusion of medical troubles, come to others Sunshine Burns Hospital to make money and make trouble. They also slandered people who died in the Sunshine Burns Hospital, but the corpses they carried were all pretends. These people are too bad. Now people are even more angry. This group of guys not only delayed everyone's time, but also destroyed the Sunshine Burn Hospital. You must know that for many patients' families, this Sunshine Burns Hospital is their last hope. If the reputation of this hospital is ruined, it will be ruined. Then the relatives of their family will not be saved. If they didn't infringe on their interests, they would have watched the excitement, but now when they thought that these guys had violated their own interests, the family members couldn't sit still. It was originally just a few more impulsives that ran over and punched these doctors with 2 punches. But now all the staff are moving, and there are more than 100 family members of the patients at once, rushing to beat and kick the doctors. Is it drafted? Lao Tzu took the child to fly over from Canaan overnight, just to treat the child to the sickness. You who are so conscientious, want to give up Lao Tzu's last hope, right? A haggard-faced father, while turning his fists, cried and yelled loudly. Obviously, he was putting pressure on the child's injuries, and it was all vented to these medical troubles. But he shouted so, but it had the effect of echoing. Almost most of the patient's family members present were burdened with heavy pressure. They come from all over the country and rushed over to see the family members after watching the news. This Sunshine Burn Hospital can be said to be their last hope. But today's medical harassment is to destroy their last hope. How can they bear it? Immediately dozens of people rushed out of the waiting team, punching and kicking at the doctors who were being held down. Although the security guards were also persuading, how could they be able to persuade these angry family members? Fortunately, the police arrived at the scene quickly. Xiao Feng's dozens of police cars were not donated for nothing. The police station in their jurisdiction has a very good relationship with them. What's more, the several companies on the Twin Towers are the top leaders who are most concerned about. They have long told the nearby police station that they must take more care. When they received the alarm this time, they dispatched the police as soon as possible and rushed over as quickly as possible, in less than 10 minutes. When I arrived at the scene, after understanding the situation, I took all these medical troubles to the police car and took them back to the bureau for interrogation. In order to understand the situation for the first time, Guan Haibo also followed. These doctors have experienced such a big battle. This time, the chickens were stolen and the rice was not lost. Besides, they were also hired by people with money. Now when things are going wrong, they are all planning their own escape. Before the police car cleared the police station. Mentalnovel.com, halfway through the road, these guys told the story of the whole thing. The police met their eyes, and after they separated the doctors, they asked again. It turned out that the doctors' explanations were very consistent. Someone contacted them on the internet a few days ago and hired them to make trouble here. The family members of several other patients also confessed that they were dissatisfied with the fees charged by the Sunshine Burns Hospital. On the way back from the hospital that day, they were stopped by people, and then asked about their situation, and finally encouraged them to participate in the disturbance. Based on what they had known, the police immediately retrieved the surveillance video of the person who was picked up from the hospital that day. According to their trajectory, they quickly found the picture of the person stopping them on the road. Then he followed the map and found which restaurant they were discussing, and directly retrieved surveillance video from the restaurant. When he saw the person's true face, Guan Haibo said in surprise, "So it's him." Chapter 628 Escape. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Upon hearing Guan Haibo's words, the policeman handling the case immediately turned his head and asked him, "What? You know this person? How can I not know each other?" Guan Haibo had a deep impression of this person. If I remember correctly, this guy should be from the US, but he seems to have emigrated in the past, and it is the kind that is full of malice towards China. Such people have been in contact with Guan Haibo before. When he was a soldier in the early years, he mentioned this group of guys when he was conducting political propaganda in the army. So he hates these people very much. That day, Li Yoming asked a lot of malicious questions at the press conference, which impressed him especially. He didn't expect this guy to appear in benching, and he deliberately made trouble at the hospital's press conference that day. He even got Xiao Feng's instructions directly, and invited this guy out of the press conference, and then took him to the underground garage for a good education. I didn't expect it to be such a faceless guy. It is estimated that today's farce has been arranged. Guan Haibo introduced the situation to the police. Of course, they must have hidden their painful beating of Li Yoming, and the police quickly found out the police record of Li Yoming that day. And as soon as he entered the name of this guy into their internal police network, he was immediately prompted, knowing that this guy is an anti-Chinese activist active in the country, but because he is relatively cunning, he has never caught his handle, so he did not move him. But it also made a mark. Once you find this guy's trail, you must be more vigilant, and you can take coercive measures if necessary. The matter is basically clear. It must be that this guy was holding a grudge after that day, and then he could arrange today's revenge. The police arranged for a group of people to these doctors back to the police station and record the transcripts. In addition, they also arranged manpower to block the station and the airport. Today, Li Yoming didn't even want to run away. The police network originally proposed to pay more attention to this guy. Before, because there was no evidence, he never moved him. But this time the evidence is solid. How can you let him go? Such a dog has been in China for some time, and it is no longer a two-part report that has been published overseas to reverse the black and white and deliberately discredit China. The above has long wanted to deal with him. This time he finally showed his feet, and seizing him is an opportunity to do meritorious service. Therefore, the police are very mindful. Several policemen immediately arranged 2 jobs, the one to the airport, the train station, and the bus station. Anyway, as long as this Li Yoming is still in the city, he will not leave today. Want to get away from these levels. And Guan Haibo, naturally, would not sit on the sidelines. This Li Yoming actually rushed to ground on their Sunshine Burn Hospital Taisu's head. This incident has already aroused the anger of the big boss. On the way to the police station before, the big boss had already called and asked him to cooperate with the police, and he must be arrested and brought to justice. Now that the police have gone to the transportation hub to take control, he feels that he should also do his best. Benching is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. In fact, if you want to escape, the best route is to take the sea. And he happened to have a lot of comrades in arms who worked on the border defense side, and even many former comrades in the army who had been retired from the army were discussing life at sea. He felt that it was very necessary for him to call them. At this time, Li Yoming was in a coffee shop near the pier in Xingang district. It was originally a wharf warehouse, but it was rented out and turned into an art block, filled with various cafes, cake shops, reading bars, clear bars and other stores. It is the most artistic place in Benthan, is also the favorite of young bourgeoisie. But the main reason why he came here was to rent a boat out to sea. He was in a bad mood at this time. Today's things can be said to be very unsuccessful. He did not expect that things did not develop according to the script he designed. He used to report many incidents of medical disturbances in some provinces and cities in the south of China. He is very familiar with the procedures of Huago Hospital to deal with medical disturbances. Many hospitals are very afraid of medical disturbances. Generally, once there is a medical disturbance, most hospitals generally choose to cover the matter in order to prevent the spread of social influence, to ensure their operation, or to keep their black hats. No matter how unreasonable the request made by the doctor, they will agree to it. Anyway, it will be passed on to the patient in the end. That's why he contacted several doctors who had interviewed before, who came to the Sunshine Burn Hospital to make trouble. However, he overlooked one thing, that is, Sunshine Burn's hospitals are not public hospitals. First of all, they don't have to worry about spreading social influence, which will affect the rating of their hospitals. They are originally private hospitals and do not need to rate them. The leaders who come to their hospital only need to be accountable to the boss, not to the health bureau and other units. so they are not afraid of losing their hats. As a result, the tough mistakes taken by this hospital completely exceeded his expectations. The medical troubles that used to be extremely combative in the hospitals of several southern provinces did not go through around in front of the fierce security guards in this hospital. The other news media reporters he contacted, who were always full of malice towards China, also failed to get out of the hospital smoothly. The approach of the security guards of this hospital was too direct. It can even be described as simple and rude, regardless of what foreign media reporter you are based in China. Anyway, when you see you hiding at the door to take a photo, the person directly detains it, and the camera is directly confiscated and broken. You can sue if you have the ability. So almost all of the colleagues he contacted were wiped out at the entrance of the hospital. Li Yoming estimated that those reporters would have to go through it again before the pain he suffered that day would be released. But at this time he couldn't take care of those anymore. He just wanted to leave benching quickly. He is not a fool. He naturally knows that he has long been a thorn in the eyes of some people in mainland China, and those people have been waiting for them to make mistakes. Those doctors who were arrested provided a good excuse for those people. Now it is certain that many policemen are searching for themselves all over the world. Once they fall into their hands, the consequences of themselves can be imagined. It's a pity that Li Yoming is not a vegetarian when he wanders in the fringe areas over the years. He knows many people who seek a life in the gray area. Today he contacted a fisherman and made an appointment with him. Later he would rent a yacht from this pier to the sea, and then board the fishing boat at sea. He has more choices when he gets on the boat. He can go to the East China Sea or the South China Sea. Anyway, no matter which side, as long as he leaves the exclusive waters of China, someone will come to pick him up. When you log in South Korea or a country in Southeast Asia, hey, he will edit the scenes that were shot today. Then you will be waiting for me at the Sunshine Burn Hospital. I can't kill you. The hospital that treats burns and scalds. Right? I have to write to you that hospitals with close contacts with the Chinese military and military background will remind people of Chikism when they see it. You have to become a black hospital that specializes in removing organs from patients. It doesn't exist to save the dead and heal the wounded. You are just a tiger's den. Anyway, you must discredit your Sunshine Burns and Scalded hospitals internationally, so that you can't leave China at all. I also want your boss to be wanted by the US government, so that you can't leave China at all. This is what offends me. Regardless of how to do it, Li Yoming is familiar with it. Many Westerners like to read negative reports about China. They will not believe anything good about China. He just wants to use this to discredit China, and then organize people to petition on the internet. People like them are not familiar with this routine. Anyway, isn't the US a beacon anyway? There will surely be senators for eyeballs who will notice this at that time. Those who are full and have nothing to do will definitely propose a motion in Congress. By that time, the hospital will be over if you are burned and burned by the sun. Thinking of this, Li Yoming felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He seemed to have seen the sun burn and scald the hospital. Because of the sanctions by the US, he finally left the door in the cold. Humphrey, at that time, we will organize some leading parties to buy, so that these medical technologies are our Americans, and you Chinese are not worthy to enjoy. If you want to enjoy it, you have to pay a big price to buy it in our country. Li Yoming calculated in his heart, and even wondered how he could get a little benefit from this matter. After all, he also paid a very high price this time. For example, he couldn't stay in China. In fact, he was quite comfortable in China. The society is stable, safe, and the cost of living is still very low. There are still many Muayang dogs who like to kneel and lick American reporters like him. This kind of treatment is not available in other countries, especially when he goes to the bar to reveal his identity as a US citizen. Many eggs will take the initiative to post upside down, "Don't look at him, Li Yoming is ugly and short, like a monkey. But there is no shortage of egg to post. Mentalnovel.com. Those foolish women think that they will get married with them or take them to the United States if they accompany them to sleep a few sleeps and make themselves comfortable. They are so naive. In his eyes, those women are just trash cans to vent their desires. It is a pity that he will leave China today. Such days are gone forever, and he may not be able to return in the future. But it doesn't matter, he can still go to Xiangjiang, or go to Badao. As long as there is a place where China can be disgusting, there is value for his existence. At this time, on the pier outside, a yacht slowly drove into the dock, and then his phone rang. Li Yoming knew that the boat he had arranged for was coming, so he got up and settled the bill, then went straight to the dock with his computer. Snow began to float in the sky of Binching. It was almost April, but there was no sign of spring. Such weather made Li Yoming a little sad, and he might never come back again. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 629. Planted. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Li Yoming wrapped his down jacket tightly, and boarded the boat with a simple suitcase. This ship is a motor sailing ship, usually rented to foreign tourists to go out to sea, but mainly go to the Golden Sea area, generally do not go to the deep sea. This time, Li Yoming rented it for a big price. The owner of the boat was a middle-aged man in his 30s, his face was black and red, and he looked like a man who went to sea all year round. The owner of the boat was also recommended to him. If not, he would not dare to get on the boat easily. After all, the owner of the boat was not a fool. Sending him to the deep sea alone at this time would definitely be a cause for trouble. If this is found out, he would have to go to prison. And the owner of the boat specifically asked the fisherman who picked him up on the high seas, and he was recommended to him, saying that he used to cooperate frequently. Li Yoming is not stupid. All those medical troubles have been arrested, and he will definitely be shaken out. In his situation, it is impossible to get away from the train station and the airport. So he chose the sea route, which the mainland police would definitely not think of. When he got on the boat, he first transferred 10,000 yuan to the owner of the boat. When he got on the high seas and got on the boat to pick him up, he would pay the balance. The owner of the ship arranged for him to enter the cabin below, and then the ship turned around and left the port. There were some storms in the sea today, and Li Yoming was not in the mood to enjoy the sea view, so he found a sofa in the cabin and lay down. But soon he heard the sound of the sliding door coming from the cabin. He shook his heart, turned over and sat up from the sofa. As a result, he saw a smiling face that made him fearful. It was not the first time he saw this person. In the morning, the leading security guard who took the lead in suppressing the medical troubles in the hospital sat in front of him. In the morning when he was hiding in the distance to take pictures, he happened to take this person clearly, so when he saw this person's face, he cried out that it was broken. The other party sat in front of him with a smile. Li Yoming didn't say anything, and squatted on the sofa looking at each other. Reporter Li, are you in such a hurry? Don't stay for 2 more days. As soon as he heard the other party call out his surname, Li Yoming knew it was broken and couldn't hide. The security guard might even be a spy on the mainland. He kicked the deck hard with his feet, and the whole person was like a spring, bounced from the sofa, and slammed into Guan Haibo. But he still had a sharp knife hidden in his hand. In those years as a war correspondent in Central Adam, he was not a fool. Following those American soldiers, he also developed a defensive ability. If the opponent is an ordinary person, then he would definitely be recruited today. Unfortunately, what he encountered today was Guan Haibo, a retired elite. From this moment when Li Yoming curled up, he had noticed his aura. This guy raised his head. His face was dark, his body was tight, he must be planning some dangerous action. As a master fighter, Guan Haibo could see the trickiness of this guy at a glance, so he had already been letting him go. Seeing this, Li Yoming rushing over suddenly, he lifted a kick and kicked over. He was wearing genuine Oakley military boots with steel toes on the front. He is 1.85 meters tall and has been training in combat all year round. Although Li Yoming also exercises regularly, his small body of 1.75 meters is really not enough in front of Guan Haibo. Because of the difference in body shape, Li Yoming had to fight to the death. He had to rush to the close circle of Guan Haibo and fight him close to have a chance. Otherwise, once he was pulled away, he would not have much chance. Now that he was so simple, it was as if he had hit Guan Haibo's foot on his own initiative. If Guan Haibo were not so vigilant, maybe he still had a chance. But now he is a silly goose with his head on the chopping board. Boom! With a sound, Li Yoming was kicked by Guan Haibo with a sturdy, small body of more than 120 kilograms, and he was kicked into the air, and then fell severely on the deck of the cabin. Li Yoming felt that his soul was kicked flying, and at least a few of his ribs were broken by this foot. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain, and reached out his hand to cover his stomach. Guan Haibo stepped forward and Li Yoming gritted his teeth. He knew this was his last chance. He suddenly lifted his body. The short knife in the palm of his right hand made Guan Haibo's foot stuck. But Guan Haibo had already guarded against this hand. He knew just how hard he had used that kick, but he knew how much he had used that kick, but he only used 6 points for fear of kicking this guy to death. He could hit this guy hard, but he wouldn't be killed by kicking him. But if this guy showed such pain, he knew that this guy was performing. When this guy jumped up like a poisonous snake and wanted to stab him in the foot, Guan Haibo smiled. When he hid on his side, Li Yoming slammed into the air and fell on the deck of the cabin by himself. There was a sharp pain in the ribs that had just been broken, and Li Yoming no longer had the strength to get up. Guan Haibo sneered and walked in front of him, stamped his foot on his hand. Li Yoming let out a scream, and the knife in his hand flew to the side. At this time, he heard the sound of his hand bones breaking, and it seemed that he would not even want to pick up the pen to write and beg for food. Reporter Li, come on. Who instructed you to do this? Guan Haibo took a chair and sat in front of Li Yoming. The big boss had already called him, so he must ask clearly. Li Yoming didn't have anything to hide at this time. No one instigated me. When I was interviewing that day, I was driven out of the lobby by you and then beaten by your security. So I was not angry and wanted to retaliate. Well, where are the videos you shot today? Don't leave the ones uploaded to the cloud. Guan Haibo didn't, and Li Yoming's ink stains either. Li Yoming felt a little strange. Does this guy believe it? But when I thought that the hero wouldn't suffer the immediate loss, anyway, all the materials were handed over, and it was nothing. It was better than to die here for this little mess. He figured it out that the security guard did not go all the way with the police. That is, the people at the hospital. After giving him things, he might hand himself over to the police. It's better to fall into the hands of the police than to lose your life here. The big deal is to contact the US and let the newspapers get themselves out. Anyway, there are organizations behind the newspapers. The funds that support the newspapers are not all CIA organizations behind them. He is very clear about his boss behind the scenes. As long as they have value, they will definitely get them out. This time, the incident can be big or small, and when it gets bigger, it means he has planted and framed it, and when it gets smaller, it means that he wants to vent his anger because of personal grievances. If a certain amount of exchange is offered, the Chinese side shouldn't be difficult for him. The big deal is that he won't be mixed up on the mainland in the future. Having figured this out, Li Yoming was very happy and handed in all the videos shot today. The stored memory cards, computer hard drives, and videos uploaded to the cloud were all handed over. I've given you everything. Call the police. To prevent this from killing people, right? I can tell you that my companion and I have made an appointment. If they can't reach me on the high seas tomorrow, they will come to the mainland to find me. If you don't want to get into a diplomatic dispute, you'd better not make a bad idea. Li Yoming yelled at Guan Haibo. He was afraid that this second stunner would do something extraordinary. And Guan Haibo looked at him and smiled. "Don't worry, I will hand you over to the police, and we will follow the normal judicial procedures. I won't dirty my hands for a dog like you. You just wait obediently, let your American father come to rescue you." "But I'm curious, if they don't do anything, what will you do? Are you going to pick up soap in a prison on the mainland?" When Li Yoming heard the old face blush, he fell silent, but he firmly believed that his American father would come back to save him. Soon the boat turned around, and after more than an hour, they returned to the pier where they started. Only this time, there were several police cars with flashing police lights waiting for them on the pier. Li Yoming was handed over to the police by Guan Haibo. When he was escorted to the police car, he didn't say a word, thinking about the plan in his heart. Soon the car arrived at the police station and he was taken into the interrogation room. As soon as he sat on the chair, he bounced up. "I am from the US. And I asked to call the US consulate in the provincial capital. I have RQ. If it is the past, this trick can be said to be unprofitable." These mainland policemen are most afraid of getting into diplomatic disputes and will always agree to his request. As long as he can contact the consulate, he has a chance to go out. But things didn't seem to be very good today. The policeman sitting across from him looked at him and smiled and laughed. Li Yoming always felt that these smiles were a little unkind. At this time, one of the old policemen took his laptop and pushed it in front of him. "Li Yoming, this is your computer, right?" Li Yoming glanced at it, and it was indeed his fruit computer. "Yes, it's mine." "I warn you, this is a personal item. You don't want to open it. You don't have the right to open my computer without the court's search warrant. If you open it, what information is retrieved from it will have no legal effect." "Haha, are you crazy? Do you think this is the United States and Xinjiang? Besides, do you know that you have been identified by those doctors? You instructed them to go to the hospital to make trouble. You are now the key suspect. www.mtlnovel.com. We can investigate you without a search warrant." "And Li Yoming, how did these photos on your computer come from? Who sent you?" When Li Yoming saw the Binching shipyard, the aircraft carriers and warships parked in the harbor, he felt a sigh on the computer screen. He knew that he was planted this time. These must be the hands and feet of the former security captain. With these photos, his case is not as simple as revenge or venting private indignation, but involves a spy case. He couldn't help groaning, "I didn't shoot this." But he knew that this was not important anymore, and how many people in the mainland region hated him, wishing him to make such a mistake. "I was caught by them this time, and it seemed that it would be difficult for me to see the sky again in the future. It seemed like a luxury to plant trees in the desert on the border." As for the US side, the CIA will definitely draw a clear line from himself at the first time. When he thinks of this, Li Yoming's eyes go dark, and then he sits up straight again. "Report the government, I have major clues to report." Chapter 630 Murderous. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Xiao Feng sits in the office upstairs of the Celebrity Chef Group. The entire floor is his office, except for the office of the assistant president next to the elevator to the north. He turned his back to the executive desk, sitting on the executive chair, looking at the beautiful night view outside the French windows. But the mood is not so beautiful. It is really difficult to start a business, especially in China, where all kinds of open guns and dark arrows are too difficult to guard against. For example, this time, who would have thought that a reporter would make such a targeted move in order to vent his anger and hostility towards the mainland? Their sun burns and scalds the hospital now seems to be in full swing, hot in various news media, but it is also a thorn in the eyes of countless people. How many people are eager for them to make some mistakes and provide them with truthfulness? If today's matter is not handled properly, then tomorrow will be a lot of fun. There must be countless sailors who will come out and pour dirty water on them. After all, they see more companies with jealousy now. Not to mention anything else, How many are those who are expecting them to stumble? There are also those who play with capital, and even more so if they want them to fall on a big horse. Once the reputation of the hospital is bad, they will rush in and want to cut off their flesh. No way, this is the mall, a realistic jungle area, where you don't want to be messed with by others. Just be the most fierce and evil. Because they had a relationship with the military before, those talents did not dare to do anything. But this time there was such a big disturbance, they would definitely not miss it. Even if you can't let the sun burn and scald the hospital's muscles and bones, you will definitely come out and disgust you. He even expected it. By tomorrow, there will definitely be some weird voices from the media, even if the truth of the matter has been revealed. But those people will definitely say that there are hidden truths in it. Anyway, it does not cost money to splash dirty water, and there are not a few netizens with a gloomy mind, and there are not few people who follow up with rumors. And this time, Xiao Feng plans to leave none of them. These guys just provided him with a chance to stand up. If anyone dared to jump out, he must let them taste the taste of Iron Fist. Have you taken care of everything? He didn't look back. Guan Zhenhai and Guan Haibo sat on the sofa opposite his executive desk. It's all handled. Li Yoming has already been handed over to the police. I have contacted my friends in the bureau. They will issue a notice tomorrow to explain the truth of the matter. If there are artificial rumors, the legal department will also be ready. Guan Haibo's answer made Xiao Feng very satisfied. This young man is good and worth training. This time he is going to show off his muscles in front of the media and let them know that some things cannot be said nonsense. For example, there were a lot of self-media before, they liked to stare at some celebrities to make trouble, but when they really annoyed people, they sent a lawyer's letter, and they were persuaded again. Public apology online. Of course, there is still something in the words, yin and yang are weird. In the end those stars are not good to them, they can only leave it alone. But Xiao Feng didn't plan to do this time. If someone makes trouble tomorrow, the legal department of his company is not for nothing, so he will directly issue a lawyer's letter and sue them. I have to send a few to prison, just to show those from the media and navy that some money is not so easy to get, especially for celebrity chef groups and Sunshine Burn Hospital. With the money, you must be ready to go to jail. He turned around and asked Guan Zhenhai again, you are all right, Lao Guan? Hey, thank you for your concern. I didn't have anything. The reason why I fell is to send all the medical troubles in. This time, it is not enough to pay a fine. I have already experienced injuries. The hospital gave me minor injuries. This time the fines for those doctors are not counted. At least they have to go in for 3 to 5 years. This time we must set a benchmark to let the professional doctors know that our sunburn and scald hospitals are not easy to provoke. The reason that the tree attracts the wind is known to Guan Zhenhai. The sunburn and scald hospital is so hot now, it will definitely attract the attention of these social scum. There are some lawless ones, maybe they will come to you sometime. So this time to rectify these doctors fiercely, it is also to give other doctors a wake-up call to avoid trouble in our place. Well, that's good. By the way, have you and Mr. Zhu mentioned it? If you want to do this thing well, the military should do something, even if you don't do it, but a slight attitude will make many people understand how to do it. Ha, don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I went to the 521 hospital for an examination in the afternoon. Mr. Zhu also went to see me. This time he was also very angry. He kept telling me that he would definitely reflect on it. Hey, I want to be old now. It's so difficult to do something honestly. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it, and if Mr. Zhu knew it, it would be easier. A few people discussed in the office for a long time, and after having supper for the last period, they dispersed. Xiao Feng got up early the next day, because he was worried about yesterday's things in his heart, and he didn't sleep well. As soon as he opened his eyes, he picked up the phone from the bedside and began to search for news. Sure enough, he saw several well-known press releases from the media on several news apps. Strong Hospital, hassle life. It's no wonder that the doctor-patient relationship is getting more and more tense now that the family members of patients are treated like this. Such an arrogant hospital should be investigated carefully. Let me take a look at this hospital's fee schedule. Is it expensive? Squeeze the last drop of blood from the patient. Sure enough, a series of terrifying headlines appeared in the most conspicuous recommendation positions of major news apps, and it has attracted a lot of attention. One of the most terrifying titles has attracted tens of thousands of comments. Xiao Feng sighed, knowing that if something happened, these ghosts and monsters would all pop out. He found out the number and dialed Xia Hongtao. This guy is now the chief executive of the Celebrity Chef Group. Mr. Xiao, I have seen all the news. Okay, you can let Lao Li from the legal department send a lawyer's letter. In addition, contact the media and say that we are going to develop the conference. But we have to wait for the police to issue a clarification statement. In addition, tell Lao Li and me that this matter must to be beautiful. You have to get 5 at least. Otherwise, just ask him to find another job. I spend millions every year, and asking them to come here is not for fun. Xiao Feng's remarks were murderous, and Xia Hongtao on the phone felt a chill in the back of his neck. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I know what to do. Xia Hongtao has also expressed his opinions here, and these nonsense guys should really engage them. According to the current momentum of the Celebrity Chef Group, it will definitely develop into a domestic giant in the future. As the saying goes, there are so many popular celebrities, which will definitely be targeted by these flies. Sooner or later, I have to find a reason to come to you to rub the heat. Xiao Feng's attitude is, literati just have this kind of virtue, and they like to rub the heat, so let them do it. Well, but this has to be a degree. If someone stepped across the boundary, then you can't be polite with them. This time they just want to establish a model. Sure enough, after 10 o'clock in the morning, the Bincheng City Public Security Bureau issued a notice of the case on its official website. The content is naturally a description of yesterday's case, that is, a group of doctors made trouble at the instruction of Li, and deliberately went to the Sunshine Burns Hospital in Bincheng to make trouble, and wanted to blackmail money. During the disturbance, several hospital facilities were damaged, several medical staff were injured, and several family members of patients were injured. Finally, I also attached a clipped video taken by a hospital camera. This news was originally unremarkable, but not long after it was released, it was immediately reposted by several big V on the internet. Just know that this matter will be reversed. Ha ha, sure enough, he is here. I knew it wasn't that simple. These medical troubles, the conscience of these has been eaten by dogs. It's hard to see such a distinctive hospital in China, but they deliberately wanted to ruin the sun. That is, if the hospital is successfully blackmailed by this doctor, what should they do next time? Also, if they were so successful this time, it would not completely discredit other people's good hospitals. If the hospital stops getting angry, then we will have a burn or scald in the future. Who do we look for? Go to Cure? Yes, these bastards, I can't wait to scratch them. With the reprint of various big verses, netizens are also talking about it. However, the most powerful www.intelnovel.com is the news official account of a certain military media, which first reprinted this article, and then separated 8 for those mornings, and said that there is a big V of insider in this matter, and self-media. As soon as this military media appeared, everyone knew that things were not that simple, because it was one of the few influential official microblogs in the country. It was easy for others to do nothing, and it rarely spoke out against some social phenomena. But as long as someone makes a sound, the effect is extraordinary. Sure enough, it was reprinted in this military media, and some of 8's people did not take long. Numerous domestic fire officials began to speak out and repost the news of the Bincheng Public Security Bureau. V and well-known self-media. Some big V and self-media quickly smelled something wrong in the atmosphere, and deleted the articles posted in the morning. But it's too late. Within a few minutes, the official Weibo of the Sunshine Burns Hospital released a message. This morning, Many irresponsible big versus and self-media published a lot of inverted black and white news that slandered a hospital. Our hospital will take up legal weapons and seek justice for itself. Prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. This official Weibo is very short, but it can make many people feel murderous. Below this official Weibo is almost all the big versus and media public accounts that slander the Sunshine Burns Hospital in the morning. And I also attached these guys in it, slandering the news screenshots of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, and everyone realized that the matter was big. Chapter 631 Simple and Rude. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. When things have reached this point, no matter how stupid people are, they have already smelled something wrong in it, especially these big versus and self-media practitioners who are usually better than monkeys. These guys can be said to rely on their pens to be unscrupulous on the internet, and because they are not professional journalists, they do not have to be restricted by any ethical standards. It can be said that this is a group of guys with the least bottom line. When many people start their businesses, they often rely on following the hottest news and then analyzing problems from a strange perspective. In such an era of eyeball economy, their unconventional approach can always attract a group of readers. Over time, hundreds of thousands or even millions of fan readers will be attracted. Once the traffic reaches this level, they will begin to use their status and operating official accounts to start making profits. In training, private goods is the most basic, and endorsing some online merchants is the basic operation. Anyway, a lot of money is made in a year, and they still have a good reputation. The most extraordinary thing here is that certain cute propaganda of idyllic feminism, a woman who can get a divorce on her own, relying on the team and playing with words, can confuse many women in China, cheat money, and ruin the values of many people. And the big versus and media public accounts that followed this time are basically all of this role. Some are not the weather, just come to catch the heat, while some have become famous, have a lot of fans. It is totally out of ulterior motives. Xiao Feng asked Xie Hongtao to give instructions to the legal department to focus on the big and let go of the small. Those who came to catch up on the enthusiasm were basically from the media who were just starting out, or the guys who weren't even V. These people don't have much fun with them. If you want to get them, you can get the big versus and media with hundreds of thousands of fans and millions of fans. These guys can definitely be guys who have collected money or have ulterior motives. None of them will be let go. Xiao Feng, the big boss behind the Sunshine Burns Hospital, and his celebrity chef group have the time and financial resources to play with them. Xiao Feng intends to throw a 10 million yuan out and let the legal department fight with them every day. Anyway, their celebrity chef group can afford it. I don't know if these big V and media can afford it. During the lawsuit, all the official accounts and snoods they operated were unusable. I don't know if they can't bear such losses. Even if they can afford it, Xiao Feng will ask his lawyer team to find out the 8 generations of these guys' ancestors. As long as they have made mistakes before, they will contact the previous suffering master of these guys and initiate a joint lawsuit. Kill the other person. The ultimate goal is to send these guys to prison. This group of guys thought they would play a pen. Are they really the kind of talents who avoid death and gold medals in ancient times? Go to your grandma. Dream. Today I will let you know what is the power of capital. Let you know that there are some people in this world that you can't afford. The reason why Xiao Feng made such a big fight this time was to kill the monkey and the chicken. The celebrity chef manufacturing he does, and the Sunburn Hospital, are honestly sensitive industries. Celebrity chef manufacturing seems to be in the ordinary catering industry, but it involves the most sensitive food hygiene area of the people. He has been put together before. Needless to say, the Sunshine Burn and Scald Hospital we did this time is also a private medical field where the Chinese people are very sensitive to nerves, and it is also a very error-prone industry. If he is in these 2 industries, that's fine, but now he is doing very well. It can be said that he has the potential to become an industry leader, and it is even possible to go to the world. In this way, it is inevitable that many people will covet it, want to speculate capital, jealous peers, or just want to touch porcelain to ruin you, all kinds of rascals. Anyway, now that they have reached the bright spot, then the dark arrows from all directions have to be guarded. But defending like this all day is not a solution. It must be a shock to these people. For example, the self-media collectively discredited the Sunburn and scalded the hospital. If there are no jealous colleagues or the instigation of capital who wants to speculate behind it, it is definitely impossible to just say those self-media conscience discovers. So this time Xiao Feng decided to show his muscles. He had to clean up the Navy who had taken the money so that they knew that some money was not so easy to take. If you want to stand on the opposite side of the Sunburn and Scald Hospital, you must be prepared for ruin and imprisonment. Brightening up your muscles like this will not only make those pens who see money open their eyes, but also think twice when you encounter news about Sunshine Burn Hospital and Sunshine Burn Hospital. At the same time, I have to give those jealous colleagues and capital who want to speculate as a warning. I am not easy to provoke, although it will cost a certain amount of money to do so. Xiao Feng is not bad at first, and secondly, the effect is definitely very good. Sure enough, by the afternoon of the same day, some news app platforms received a letter from a lawyer from Sunshine Burns Hospital. If it were these platforms in the past, they would definitely not take the Sunshine Burns Hospital's lawyer's letter seriously. After all, they are also a big business, or a news mouthpiece industry. Would they still be afraid that your family will be a private hospital? What if there is a celebrity chef group behind you? What's more, in terms of asset scale, the volume of these balloon-blowing software companies is much larger than that of Ming Chu and Sunshine Burn Hospital. Unless Sunshine Burn Hospital's boss of the celebrity chef group finances them, their size is simply not comparable to them. So if it were in the past, they would definitely not take the lawyer's letter from the Sunshine Burns Hospital seriously. It's a big deal to go to court. Anyway, they are also raising a group of litigation sticks. But this time is different from the past, because some of the military official accounts registered on their platform have already collectively spoken out. Even many domestic fire protection official accounts, and even public security official accounts have collectively forwarded the information of Sunshine Burns Hospital. That official micro, the public relations department in these companies is not for nothing. They are full of talented people, well-informed people, and highly politically sensitive people. Soon someone inquired about the attitude of the military and the fire department, and immediately began to report to the company. The leaders of the company did not need to have a meeting at all, and directly gave orders. Previously, all the callers that forwarded negative news about Sunshine Burns Hospital and Sunshine Burns Hospital were all deleted from the media news. Those big versus and self-media, all banned, and those who raised objections were all blocked. For a time, the whole news industry was full of turmoil, and it was only then that everyone really realized for the first time the energy of this celebrity chef group from benching. What's more, a fast food company is now working in private hospitals across industries, and it seems to be doing pretty well. This company is amazing. In fact, they don't need to act. Those self-media who are purely trying to catch the heat have already taken the initiative to delete the articles they forwarded or written by themselves after seeing the official microblog posted by the Sunshine Burns Hospital. After all, they don't have the strength and confidence of those big V or well-known self-media. If they are actually sued by the Sunburn and scalded by the hospital, waiting for them to go to prison, they will lose money and go bankrupt. So before they came to the Sunshine Burns Hospital, they took the initiative to delete the previous articles. Some of the smarter ones even sent an apology letter directly online. Such a guy naturally escaped the catastrophe smoothly. But those who have millions of fans have accumulated some big versus and well-known self-media in the past 2 years. That's different. First of all, they all took other people's money before they jumped out of the Black Sun Burns the hospital, and now they have millions of fans. If they delete the article in this way, apologize. Then the upright image that they had previously managed in their fan base is about to collapse. This is dismantling their own channels, so they can't do such a thing. Just when they felt a dilemma, the platform they were on helped them make a decision. Their previous news about the Sunshine Burn Hospital was deleted. And don't care how big your wrists, how many fans, all title, order rectification. The meaning is very clear, and I will apologize quickly, settle the Sunshine Burn Hospital, and negotiate the conditions with others, otherwise you don't need to play the official account. It's that simple and rude. For a time, there were complaints everywhere on the internet. Yesterday, I was still on the internet with awe-inspiring vibes, or the self-media with millions of fans, all at once stunned. Cow originally wanted to squeeze and resist, but he didn't think that people would not give you a chance at all, so he would just pick up your when he came up. How can I play this? Some of them started with two-sided swordsmanship. They immediately changed their positions and contacted the legal department of the Sunshine Burns Hospital. First apologize, and then promise to publish an apology letter in the media. Even the content must be reviewed by the legal department of the Sunshine Burns Hospital. If there is a word, it will not work. These are not counted. Mentalnovel.com. You still have to compensate others for the loss of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, which is less than a few 100,000, and millions of people dare to ask for it. How to drop. Dissatisfied. See you at the court. These boneless big versus and self-media people, after hearing such conditions, jumped in anger on the phone side. This is too much to describe too much. It's like a steel knife on the neck. Can you not agree to it? After thinking about it, it doesn't seem to work. The lawyers in the legal affairs department of others can talk about it, but it is completely fine if they don't agree. The lawyer's letter is ready. See you in the court. During the lawsuit, your big V and official accounts do not need to be operated, and the lawsuit, don't you need to hire a lawyer? The cost of hiring a lawyer is too big. Even if you can afford a lawyer, can you definitely win it? Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 632. The legal department is in action. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend how those articles were written, whether the contents of the articles have been verified or not, whether they were made up or not. The companies operated by these big V and public accounts naturally know it. This lawsuit is 10 fights 10 loses, and for those of them who rely on pens to eat, these big V and official accounts, but they have achieved results after many years of operation. If the lawsuit is lost, the account will definitely be blocked. Then what else will they rely on in the future? After much consideration, many people agreed to the request of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. Although the conditions of the hospital where the sun burns and scalds, in the eyes of many people, it can be described as very harsh, and it can even be described as losing power and humiliating the country, but it is better to live than to die. Rebelling against others, the final result is going to court. In the end, you have to apologize and pay compensation. And then you have to be blocked, and you may even go to jail. It's better to admit your mistakes early at this time. What a shame, and loss of credibility is a fart. Anyway, the memory of Chinese netizens is no different from those fish with only 7 seconds and hundreds of millions. Although they were embarrassed this time, they would forget about it in a few days. It's better to be ashamed than to go to jail. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are handsome. After getting in touch with the legal department of the Sunshine Burns Hospital, many VVs and self-media who are aware of current affairs, the two parties quickly reached an agreement on an apology. Some have also bargained over the amount of compensation, but these legal specialists from the Ming Department's legal department have no intention of letting go. The attitude of the big boss has been very clear, that is, to teach these slanderous guys a lesson. But how can they make them hurt, lose money? These guys worked so hard to operate these Weibo accounts. What are they doing with the official accounts? Isn't it for money? Then hurt them in this regard and teach them a profound lesson. What's more, The young lawyers who have joined the legal department of the Celebrity Chef Group are all trying to prove themselves. They all know how difficult the domestic law industry is now. Law firms are out of the first-tier cities in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, and those with strong backgrounds. Others, haha. If you want to be famous in this field, you have to rely on the big tree. And the current Celebrity Chef Group, in their view, is a big tree that is growing. And many of them are not reconciled. In this group, they do some work of drafting contracts and checking for loopholes in documents. Everyone wants to become the group's new star employees. Once it is valued by the leaders above, Thuang Tengda will be just around the corner in the future. And even if you have been gold-plated in this company for a few years, you will be able to talk to another company in the future. Therefore, these legal commissioners are very hardworking. It can be said that holding the phone is a threat to the Big V and the self-media on the other side of the phone. At this time, there is evidence in hand. The bosses of the Big V and the self-media company who are usually talking on the internet on the opposite side are humble like a dog in front of them. Let them knead. Anyway, no matter how harsh the conditions are, just do it. If you are not convinced, then go to lawsuit. As long as you have the courage, then we will definitely stay with you to the end. The boss sent a batch of money to their legal department in the morning. Travel expenses, various subsidies, and expenses for obtaining evidence are all on the financial side. They are still anxious to have a blind eye and go to court with them. So when those Big V and Gongzong operations began to cede territories and seek reconciliation, their conditions were all over the sky. This group of legal affairs are also talented people. Some have contacted their peers, and some have contacted accounting firms that they have worked with before. They have made a simple assessment of the asset status of these big versus and official accounts. Then, based on the maliciousness of the defamatory articles they posted on the internet, a classification was developed. The defamation situation is more serious, and the hostility in the article is very obvious. I'm sorry, the compensation price is very high, and even the of the Big V and public account operations can be lost. Some Big V and public accounts are operating, even crying and pleading on the phone. Boss, give away to make a living. This Weibo public account can support a dozen people. We are also making some hard money. If you want us to accompany 2 million, we can afford it. He can't afford it. You can borrow it. If you can't borrow, go to the bank for a loan. Don't you have a house? If the bank doesn't lend you, then you can buy a house. I'm rushing to your mother. Don't you give me a way to survive? It's a big deal. Haha, okay. Mr. Zhou, right? You are from Jinling. You live in 20 Road, 30 Community, Jiangning District, Jinling. The company is on 30 Road, on the 23rd floor of Hongrui Building. You are waiting to receive the lawyer's letter. And I warn, once you go to court for trial, taking into account the cost of our evidence collection, the travel expenses of the lawyers, and the effort spent on the case, the compensation requirements we put forward will be higher. If you do not appear in court, the court will automatically decide to lose. Time to go to jail will be your first consequence. You can also not enforce our compensation clause as required by the court. Then you will be included in the list of wanted criminals and Laolai who are chased online. I don't need to say more about the consequences at that time, right? I advise you to think more about your junior high school kids. After some words were said, the Big V on the other side of the phone, who was usually on the internet, broke down immediately. Don't, Lawyer Zhang, I will pay. Can we just follow the terms we have said before? Okay, it's up to you. Don't worry, I will contact the BIB immediately and say that the conditions have been negotiated and let them unlock it for me. I will immediately have someone write an apology article. In addition, I will follow the requirements for the compensation amount. After 3 days, enter the account established by your company. Okay, Mr. Zhao hopes you will do it. In addition, we are telling you that the internet is not a place outside the law. I hope you can remember the lesson this time. Within a few hours, the legal department of the Celebrity Chef Group received countless calls like this. In the end, Most of the Big V and We media operators who came to beg for mercy all knelt down in front of the legal affairs of the Celebrity Chef Group. In the afternoon, Xia Hongtao took Wang Xiaoqian, the head of the group's service department, into Xiao Feng's president's office to report on the work situation. Xiao Feng smiled and greeted the two of them to sit down. As the big celebrity in front of the boss, Xia Hongtao would naturally not steal Wang Xiaoqian's limelight. So after a brief beginning, Wang Xiaoqian began to report to work. Wang Xiaoqian is a white-collar beauty in her 30s. She used to be the pillar of a famous law firm in Beijing. Later, because of conflicts with several partners in the firm, she left that firm. It just so happened that the Celebrity Chef Group was hiring people, and she was incurred. At this moment, she looked up at the young man sitting behind the executive desk, immediately adjusted her emotions and cleared her throat. Mr. Xiao, this morning, we have altogether 138 people. Yesterday we reached a settlement with the rumors and slander of our Sunshine Burns Hospital and the We Media official account. They all agreed to send a public apology letter and give us compensation. The amount of compensation is as few as hundreds of thousands and more than 2 million. The total amount of compensation has now reached 200 million yuan. Hey, the average person cuts 1 million meat. I did a good job, and when the matter is over, I will definitely pay for my merits, and I will use the money. Xiao Feng laughed and said, anyway, the more you enjoy the happiness of others, let alone the desire for horses to run fast and eat less, it simply doesn't work in this age. Wang Xiaoqian was naturally happy when the boss gave the bonus, but she knew it was not the time to be happy yet. But boss, there are still more than 30 Big V and We Media official accounts, and we haven't contacted us. These are relatively large-scale ones. Among them, there are more than 10 million fans. And the remaining ones. Fans have basically exceeded 5 million. This is also the main reason why they are unwilling to apologize to us and reach a settlement. Of course, many of them have contacted us through relevant channels and are willing to pay us a large amount of compensation. A settlement is reached, they will delete those articles, but apologize. When Wang Xiaoqian said this, Xiao Feng naturally understood what these people meant. Like this kind of Big V and We Media official accounts with more than 5 million or even 10 million fans, the daily activity must be quite high, and with so many fans, they have already generated considerable credibility. At this time, if their hospital clothes are soft like Sunshine Burns and Scalds, doesn't it mean that their previous articles are obviously misleading? You must know that on the internet, the battle between these big versus and the self-media is also very fierce, and how many colleagues hope they make mistakes. Such a handle, if they are caught by their opponents, and people don't try to hack them, it will definitely be impossible. Therefore, these big versus and self-media operations www.mentalnovel.com would rather compensate the Sunshine Burn Hospital at a high price. But they are not willing to apologize publicly. Because once you publicly apologize, it is equivalent to handing the handle to your opponent's hand. When someone catches you, it will be a $1 million basis. One problem is that they dig their own graves. The painstaking operation of the previous few years must all be met. Naturally they are unwilling to accept the consequences. So they naturally have to pretend to be a dead dog at this time. There are even some big versus and We Media, which are also backed by big trees, and some online news companies or certain capitals are behind them. Such big versus and We Media have not taken the warning of the sun burns the hospital at all. What about the lawsuit? Isn't it just that the sun burns and scalds the hospital not bad money? Does your Sunshine Burn Hospital have a legal department? On the contrary, they are eager to fight a lawsuit and give them some visibility. Wang Xiaoqian reported to Xiao Feng again, intending to carry out the background investigation of the Big V and self-media operations with them. Xiao Feng sneered 3 times after hearing this. Chapter 633 Plan B. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Wang Xiaoqian naturally did a background check on such big versus and self-media operations. She had seen a lot of people like this when she worked in a law firm in Beijing. Based on her past experience, these guys are just like brown sugar, very difficult to deal with. However, Xiao Feng didn't take these big versus and we media into heart. From the time the legal department was prepared to deal with these people, he knew that he would definitely run into these hardships. If in the past, he really didn't dare to provoke these media conglomerates, or big versus and self-media backed by capital, but now the relationship between the military is on the rise, he still needs to be afraid of these sprites. Do you really think the celebrity chef group is really scaring you? Want to play a rogue? Come and touch porcelain. It depends on whether your porcelain is hard enough or not. It is ferromagnetic. He smiled and looked up at Wang Xiaoqian and said, "Okay, Mr. Wang, I know the situation. I know about those big V and we media. You should go back and prepare the prosecution information first. Let's wait and see before talking." Looking at Xiao Feng's appearance, Wang Xiaoqian was very confident. She couldn't help being very curious about what kind of means this young boss would use to solve this problem. But now Mr. Xiao didn't want to explain to her. She naturally didn't dare to ask, so she could only turn around and leave the president's office. At this time, Xiao Feng turned his head, looked at Xie Hongtao with a smile, and said, "Since these guys have revealed their real bodies, then implement Plan B." Although Xiao Feng said it with a smile, Xie Hongtao felt a chill while looking at his smile. "Don't worry, boss, let me do it." Wang Jingwei looked at the computer screen in front of him, laughed from time to time, and cursed in a low voice, "These have lost the last bit of vigor of our media people." Since this afternoon, some big V and WE media public accounts have appeared on the internet, giving public apology letters to the Sunshine Burns Hospital. The content of these apology letters can be said to make Wang Jingwei feel extremely nauseous. It can be said that yesterday the gang of Big V and the self-media criticized how harsh the sun burned the hospital, so how sincere the content of their apology letter today is. Such a posture is completely a virtue of kneeling down and begging for mercy. And it is no wonder that Wang Jingwei would laugh at these peers for lack of spine. Isn't it just a private hospital? What's to be afraid of? I don't believe that they have no shady. How dare to challenge the media? Ha ha, let's squat to the end. I won't believe it. Your hospital has no loopholes at all. Wang Jingwei was a journalist in his early years. Later, when the internet tide hit, he resigned and jumped into the internet industry, and joined a domestic internet giant to do content operations. The past few years can be said to have been smooth and smooth. Many of his fellow villagers worked in private hospitals, and many people contacted him to help write soft articles and promote online rankings. He took a lot of that kind of work, not only to benefit the fellow villagers, but also to make a lot of money for the website company. At that time, it can be said that it was a peak period in his life. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long. The hospital in his hometown put people to death, and then all kinds of shady scenes were exploded, such as prescribing fake medicines, and increasing prices on the operating bed. After this series of negative news was exploded, it not only completely tarnished the reputation of domestic private hospitals, but also turned his fellow hospitals into street rats. If it weren't for some special reasons, these hospitals in his fellow villagers would have been uprooted long ago. The internet company he used to work for was regarded as an accomplice by the majority of netizens. It can be said to have taken a lot of money, not only bad reputation, but also almost cut its market value. When something like this happened, someone would naturally need to take a back seat. So Wang Jingwei left the company where he used to work with a notorious reputation. But after so many years in the internet industry, he has long become an old fritters. With the rise of smartphones and the booming development of the self-media industry, he quickly turned and invested in this business. And with the support of former colleagues and fellow villagers, he quickly made a name in this field. Do it from the media. If you want to operate You don't need to spend money. You must keep track of hotspots and at the same time be innovative. When writing news, you must be as clever as possible. To put it bluntly, it is to play the law and the moral bottom line, and also have strong background resources. But these are what Wang Jingwei is best at. His Big V public account often expresses some insights on the facts. He is always known for his sharp words and angles, which quickly attracted a lot of attention. Coupled with the resources of his original company, he can often easily obtain diversion, and coupled with the cash support of his original fellow villagers, he can easily buy traffic from other websites and news apps, and get on the hot search. So in just 2 or 3 years, he has become a big V in this field, and now he has more than 20 million followers. With so many fans, Wang Jingwei makes good money. He has sent 5 e-commerce companies to advertise across the mountain, and sometimes even carries some private goods. Or they often collect money from celebrities or companies to help launder or discredit other people and companies. Anyway, he is familiar with this kind of business, and he knows that there are hundreds of big V or Wii media like him on the internet. These big V or Wii media are either the vests of some internet giants, or the marionettes that have been overtaken by some capital. Anyway, they are their mouthpieces and help them speak out. Usually everyone is in contact with each other, but secretly, everyone is in groups, just to control the right to speak on the internet. For example, this time the Black Sun burned and scalded the hospital. He took the money from his fellow villagers who worked as private hospitals, so he made his way. Because this Sunshine Burns and Scald hospital is now very strong, his fellow villagers feel a little scared, for fear that this hospital will rob them of their business. So this time is just a small punishment and a big warning. Step across the boundary. How can I think that the Sunshine Burns hospital had reacted so fiercely this time that it was actually going to send everyone a lawyer's letter to fight with them? Haha. This hospital really does not live or die. If it were before, he might still be scared. But now he has a team of more than 100 people, operating a Weibo Big V account, and also operating dozens of members of the public on several other news-type mobile apps. Only his Weibo Big V account has more than 20 million fans, and the fans of other web media public accounts also have 10 to 20 million fans. If you just apologize to them, what credibility does his Bib and official accounts have? So you want him to apologize for losing money? Go dreaming. It's a big deal. He can borrow the lawyers from his fellow villagers anyway. And he also has relationships with many internet companies, because those companies also have big wigs who have bought shares in his company. Otherwise he would be so easy to get diversion from which websites and mobile apps. Those big bosses would definitely not want to see themselves fall. After all, their company is their vest. When it is inconvenient for them, I often help them to speak up and help them do things that are inconvenient for them to come forward. That's why he is not afraid of the threat of sunburn and scalding the hospital. He will go to war. And he also knows that, like him, there are more than a dozen companies that operate Big Versus and Wii Media public accounts. These companies yesterday verbally criticized the hospital for sunburn and scald for various reasons. And behind these companies, there are many big bosses like him. Some are bigwigs in the internet industry, and some are even more terrifying capital bigwigs. These people are all with a background in means. He doesn't believe that the sun burns and scalds the hospital, the people who are able to move. So this time, he intends to carry it to the end. Wang Jingwei made up his mind, but he was still a little uneasy, so he wanted to call one of his colleagues to ask, wanting the two to form an alliance together. This colleague is a friend from his hometown, and he also runs a so-called online culture company in Beijing, but it is a little bigger than him. There are 2 Big V accounts with more than 20 million fans and hundreds of news apps. A public account, the total number of fans exceeds 60 million. That guy's background is harder than him. He is backed by a large e-commerce platform, and there are many capital tycoons. His fellow villagers are equivalent to their flag-carrying benchmarks. Once he expresses his position, then others will definitely stand behind him. But today is strange. No matter how he makes the call, He just can't get through. At this moment, his secretary hurriedly rushed in. "Mr. Wang is not good. XXX's number apologized." What? Wang Jingwei, who had originally wanted to scold someone, stood up. The 30-bib number that his secretary said was not a big V number with more than 20 million fans operating by his fellow townsmen. Under what circumstances? He was softened. At this moment, his phone rang suddenly, and he took it over to see that it turned out to be the call from his fellow villager who opened the hospital. I quickly apologize. Don't resist it. What's the matter, old letter? Didn't you say that you will carry it together this morning? Fight against your mother. The 7 hospitals under my name. Novel.com have all been inspected by firefighting raids today. All of them have failed firefighting, and they have been ordered to suspend operations for rectification. What? Before Wang Jingwei could reply, his fellow villager hung up the phone. At the same time, his phone rang again. When he took it over, it turned out that it was a call from someone who was close to his company. This tycoon is one of the shareholders of his company and his greatest support in the original company. He quickly connected the phone. I quickly apologized to the Sunshine Burns Hospital, right away. Right away. Huh? What happened to the boss? A feeling of something bad came to Wang Jingwei's heart. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 634. Shocked. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Wang Jingwei felt that he had to ask clearly about this before he could be prepared. His fellow villagers who worked in the same industry had already subdued, and then he received successive calls from the funder behind him. One was the private hospital owner who often provided him with funds and business dealings, and the other was his secret shareholder. It seems that things are really big things, but the more it goes like this, the more he has to figure out what happened. Especially for his secret shareholder, his background is quite complicated, and he is not comparable to his fellow villagers who run private hospitals. This is the lord of the capital. He was also a shareholder and director of the internet giant he used to belong to. Yesterday, the Black Sun burned the hospital. It can be said that this boss is also one of the masterminds behind the scenes. Although he didn't tell him explicitly, Wang Jingwei probably guessed that the grandfather's intentions should be to collude with a few players who played capital, and wanted to give the Sunshine Burns Hospital a disarm, and then went to talk to them about venture capital. However, it now seems that things may have spoiled, and it can scare this master into such a situation. It can be seen that the background of the Sunburn and Scald Hospital is also extraordinary. Thinking of this, Wang Jingwei felt a chill in his back. He had to ask to understand what could scare this big guy like this. Brother Qiang, I have been with you for so many years. Now that the matter has reached this point, don't hide it from me and tell my brother a little bit of news. Wang Jingwei asked again, but at this moment the big man on the other end of the phone felt soft and sighed. Hey, let me tell you that our auto-driving test drive was stopped because it involves national security. Do you understand? You and I will immediately contact the Sunshine Burns Hospital, no matter what the other party mentions. You can agree to the request and how much compensation you want. This gangster's tone is very cold, which makes Wang Jingwei feel cold. This is the rhythm to give up him. And he is not a fool. As an old media person who has been engaged in the news industry for many years, he still has this political sensitivity. The internet giant he used to belong to, since the issue of the bidding rankings of certain hospitals was exposed, its career can be said to have plummeted, and its image in the hearts of the majority of netizens has been completely destroyed. It turns out that the most important business territory is shrinking in a large area, and many market shares have been snatched away by other peers. Because the market share has shrunk significantly and the campaigner's image is deteriorating, the company has to start quietly transforming and laying out the future. With the advent of the 5G era, the company has bet most of its treasures on the future of unmanned driving, and it can be said that it is doing very well now. It is said that they have entered the road test stage of autonomous driving, but now their O test has been stopped. What's more ridiculous is the reason for the suspension. It turned out to be impossible to reach and threaten national security. If ordinary people hear such news, they will definitely curse that some national departments have nothing to do. A company that studies unmanned driving has a relationship with your national security. But as a media person who has been in the news circle for many years, Wang Jingwei caught the crux of the matter at once, and this matter must have been nodded in agreement by the military from behind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a vice president of his company rushed into his office. "Mr. Wang, we must declare our position immediately." "Oh, what's the matter?" The headquarters of 20 Group went to the firefighter for inspection this morning. The firefighters have not yet evacuated, and the result has not yet come out. However, their local city government suddenly announced today that they will deploy cadres and move in. They are enterprises and they carry out help to enterprises. Grass. After hearing such news, Wang Jingwei took a deep breath. That's 20 Group, the leading giant company in China. If no one nods for such a company, can the firefighter just go over and check it? And the government wants to send help cadres to their enterprises? How could the timing of this news be so coincidental? Besides, someone is a private company that is running well in normal times and needs your help. Wang Jingwei can guess with his ass what's going on, and they will probably be in trouble this time. As for why, it may be related to the incident in the hospital where the black sun burns and scalds. Thinking of this, Wang Jingwei couldn't help but feel cold, and her mouth felt bitter. Just now he was thinking about smashing with others, but now it seems that this kick has hit the iron plate, and now it has stabbed a hornet's nest. Xiao Li, book a ticket for me right away to go to benching. By the way, immediately contact their legal department and say that I am going to come and apologize personally. By the way, Jiang, will you go with me? Already thinking things through. If Wang Jingwei doesn't know how to praise, then he is an idiot. So he immediately contacted the secretary outside and booked him a ticket. At the same time, I also asked the vice president next to him. This vice president Jiang nodded with a wry smile. I nodded a lot of articles yesterday. I think it would be inappropriate for me not to go. Well, Xiao Li, book President Jiang a ticket to benching. Such scenes occurred in major cities across the country at this time, especially those cities where big versus and self-media companies that plan to fight the Sunshine Burn Hospital to the end. No one thought, but it was just a collective smear that would cause such a big backlash and movement. Originally, these internet culture companies with many fans and tyrannical backgrounds did not take the Sunshine Burns Hospital seriously, but now when some third parties or even fourth parties intervene, the taste of this matter has changed. Those who don't know how to promote will definitely not survive. In the morning, they were very tough. The internet culture companies that plan to fight the Sunshine Burns Hospital to the end. The attitude at this time, almost all came to a 180-degree turn. Many people called the legal department of the Sunshine Burns Hospital and wanted to get a settlement with them. It's a pity that they were stupid this time, and they didn't answer the phone at all. Some well-informed people already know that many of their colleagues have already boarded the plane to benching at this time and want to apologize in person, so they all learned how to book tickets and plan to go to the door to apologize. After all, compared with face, survival is the most important thing. At the same time, Sunshine Burns Hospital once again published an official Weibo. However, this official microcosm seems to be somewhat irrelevant to this discredited incident. During this period of time, there have been many firefighting accidents across the country, causing many firefighters to be severely burned. In order to effectively reduce the damage caused by fires to our dearest retrogrades, our hospital has been discussing. It was decided that a free diagnosis and treatment system will be opened to firefighters across the country. Any firefighter who suffers severe burns and scalds during firefighting and disaster relief activities can be treated in our hospital for free. This system also covers the military and police systems, and they are also us. The loveliest person in this era. Our hospital has made the following promises. as long as there are policemen and soldiers, in the process of arresting criminals, in actual combat or during exercises, there are wounded people who have suffered severe burns and scalds. They can come to our hospital and receive free treatment. As soon as this official Weibo was released, it can be said that it immediately achieved a shocking effect. The vast majority of netizens are all boiled, regardless of what the heart of the hospital is, or whether they have true technical capabilities. It is already very remarkable that people can make such a statement. This is a private hospital. People who dare to say that they have given up a huge part of their profits. Isn't such a hospital worthy of admiration? And this official WeChat account was quickly reposted by many fire and military public accounts. The reprinted response methods are all salute images. And there are many official accounts that express their opinions. Thank the people for their support. But our rule is not to take the people one by one. The inside and outside meanings are very clear. We understand the good intentions, but we are not short of money. Of course, Xiao Feng and others understand that they are not bad for money, but after the treatment, the discount must be discounted, and some materials must be donated frequently. But to their Sunshine Burns Hospital, it's nothing at all. You know this hospital, since when they opened it, they have never expected to make money from burns and scalds. When this hospital was established, they went to the medical and aesthetics side. It can be said that medical aesthetics is the major part of their hospital's profit. According to the statistics of the past few days, the profit amount of medical aesthetics even accounts for 90% of their total net profit, and it will be even higher in the future. The demand for beauty and the market www.mtlnovel.com can be said to be unlimited. Therefore, Xiao Feng's Sunshine Burn Hospital has now become the father of many women in China. The man whose daughter-in-law spends money to raise. And with the expansion of the medical aesthetics department in the future, he will not only become the father of more women, but also the father of more men who pursue beauty. Even he felt a little embarrassed that the money was made, so the hospital issued such an official Weibo, just to give back to the society. After the military police system stated that it did not take the group's needle and thread, the Sunshine Burns Hospital issued a second official WeChat account. After the meeting of the leaders of our hospital decided, our hospital is a private hospital, as an effective supplement to the public medical care that the country has been paying attention to, should give full play to the spirit of treating diseases and saving people. So our hospital decided to open 30. The department set up the 30 charity fund. The department will specially receive children with burns and scalds from all over the country, mainly for poor families. Our hospital will provide free treatment for these children with burns and scalds, and all treatment costs are free. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 635 Blow Up. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. The official WeChat account was released and immediately set off a second round of discussions on the Sunshine Burn Hospital on the internet. After the two combos, not many people paid attention to the rumors and smears made by the Big V and the media yesterday. People would involuntarily put up their thumbs when they mentioned the Sunshine Burn Hospital. Such an enterprise should be the pride of our Chinese people. Although they are not as big as a giant in the electronics industry like Warwick, they are not engaged in high-tech chips such as mobile phones. But the attitude of other companies is definitely a model for private companies. Unlike other companies that make money, the boss takes the big head, then squanders, gambles overseas, or hires mistresses. People in this company really pretend to be the Chinese people in their hearts. Spend part of the profit and set up a charity fund to treat poor infants and young children. What kind of mind you have to know is that it is the most expensive to treat diseases and save people. Many charities in China are all hey, but they just did it. No matter what the intention was to manage them, if they could have such an attitude, they would have already dumped a lot of companies. Now these days, there are sellers everywhere, and then try to transfer them. the boss who ran to the United States. But this one is doing the opposite. What else can you say? Isn't such an enterprise worth blowing up? On the internet, it soon caused a new round of touted upsurges about the hospitals for sunburn and scald. A few days ago, when I saw their hospital's treatment effect, I was still amazed. This hospital's technical skills are different from those of swindler hospitals. There is a real chapter at hand. But today I saw people's comments like this. This is more than just a private hospital for profit. It is already a hospital with ideals and sentiments. I must blow up this kind of hospital. Just after reading his family's statement, I said that I would voluntarily become his family's navy. In the future, if anyone dares to say that his family is not, I am willing to take the initiative to stand up and spray him to death. Oh, they just stood up and said a few words. Are you so excited? And whether it will be implemented in the future is still uncertain. When voluntary naval forces stepped forward, naturally these calm people who like to be unconventional came out to speak. But these guys didn't say a single word and were sprayed to death. Hey, they only said 2 sentences. But we are willing to listen to these 2 sentences. If you are good, you should also stand up and say 2 things. If you don't have the courage and the responsibility, don't talk coldly here. Do you think you are very calm and objective? Fuck you. You don't look down on you. If you don't do anything, you will stab at it. If others do something, you all have to come out and point fingers at you. Yes. The upstairs is right. The statement from the Sunshine Burns Hospital is for charity anyway, no matter how far they can be. They have such an attitude at least. You must know that they are just a private enterprise, neither is it. The government is not a state-owned enterprise. It is a great thing for a private company to take the initiative to stand up and get money out of your pocket to do charity. Not only do you discourage it, but you are talking ridiculously next to you. What do you mean? That's it. You can do it. You can also make a statement. We don't ask too much. If you spend 10% of your monthly salary for charity, we will blow you up too. Haha, he dare not show up anymore. Mad. One of these comes out. One is sprayed to death. The public opinion on the internet is almost a one-sided situation. And almost all of the big V and self-media who have been screaming and killing the Sunshine Burn Hospital 2 days ago have stopped appearing. The Clever and Clever deleted the original post, and then began to apologize on the internet, and all actively said that they were willing to compensate. And the first batch of big V and we media, who changed the wind direction, bowed their heads to the Sunshine Burns Hospital and apologized, at this time took the initiative to stand up and began to sing praises to the Sunshine Burns Hospital. Previously, the heat was reversed, and it was rubbed on the ground by someone. Then I will sing a hymn to you and promote positive energy, so no one will be talking about the heat. This group of guys are really flexible enough. And some people directly posted a check for the compensation transfer to the Sunshine Burns Hospital, and said that they are willing to pay for the previous irresponsible remarks. They have caused losses to other people's Sunburn and Scald Hospital, and they are willing to take the initiative to make compensation. In this way, establish a responsible media image for yourself, let alone, these people's minds are really flexible enough. Such a hype actually attracted a lot of fans for them. Now that they have announced their compensation information, the Sunshine Burns Hospital cannot be left behind. These big versus and self-media like to keep up the heat so much. The Sunshine Burn Hospital will naturally not miss this wave. They soon posted another scarf on their official Weibo. Previously, our hospital had received compensation from several media companies and attacked 280 million yuan. The leaders of the hospital decided at a meeting that all of this funds will be transferred to the Sunshine Angel Fund opened by our hospital, and all will be used in the treatment of domestic poverty-stricken infants and young children with burns and scalds. And in the future, our hospital will also allocate 50% of the net profit from the treatment of burns and scalds every year to this fund to strive for an early date. Make the charity fund bigger and stronger. As soon as this bib came out, there was another boil on the internet. This is for real. Just do it. Before, Everyone felt that they were just doing such a gesture, and it was enough to treat dozens of infants and young children symbolically a year, but at any rate they really did good deeds. But now it seems that people are really playing it. To be honest, the 280 million yuan of compensation alone is used as a charity fund, which is a lot. But now people still have to use 50% of the net profit from the burn hospital every year to do charity. What kind of mind is this? Many netizens even want to ask Sunshine Burns Hospital, does your boss really want to open a Shantang? A private hospital is not easy to make a profit. It can be said that it is really rare these years. If you look at other private hospitals, you can't wait to squeeze every patient who walks into their hospital. But this hospital is just fine. Although it's not cheap, first of all, people's effectiveness is good. It's a fair comparison. You can get results when you spend money. It's better than those scammers who have spent money and have no effect at all. Secondly, even 50%, half of the profit has to be taken out. Take it out for charity. How many such hospitals are there in the world? Isn't such a hospital worth blowing up? The scarf of the Sunburn Burns Hospital was sent out, and within half an hour, their names resounded across the entire network. For a while on the internet, there were voices sang praises to them in the Sunburn Hospital. Grass, this is our Chinese hospital. This is the truly responsible hospital. Even if his medical expenses are expensive, I am willing to go to his home to see a doctor. Ahem, it's a pity. Their family only does burns and scalds, and it's not a general hospital. Yes, if it's a general hospital, that's fine. Don't worry, it will happen sooner or later. The boss of this hospital is really conscientious. Yes, it's better to dare to make such a decision than some swindler hospital bosses who make money and sell advertisements, then go back to their hometown to repair the Buddha, burn incense and worship Buddha every day. Hey, this is the gap in the pattern. Understand the pattern. Countless netizens directly blow the sunburn and scold the hospital on the internet. This effect made Xiao Feng very happy. It seems that the two more than $100 million are also worthwhile. And Guan Zhenhai and Wang Xiaoqian from the legal department were sitting opposite him at this time, admiring the 5 bodies he admired. Or the boss has a big structure. If you lose more than 2 billion, you will throw it out to do charity. How many people can there be in the country? They don't know that Xiao Feng simply doesn't like that little money. Is it more than 2 billion? Now it is obvious to him that these companies can earn him this number in a few days. And what is the annual net profit of Burns and Scalds? Can't keep up with the net profit made by the medical aesthetics department in a month. Speaking of the hospital, the real profit part, but the medical beauty side, that is the profiteering business. In recent days, after learning that they use a filling material that has absolutely no side effects on the human body, many beauty lovers who have done beauty before have come to them to inquire. Some want to rebuild, while others focus on maintenance. Their family has made a lot of money just selling beauty needles these days. Their family uses small molecule collagen as the main base material to make beauty needles, and their reputations are bursting as soon as they come out. The hottest hyaluronic acid before only a few days' work has been pulled down by their beauty needles. Those beauty lovers who have to get an injection of hyaluronic acid every few days, many of them have now been transferred to his house. A good injection of hyaluronic acid costs at least $1,000 to $2,000. MentalNovel.com and the cost of cosmetic injections in Sunshine Burn Hospital is more than twice that of hyaluronic acid. But these people are still rushing. Why? The effect is good. When you have hyaluronic acid, your face is stiff. When you want to laugh, the muscles on your face are stiff and you can't laugh at all. So it often creates scenes with strange facial expressions that make people look embarrassed. And this hyaluronic acid is the best publicity. Everyone knows that this thing has too many side effects. It will be easy to rot over time, and the most terrifying thing is that it will cause uremia. And this cosmetic needle from the Sunshine Burn Hospital is absolutely non-toxic and has no side effects, because the materials used by people contain a lot of collagen. Is this okay? In particular, there are a few people who reappeared after trying the law, and immediately attracted a large number of customers to their family. Now their family makes a profit of tens of millions by selling cosmetic needles every day. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 636, The Outbreak of the Medical Beauty Market. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Although Xiao Feng had expected this point before, he did not expect it to be so popular. Before that, he and Xiaojun also talked about Zenhai. When they got together to chat, they also talked about the current popularity of the domestic beauty market. Especially after a lot of live broadcast software became popular, it greatly promoted the consumption and upgrade of the beauty market. In the past, in this beauty market, only the rich and free ladies were the main consumer groups. After all, they are in a superior family and don't need to worry about life. The only thing to worry about every day is how to keep themselves young and not old, so that they can keep their men's hearts. So at that time, these people were the mainstream consumer. But these noble ladies also have a shortcoming, that is, they like to care about everything. The most troublesome thing about doing business with them is bargaining. Even if you are wealthy, you still like to take advantage of them. But now it is different. With the rise of various live broadcast software, the internet ecology has been completely changed. Not to mention that even the ecology of the beauty industry has also been changed. In the past, those young girls who had no money and no need for plastic surgery, now their consumption needs have been unearthed at once. Consumer psychology can be said to be bizarre. Most of them want to make money by broadcasting live after plastic surgery. Another part is that after seeing the people you know, they are more beautiful than her after they are on the live broadcast software, and they are not convinced, so they have to be whole. Just for comparison, some even saw that others are so beautiful in software, and they were also struck out for their pursuit of beauty. With limited hardware, they also wanted to be beautiful through plastic surgery. Now the medical beauty market is almost showing an explosion in a geometric state. Originally, they also talked about these topics when they were chatting, but they didn't expect that when they entered the industry and became famous, they would be so popular. The consumption outlook of young girls is different from those of the noble ladies before. Most of these young girls are girls who live in the present. They don't think about saving money for self-defense or preparing for the future. If you have money today, you can spend it today. If you don't have money, you have to spend it if you borrow money. If you feel comfortable today, who will think about things tomorrow? In the past, Xiao Feng felt that such girls were a minority. But after he opened the medical aesthetics department, he discovered that such girls are now the majority. This made him feel that he was out of touch with society. And when did the consumption philosophy of this society become like this? No wonder those routine loans. Now the business is so good. For a fruit phone, these girls are willing to take pictures to mortgage loans. This is absolutely unimaginable before. Only a few years now. Has the moral decline reached such a point? However, in the eyes of these post-95s or post-OOS, this is not a moral decline, but should be advancing with the times. As long as the effect of tens of thousands of dollars of medical aesthetic surgery is good, those girls don't think much about it, and they will do it on the spot. If you don't have enough money, you can ask for it from your family. If you can't afford it, you can borrow it. If you don't have enough borrowing, you will use a routine loan. Anyway, Xiao Feng, who is so happy, is dumbfounded. A few thousand yuan of cosmetic injections, that is to say, just hit it. As long as the effect is after the effect, the economic affordability is not considered at all. They do not ask for anything but beauty. Their faces have become more beautiful. After going out, naturally there will be Diosi willing to pay for them. Who makes the men in China now 30 million more than women? The market demand is there. In addition, Many girls may not be able to perform tens of thousands of dollars in cosmetic surgery, but they can still afford the relatively cheap tens of thousands of dollars in cosmetic injections. It is the combination of these numerous reasons that have caused a major explosion in the sales of cosmetic injections in the pharmacy department of their hospital in recent days. Mr. Xiao, not only are the cosmetic injections in our hospital selling well, and there are even many medical and aesthetic institutions that have come to the door to discuss cooperation with me. I want to import large quantities of cosmetic injections and medical aesthetics from us. Filling material. Guan Zhenhai reported to Xiao Feng with a smile, and Xiao Feng nodded as he listened. Sell it to them. But the price is naturally higher. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I will definitely implement it according to the plan we made earlier. At the earliest time, Xiao Feng had discussed with Guan Zhenhai and He Xiaojun. Once the sun burns and scalds the hospital, they will definitely be famous for their medical aesthetics. By the way, the materials they use will definitely attract others' attention. At that time, someone will definitely come to the door to discuss cooperation and want to buy their medical aesthetics materials. Naturally, they will not refuse such a request. After all, they now only have one hospital. If they want to accumulate capital as soon as possible, they must master the sales channels. And the best sales channels for this medical beauty material are all kinds of beauty salons all over the country. Many of these beauty salons have been open in a local area for a long time and have a very well-developed network. Therefore, they don't have to worry about the sale of beauty needles and other products. They can also help build the reputation of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. Another very important reason is that the domestic medical aesthetics market is very irregular. If you don't sell medical aesthetics materials to them, it won't be long before there will be fake medical aesthetics materials flowing into the market in their name. Those counterfeit drugs will not only grab their profits, but also discredit their names. Instead of that, it is better to let the real drugs out and block the road. I believe that those large, formal medical aesthetics institutions, if there are channels to obtain genuine products, few are willing to use fakes. And those small institutions can't control them. Anyway, if they use fakes, accidents will happen sooner or later, but the hospitals are not afraid of sunburns and scalds. They only need to do their own products, especially to prevent counterfeiting. Don't be afraid if something goes wrong. When the time comes, consumers will suffer a lot, and naturally they will have the corresponding recognition ability. Mr. Xiao, today there are 5 more large-scale internet culture companies, who came to our side and apologized in person. At this time, Wang Xiaoqian, the head of the legal department, also said something, and Xiao Feng nodded when she heard it. After that day's counterattack, there were still many big VNWA media people who were strained and even planned to smash with them. They also saw the direction of the wind clearly. In the past few days, some people have come to visit and apologize in person, and some people are looking for relationships with people everywhere, wanting to get in touch with him. Of course, the purpose is also to apologize. When things have reached this point, the goal of knocking the mountain to shake the tiger has also been achieved, and the killing is naturally no more than nodding. Xiao Feng didn't purely want to kill them all. Those with backgrounds all raised their boards high, and finally fell gently. Delete the article, post an apology on the internet, and give the corresponding compensation. After the process is completed, the Sunshine Burn Hospital will no longer be held accountable. However, we still have to pick out a few types that have no background and still have hard beaks and set them up as typical ones. The legal department headed by Wang Xiaoqian has filed a lawsuit against several selected special cases. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to close these online culture companies. The person in charge, sent directly to jail, still had to kill the monkey and the chicken. This time I found out a few typical examples. In the future, these guys will think twice when they want to spread rumors and make trouble. The heat in the hospital is not so easy for them to burn and scald in the sun. If you are not afraid of death, then just come. Xiao Feng nodded at Wang Xiaoqian. Well, You have done a great job in the last few days. Keep it up. By the way, have you sorted out the list of these online culture companies? Choose some. You know what to do. Wang Xiaoqian nodded. I know Mr. Xiao, as well as those internet culture companies that came over in the past few days, who had given high compensations. At present, more than 300 million compensations have been paid. You see, part of it is used as a reward for colleagues in the legal department, and part of it is used to compensate for the loss at the hospital. The rest will be transferred to the charity fund. Don't let people talk about it. Both Wang Xiaoqian and Guan Zhenhai are very satisfied with Xiao Feng's arrangement, especially Wang Xiaoqian, whose boss is so open and generous, makes her full of enthusiasm for work. Why do you come out to work? Don't talk about ideals and feelings these days. As long as the boss gives the money in place, everyone is naturally willing to work for the boss. And the boss in front of him is a rare model, with few things. Generous. Don't take the shelf. It is most comfortable to follow such a boss. When Wang Xiaoqian saw that Xiao Feng and Guan Zhenhai had something to talk about, she turned around and went out. At this time, Xiao Feng smiled and turned to Guan Zhenhai and said, "The Sun Angel Fund we set up needs a helm. I think Mr. Zhu seems to have a daughter who works in a field. Mr. Zhu mentioned to me earlier that he wanted her to come back. Yes, you can ask him if you want it or not, as well as the relatives of the bosses of our relationship units. You can properly insert some in. Do you do business in China? You must know how to choose, especially if you are doing private business. Now the Sunshine Burn Hospital is in great shape, but you should also thank those who have helped you and gave you a boost. Mentalnovel.com. Otherwise, if you want to find someone to help you in the future, no one is willing to do it. In fact, if the business reaches a certain level, you will understand that everything is an exchange of benefits. Guan Zhenhai smiled and nodded. How could he not understand what the boss meant? The future development of their Sunburn and Scald Hospital will be escorted by those people. If you are ignorant, then your boat won't go far. The operating cost of this charity fund should be set at 10%. Don't go too far. Of course, the accounts can be adjusted. You know, Xiao Feng couldn't help it either. It's not that easy to really do charity these years. Look at the domestic charity funds. Most of them are like this. The operating costs are quite high. There is no way. There are so many staff. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Guan Zhenhai currently looks pretty good. Chapter 637 Interest Exchange. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Not only is he technically skilled, but he is also very proficient in management. The most important thing is that he is slick and sociable. In the future, the medical care of his group can really be managed by him. This person recommended by He Xiaojun is really good. At this moment, Guan Zhenhai answered the phone, and soon said to Xiao Feng with a smile on his face, "Mr. Xia, turn on the computer and watch Weibo." "Oh, what's the matter?" The desktop computer Xiao Feng used was still on. At this moment, Guan Zhenhai turned on the screen immediately. Sure enough, I was taken aback by the heat on the scarf, because recently their reputation as a sunburn hospital is too loud. In the famous scarf search, 5 of the top 10 lists are about their sunburn hospital. News. This situation has been going on for several days. The reason for this, Xiao Feng naturally knew that it was the BIP who wanted to apologize to them and deliberately made arrangements. Otherwise, the top 10 rankings would be charged for them. But every day there are 5 news about them dominating the list, which is obviously because they are giving them face. After all, there were a lot of big verses getting hot before, and they used snoods. And the snood officials were afraid that the sun would burn them and the hospital would hold them. Previously, the first place on this hot search list was the news that a big V personally made an apology to the Sunshine Burns Hospital. But now it has been replaced by Nanako, and I highly recommend the news of Sunshine Hospital's beauty needle. This Nanako is currently a young actress who is relatively popular in China, and it can even be said to be one of the top Xiaohudan in China. This girl was born as a child star. Later, when she grew up, she didn't keep up with her appearance. It is logically not suitable for acting as a beauty, or a role like a top beauty. But this girl has a good personality and a nice person. The most important resource is very good. She often holds her as the heroine of some big dramas. In order to adapt to such a role, she went for plastic surgery. Of course, when the outside world asked questions, people would definitely not recognize it. The girl still has some talent. She can endure hardships when acting and is willing to work hard, so she is naturally welcomed by many fans. Compared with those who cut out pictures, or only carry 12,345 when acting, or the whole city has a stiff face, the traffic actors who have performed a play with an expression are much better. And this morning, she even sent out a scarf. Wow! I finally got a beauty needle from the Sunshine Burn Hospital. It's really not easy. There are also a few photos of her wearing a hat and mask, lining up at the Sunshine Burns Hospital to buy beauty needles. The last one is a group photo of her after taking off her hat and mask and holding the beauty injection in her hand. The following is also accompanied by an explanation. Because the demand for movies and TV shows is becoming more and more stringent, the actors' faces must be small enough to be photographed. Therefore, many actors have no choice but to make some fine-tuning of medical beauty, and beauty needles are our industry. A very common method. Everyone used hyaluronic acid in the past, but now the beauty needles of the Sunshine Burn Hospital are shockingly available. I have consulted many people, and there are many professional aesthetic doctors. The answer everyone gives is because the Sunshine Burn Hospital produces the beauty needles use pure natural collagen material that is non-toxic and non-toxic to the human body, so it is more suitable for people who love beauty. The most important thing is that after this kind of battle, the actors no longer need to be afraid. My face is swollen and stiff, and I can't make micro expressions anymore. She sent out such a scarf. It can be said that it is a bit of a shocking smell. Actually, how many people in the showbiz industry haven't had a knife in the face? Regardless of the actor or actress, those who are out of the older generation, those who have achieved fame, and those who have a very high degree of recognition themselves. The younger generation of actors, both men and women, young and middle-aged, almost most of them will make fine adjustments on their faces. If the face shape is good, because of fear of wrinkles, and when the face collapses when you are older, you will use needles to cushion your temples, cushion your cheekbones, and make fine adjustments. If the face shape is not good, do a big synthesis, such as nose synthesis, face synthesis, etc. Pad the bridge of the nose, and cut the mandible. These are all basic operations. However, once someone asks about it, few people dare to admit it face-to-face. The most obvious example is a certain head-changing monster whose entire face has changed drastically, but people say that this is all the credit of the wisdom teeth. Do you dare to believe such remarks that insult people's IQ? Anyway, everyone in the circle understands that this is an unspoken rule. Anyway, everyone has done it, so the uncle will not talk about the second master. Only innocent fans will think that their idols are pure and natural. But they don't know that their idols will fly to the footbaths every 3 to 5 to return to the furnace for maintenance. Otherwise, every 3 to 5, you have to get a shot in the face. Today, the girl Nanako confessed that she had had an injection on her face. This courage was really a bit shocking. But let's not say that she did such an operation. Not only did not attract others' ridicule, on the contrary, she succeeded. The following comments are all fans who asked her how effective she was. Wow! Is the effect really that good? Is it really non-toxic and no side effects? After the injection at his home, won't your face be stiff? Most of the fans ask questions, and there are many celebrities who directly stand up and give her bib a thumbs up, forward, or even leave a message. There is even a veteran queen who directly left a message to her and said, "I also asked someone to buy it, but it was very difficult to buy. His injections were too popular. Xia Kai, if you are still filming in Binching, can you help me bring back a few stitches? With such a veteran queen going to the river, several other celebrities who had a good relationship with this girl soon left messages and asked questions. So many celebrities have spoken generously, saying that the cosmetic needles in the Sunshine Burn Hospital have been effective. How can this not attract high attention? So this bib quickly became the #1 in the hot search list. It's no wonder that Guan Zhenhai would let him watch, and Xiao Feng didn't know what to say. With these stars to help out, it seems that he will save the cost of recruiting advertisements in the future. However, it seems that the establishment of an independent and specialized medical aesthetic hospital should also be on the agenda. At this moment, his mobile phone rang, and when he picked it up, it turned out that it was Lord Wan who had called. "Brother Wan, you busy guy, why do you think of calling me today?" "I have been in contact with Wan Gongcai many times and have also cooperated in business." Now the relationship between Xiao Feng and Wan Gongcai is extraordinary. The 10,000 son on the other end of the phone laughed. "Isn't it what your kid made? I told you, you don't know how hot the cosmetic materials in your hospital are." "Oh, what's the matter?" "Hey, in Beijing and Puhai, you know those two high-end clubs? Don't you know? We are positioned as high-end, so we must have good things that ordinary clubs can't get. The drinks of your Dynasty series before, and the gold label caviar does give me a lot of face. But recently, some female members have asked me if I can get your beauty materials. Tell me, how can I answer this?" When Mr. Wan said that, Xiao Feng probably understood. "Ha ha, Brother Wan. What do you say? But you can't do cosmetic surgery or something in your club, right? If you can do it, I don't want to do it in the club. So, I have a few friends who are more anxious. Can you arrange for your doctor to be a throwing knife?" "That's okay. You will send the information later, and I will arrange for a doctor to analyze the situation. But it's better to be in a professional hospital." Xiao Feng confessed to Wan Gongcai, and Wan Gongcai replied over the phone, "I've been thinking about this lately. My brother, I'm in Benching, and there is still a piece of land. It was developed into a golf resort before, and the villas were built for young and old. But now the house is not easy to sell, and golf is also good. Not many people play. How about we build a hospital in partnership?" I knew this guy would want to come here. But for business, eating alone will definitely die very fast. "What customer group are you targeting?" Xiao Feng felt that this was the key, and the answer given by Lord Wan was not beyond his expectations. "Of course it is a high-end customer group. As you know, there are a lot of celebrities and big people. It is inconvenient to show up in ordinary hospitals. And I know a lot of celebrities. They will go to Southern Korea and Japan on a regular basis. If we are in Benthan for a high-end hospital, they don't have to go that far, and our environment in Binching is good, and we are far away from the gossip media, which is very suitable for them to do maintenance." That's it, Brother Wan. Please draw up a charter and send it over. I'll take a look first. Whole, brother, I'll send it to you in the afternoon. Don't worry, you won't suffer. Hearing Xiao Feng's promise so happy, Wan Gongcai was also very happy. After all, Xiao Feng can do this business by himself without him. After all, Xiao Feng is now no longer the fledgling and unfamiliar little young man. He is now an upstart in the business community in Binching. You are reading www.uukanzu.com said that if you have a net worth, you can be listed on the domestic Harun list. But they were still willing to cooperate, which made young Master Wan very happy, and at the same time made up his mind to persuade several other partners, and absolutely not allow too much demand, so as not to chill Xiao Feng's heart. When doing business, at their level, a sense of proportion is very important. If it is too much, no one will play with you in the future. And Xiao Feng is also very happy. Cooperating with Master Wang, he can get the most direct contact with those truly high-end customer resources, which he and Guan Zhenhai have always dreamed of. Moreover, with the cooperation of Lord Wan, they will have a lot less trouble in the future when they go to the Sunshine Burn Hospital to open up the field. After all, it is impossible to go to the fire department and the military for everything, and the relationship between some local snakes is also very necessary. Therefore, Xiao Feng was very satisfied with this exchange of interests. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 638 Catering Culture Export. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. After talking with Lord Wan, Xiao Feng hung up the phone, and then roughly explained the matter with Guan Zhenhai. The purpose is naturally very simple. First of all, we must arrange for He Taijun to perform a few throwing operations. Money is naturally not a problem. The second thing is to recruit troops and buy horses as soon as possible. Now that the hospital has so many disease sources, the speed of expansion will definitely be very fast in the future, and he will soon plan to open a second branch in the provincial capital. Then there are several domestic first-tier cities, and then new first-tier cities, one after another. He needs Guan Zhenhai to do a few things. First, make a market research, and then make a feasible plan. The second is to recruit a large number of skilled doctors as soon as possible. The domestic main focus is on burns, and medical aesthetics. You should not only recruit people from the Southern Dynasty. Doctors in the Foot Basin should also recruit some. The third thing is to set up a private medical beauty hospital with Master Wang, and leave it to him to connect. Guan Zhenhai was very happy to hear that the boss plan is so big, and so many things are left to him. This is obviously to entrust him with a heavy responsibility and put a burden on him. This is a test of his fineness. If you do a good job this time, you don't need to mention it yourself in the future. The boss will definitely adjust your position. Guan Zhenhai went out happily. At this time, Xiao Feng contacted Jessie, the secretary outside, and asked her to call in Kata, Zijing, Xialin, Tanking, and Xia Hongtao, who were waiting outside. Soon the backbone of several celebrity chef groups all arrived at his president's office. Xiao Feng's president's office occupies an entire floor, with more than 300 square meters on the sunny side, with offices, reception areas, gyms, and lounges, and on the negative side, large conference rooms and restaurants. Today, Xiao Feng recruited all the executives of famous chefs into the conference room. The Sunshine Burn Hospital, which had been worrying about before, is now on the right track. He can let it go to Guan Zhenhai to do it. It's time to refocus his attention on the celebrity chef group. Prior to this, the second National Investment Promotion Conference was a great success, and he even opened up the European market. After that, he also handed over the agency rights for the North American market to Helen. But there is still a market that he keeps in his own hands, and that is the traditional Southeast Asia and Japan and South Korea. These areas were the radiation areas of the previous Greater Chinese civilization. Although they were later influenced by Western colonists, the people in this area, more or less, still retain the living habits similar to those of the Chinese. For example, the Southern dynasties and Japan. The living habits of these two countries, especially the eating habits, can be said to be highly similar to that of China. Of course, these two countries also have their own characteristics, and the diet is also greatly influenced by European and American countries. For example, Xiao Feng appreciates the fact that he doesn't like to use oil. But as a fast food, this happens to greatly facilitate the celebrity chef group to enter the advantages of these two countries. The Xiaoshan group and the boss of Hexing Shitang are pioneers, which greatly facilitates the famous chefs to make fast food to enter these two countries. Li Juxi and Fu Ayuan are convinced. Xiao Feng had communicated with them before, and they were also very interested in the entry of celebrity chefs into their country's market. Beijing, a fast food restaurant that even Europeans consider to be a good thing, must have its own uniqueness. So both of them have privately arranged their family members and set up a food company, intending to take over the agency rights of celebrity chefs in their country. Of course, This company must be invested by the Celebrity Chef Group. Xiao Feng has agreed with them that it will account for 50% of the shares, and the remaining 50% will be allocated whatever they want. And this joint venture will be the Celebrity Chef Group in the future, a pioneer in the West and the Japanese and Korean markets. This Celebrity Chef made fast food and registered in Japan and South Korea is just the first step. In the future, they will have other products that will gradually penetrate these two countries. When Xiao Feng told the news and then asked Kata to lead the team, Zhu Jing, and Tan King as his deputy, to contact the representatives of Japan and South Korea to complete preparations for entering the Japanese and South Korean markets. All the executives present have grown their mouths, and the boss is really awesome. Who knows how he did it? Naturally, everyone knows the consumption power of the Japanese and South Korean markets. A Chinese fast food company registered their excessive consumption, which was simply unimaginable before. Don't look at the media before, often boasting that such and such ramen, a certain county snack, and such a certain chicken rice have been listed in the Japanese and American markets one after another. But in fact, everyone who really understands knows that as long as you go to these Chinese fast food restaurants abroad, you will know that almost all the food in them is Chinese. After a long period of trouble, when I went out to sea, I still made money from the people. But celebrity chefs are different. People go to sea, but they make foreigners money, regardless of whether you are an Eastern or Westerner. Some people may say that someone who makes money is not earned, as long as it is earned from overseas. But they also overlooked one point, that is, the spread of cultural influence. What foreign devils can recognize as a Chinese catering company, this is a kind of cultural conquest and dissemination that can establish a positive image of Chinese culture. But now the boss opened the Japanese and Korean markets without saying a word. How can this not surprise everyone? You must know that these two markets have highly similar cultures to China, and are most influenced by Chinese civilization. But they are also the most conservative and most anti-Chinese culture regions at present. Because they recognize the new daddy, the two companies must also behave. In addition, they have had nasty ties with Huago before. Therefore, the markets of these two countries, and their citizens, generally discriminate against Huago's products. Attitude, especially in the catering industry. I really want to enter these two markets, but it is very difficult. If you are talking about opening a single restaurant, that's okay, but you are a large-scale chain store model, with dozens or even hundreds of stores. This is very difficult, but now the boss has actually pried the market open, which can't help but surprise everyone. How much energy does the boss have? But Xiao Feng smiled and didn't explain. What else could everyone say? The other thing is that the development of the Southeast Asian market must also be in progress. Xia Hongtao, you are from Bangqing. Should you be familiar with the Southeast Asian market? Even if you are not familiar, you should know familiar people. Ha ha, Mr. Xiao, you are asking the right person. My family is in Eastern Guangdong, and many relatives are overseas. And many of them are restaurants. I can contact them and inquire about the local market. Okay, then you will take the lead in the market development work. In the next few months, you will take Xilin to go to Southeast Asia for a few more trips. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, this is something in my mind. The Philippines, Malaysia, India, and Lion City will all be our key development targets. As for Hong Kong and Taiwan, I think it should be slowed down. The specific reasons are, well, I understand. Let's talk about it when they are finished. Xiao Feng nodded and said to Xia Hongtao. Just after he had just explained his work to a group of executives, Xiao Lin suddenly gave Xiao Feng a look. Soon the meeting was over. Everyone left. But Xiao Feng stopped Xiao Lin and stayed. What's the matter? Hey, this is Mr. Xiao. Some time ago, when I was visiting the South, someone suddenly contacted me. He said he wanted to be our famous chef manufacturing agent in South America. I thought he was joking. Later, I went back and checked the information of this person, and the result was really shocked. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Feng didn't expect that South Americans would come to him, and Xiao Lin's attitude also made him very interested. Hey, this person told me before that he was a prince. I thought he was telling a joke, but later, when I checked it, especially on the internet, it seemed that it was really the case. Oh, where is the other person? Did you promise him? Xiao Feng couldn't help being more interested when he heard that the other party was actually a prince. Although he had a bad history, he also knew that there was no kingdom in South America. Then why did a prince appear again? How dare I agree to such a big matter? What's more, in our group strategy, we didn't intend to open up the South American market. Xiao Lin waved his hand and explained to Xiao Feng quickly, and then continued. But he seems to be still in China. If Mr. Xiao is interested in him, then I can call him and meet you. Xiao Feng nodded. That's okay, just let him come over. Xiao Lin nodded and went. Xiao Feng leaned back on the executive chair, which was really interesting. If you want to fall asleep, someone will come to give you pillows. Their celebrity chefs want to go to the world. And this South American market is naturally also an important piece. This is not only a matter of opening up the market to make money, but also a good thing for exporting Chinese culture on a large scale. Look at the US market. Many US people think that Japanese cuisine is a high-end dish. Mentalnovel.com. Go to a Japanese food store and spend the holidays with Temo, eat sashimi and sushi. That is a healthy life way of eating. When it comes to Chinese food, they say that it is a cheap, heavy oil and salt, and unhealthy diet. They completely forget that their own fried food is even more oily and unhealthy. This is not just ideology at work, in fact, it is because of cultural output and penetration. If you want to change the impression of a region and a country, the export of food culture is also very important. At present, the export of China's catering culture can be said to be very inadequate, but compared to a few decades ago, there has been a considerable improvement. Now that celebrity chef manufacturing has made a good start in Europe, although it has not yet started in the American market, there are preliminary plans. If it can smoothly enter the South American market, it will be perfect. So he wanted to see what role this so-called South American prince really was. Add bookmarks for easy reading. Chapter 639. Ithaca Prince. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. The so-called prince from South America came very quickly. Xiao Feng asked Xiaolin to inform him that the man came to benching the next day. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng met the prince in his office. The prince is of medium build, but he is very sturdy. It seems that the size of the prince is indeed different from the Chinese. Looking at the face, it is not a Chinese face. And the skin is neither white nor yellow. Anyway, it looks like a mixed race, and it is a kind of mixed blood. But the black hair and black eyes are right, and the facial features are not as profound as those of pure Europeans, and some Chinese ancestry can still be seen. Hello, this is Xiao Feng. Hello, my name is Chen Yonglu. And my English name is Tony. Xiao Feng didn't expect this man to speak so well in Mandarin. He was really taken aback. The man laughed when he saw him in surprise. I have been in China for several years. This kid is really clever. Just by looking at Xiao Feng's expression, you can know what Xiao Feng is thinking, and Xiao Feng can't help but feel a little like this young man in his heart. Haha, okay. Are you going to a university in China? Yeah, I studied at 30 University. Oh, that's good. By the way, what would you like to drink? Tea, coffee, or? Xiao Feng showed the wine cabinet to the guy. The guy was quite knowledgeable and ordered a glass of gin. By the way, what did you do before? Hi. Just do some import and export trade, contact the source of goods from the mainland, and then buy it back to my hometown. How can you tell me about your hometown? To be honest, it was the first time I heard of it when Xiaolin told me about it yesterday. Haha, indeed, Very few people in my hometown have heard of it. Okay, let me introduce you to Mr. Xiao. Speaking of his hometown, Chen Yonglu opened the chattering box. It turned out that this matter had to be talked about more than 100 years ago. At the end of the Ping Heavenly Kingdom, the Ping army all the way boarded a ship to the South American mainland in order to avoid the pursuit of the Qing army. When boarding the ship, they signed a contract with others. Back then, they were called contract miners, but now they are selling piglets. In this way, more than 10,000 Ping troops and their families went to the South American continent. The area they arrived in, called Icac, was not a good place. It faces the Pacific Ocean on the east and the desert on the west. It was originally a territory of Peru. After arriving in the local area, these contract miners began to be squeezed. It was very hard to be squeezed at first, but these people who are rebellious in the country naturally do not want to continue to be squeezed in this way. Before, I could fill my stomach, but later I couldn't even eat my stomach, so I naturally wanted to resist. So there was the second uprising in the South American continent. It was a coincidence that it happened to catch up with the copper country, the war with Peru and Bolivia for the production of saltpeter. So these miners launched an uprising and went to the mine site. The area where they were originally belonged to Peru, so Peru naturally sent troops to crusade. As a result, the Peruvian native army was really weak in combat power. It was defeated several times by these experienced Ping troops, and several generals were even killed. At this time, when Tongo saw that this group was quite strong, he was moved with compassion, as if they were in an olive branch. If they join the copper country and the war is over, the copper country will assign this mining area, as well as the deserts and overseas islands to which they belong, as autonomous regions. So this group of people joined the army of the Copper Nation, and together with the Copper Nation, they launched a war against Peru and Bolivia. In fact, the Tongo people didn't do anything good at first, and didn't equip them with too many bullets. However, this group of Ping army's remnants relied on this war experience to build Ping Island. They used a pennant as a flag and wore brown clothes. They literally defeated the Peruvian army and the Bolivian army many times, helped the army of the Copper Kingdom to siege the city, defeated the Peruvian and Bolivian forces many times, and stood as the vanguard in this war. General Pizzo, who commanded the war, admired them very much, not only provided them with more supplies, but also greatly enhanced their rewards. This made this group of people fight more valiantly, and soon gained the prestige of the Browns. In the end, with their help, the Tongo people won the Saltpeter War between the three countries and completely controlled the Saltpeter mining area. The Tongo people have not forgotten their roots. They always remember the contributions of these Chinese in this war. They kept their promise and divided that Ping army, the city of Icac that they had taken, and all the surrounding mining areas, plus the foreign islands, to these Ping army remnants, making it the Isaac Autonomous Region. And the leaders of these Ping army are also very sensible. Let the people abide by the laws of the copper country, and want to marry the locals, and strive to integrate into the local society as soon as possible. And they are also the most successful group of overseas Chinese. Now their Isaac area is still a very influential area of the copper country. The permanent resident population in this large area is 200,000 people with Chinese ancestry, plus hundreds of thousands of others who do not have Chinese ancestry but also have in-laws. And this Chen Yonglu was one of the descendants of several Ping army leaders. After listening to Chen Yonglu's explanation, Xiao Feng finally understood why this guy was called Prince. Originally, he thought that this guy gave himself the name of Prince, not a liar, just to attract attention to obtain the nickname. Now it seems that there really is some reason. He had heard stories about this before, but he always paid too much attention to it. He didn't expect to encounter such a Chinese descent today. Xiao Feng was very happy, and chatted with Chen Yonglu for a long time, but most of the time, through him, he learned about the South American continent, the copper country, and the situation in the Ithacan area where he is located. In the evening, he asked Xilin to take the prince downstairs for a meal. Although this prince has an unusual status, he is not so honorable that he should greet him personally, not to mention that he still can't confirm that what this guy said is true or false. After sending this Chen Yonglu away, Jessie knocked on the door and walked in. Xiao Feng looked at her with a smile and asked, "How is it? Have you found out what you checked?" "Of course, boss." "No, this is the information you want." Jessie smiled and pushed Xiao Feng a piece of information, and Xiao Feng began to look through it. These pieces of information were what he asked Jessie to ask about Chen Yonglu and the situation in the Ithaca district. That he said, although he intends to cooperate with this Chen Yonglu, he really needs to understand the situation of Chen Yonglu carefully. It is impossible for him to believe what he says. Although Jessie has left Citigroup, she still has a very close relationship with this bank, so it is naturally more convenient to collect some information about the Ithacan area through this bank. After all, Citi is in the copper country and has a lot of economic contacts. According to the information from Citigroup, Chen Yonglu did not speak big words, at least about the Tping Army's foothold in South America, and the establishment of the Ithacan area is correct, and there was indeed a family surname Chen among the main leaders of the Tping Army at that time. A lot of the information that Chen Yonglu said is accurate, but his description of the Ithaca district, in the Citi report, does not appear to be as good as he said. In fact, for a period of time after the Saltpeter War, these descendants of the Tping Army had a good life in Ithaca. However, after the end of World War II in the last century, the countries of South America fell into a period of turbulence. Later, the copper country experienced an important person on stage, and then a Japanese president came on stage. During the two reigns, they were not very friendly to the Ithacan area, which is more Chinese. In addition, there have been several internal fights between themselves, and the community has gradually become divided. And in the 1960s and 1970s, because of poverty, some of them even participated in the vigorous sales of white flour in South America. They have very close relations with several major drug lords in South America. They even used their special autonomous region status and opened many banks because of the large number of islands. As for what to open a bank, everyone naturally understands it. Although it is not so pushy now, it seems that there are still many families who are still focusing on some obscure industries. And this Chen Yonglu is indeed a child of one of the families, and he is also thinking about leading the family transformation. After reading these materials, Xiao Feng basically understood that what Chen Yonglu had said to himself before was half true. Their family, rooted in the South American continent, has been in business for more than a century. In terms of strength, it is certainly not bad. But the only thing I dare not say is the family background. Xiao Feng began to think about whether it was cost-effective to cooperate with them. I thought about going to www.mentalnovel.com but didn't immediately make a decision. At this time, it was getting late, and he decided to have a meal first, and then he would go to Hefangzi to see it tomorrow. Xiaojun told himself before that he had done some research on the snake venom he gave him last time. After coming back this time, I was busy attracting investment and joining, and also busy with the opening of the Sunshine Burn Hospital. I really didn't pay much attention to his laboratory. Tomorrow happens to be free, so you can go and have a look. In addition, after seeing the laboratory on his side, he had to go to the island to the south. Mr. Zhang and the others agreed to assign that island to the 9th laboratory, and he had to step on it himself. In addition, Peter has also contacted himself through Katia several times, asking himself how the preparations are for seafood processing. After a while, he has to go to Russia to see it. Next, naturally, I still need to go to Liu Jin to purchase a batch of weapons and ammunition, and then go to the other world to see. This time I have been back for so long, I don't know if there is any change there. Chapter 640 Bargaining Chip. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. That night, Xiao Feng lived in the mansion in the sky on the top floor of the building. Recently, he has become more and more fond of living here. Every day, there are beautiful scenery that you can't get bored. The most important thing is that you can go directly into the office every day when you go downstairs. You don't need to squeeze the morning peak with others, which greatly improves his work efficiency. Originally, the day's itinerary was to go to Hefangzhou, but he didn't expect to see Xilin knocking on the door with a knack for seeing him before he left the house. "What's the matter? Please tell me." When Xiao Feng saw this guy's appearance, he knew that something was going on with this guy. Sure enough, after Xiaolin twitched for a few minutes, he said to Xiao Feng, "Mr. Xiao, I want to admit my mistake to you." "Oh, what mistake did you make?" Xiao Feng asked with a smile. Xiaolin hesitated, and then told Xiao Feng that this was actually the case. It turned out that after Chen Yonglu and Xiao Feng met yesterday, they stayed in their hotel. This guy was also the first time in benching, and he was not very familiar with benching. And the only person he can be called a friend in benching is Xilin. Xilin is not too old and he is very playful. So after get off work, the two of them made an appointment to eat together, and then clubbing. Because it was his home court, Xiaolin was very enthusiastic to entertain Chen Yonglu. He didn't expect to drink too much. The two did not drink less last night. After Chen Yonglu drank too much, he vomited bitter water with Xilin, saying that he had met with Xiao Feng yesterday and felt little hope, as if Xiao Feng hesitated about cooperating with him, and felt that he didn't quite believe in the strength of his family. Xilin naturally helped Xiao Feng explain, and then comforted Chen Yonglu. Unexpectedly, during the chat, Xilin talked to him about the company's future diversification, especially when it comes to the company's intention to set up an ocean-going fleet, go fishing, and plan to enter the marine industry. Unexpectedly, these words attracted Chen Yonglu's attention. It turns out that the Chinese families in the Copper Country, the current self-made Ithacan area, mainly includes the city of Ikak, which was originally a mining area. But now the mine has basically been mined, and there is a large desert next to it. Fortunately, there is a salt lake in the desert that produces some salt and other resources. In addition, they are in the Ithacan area, and there are attached to a sea area. East of Ikak City is the Pacific Ocean. In this ocean, depths 300 to 500 nautical miles away, there are hundreds of islands scattered all over the world. This archipelago is called the Karapag Islands, because the geographical location is not important, and there is no important output, so it is not well known in the world. This archipelago is currently the jurisdiction of their Ithaca district. Back then, their Chinese families considered a way of retreat, and even each family divided many islands. So the islands here have become the private property of their major families. Although there is not much output here, there is also an advantage. That is, it is part of the most famous copper country fishery in the South Pacific region. It is precisely relying on the annual fishing output that these Chinese families can live so nourishment. Taking into account the special relationship of their Chinese autonomous regions, other fishermen in the copper country rarely come to fish in this sea area, so their jurisdiction is definitely rich in fisheries. Because this area is still the place where all kinds of fish patrol every year, the abundance of their seafood can be said to have reached an indescribable level. Every year, as long as the fishing season comes, they will send some fishing boats to catch some at will, which can satisfy the consumption of the people of the whole Ithaca district. After catching a little more, you can buy them all over the country and even export them abroad. However, the scope of Tongo's fishing grounds is too large, and the production is too rich. This has led to their seafood, which is not very competitive. In addition, fishing in the sea is very boring and dangerous, and young people are not willing to do it now, so their fishing grounds have not been developed much. Some countries once wanted to apply to come to their fishing grounds, but they were all rejected by the Ithaca District Council. But now that Xiao Feng and his celebrity chef group have the intention to enter the marine industry, they can help. He can help Xiao Feng get the ocean fishing licenses in Tongo and Ithaca. Even if Xiao Feng is willing, he can let the family council pass and allow Xiao Feng to buy a few islands on their side to play. Although their Karapag Islands do not produce much, the scenery is very good because they are located just below the equator in the wind-breathing zone. The temperature stays between 25 degrees Celsius and 35 degrees Celsius throughout the year. It will be frequent, and there are no large-scale natural disasters. The sunny beaches are very good. It is definitely suitable to buy a few and play as the owner of the island. As soon as Xiao Feng heard what Xiao Lin said, he was immediately moved. If what Chen Yonglu said was true, then he would have a bargaining chip to attract Xiao Feng. One is that he does have the idea of entering the marine industry. After all, the marine resources in the alien world are too rich, and it is too wasteful to just leave it alone without development. But if you want to gain access to this world, you have to figure out how to cover your eyes. Also, although he had agreed with Peter before that he could cooperate in the development of Russia's Far East, but the channel was too single after all. Moreover, the climate of that sea area is notoriously bad, but it is different near the Copper Country in the South Pacific region, where is the world-famous fishing ground. It has been centuries since the discovery, and human fishery companies will go there almost every year for large-scale fishing, but where the fishery resources are still endless. This shows the richness of the sea. The most important thing is that you can build a few islands there. Anyway, I have enough money now, and because of the particularity of my business, some things are really not easy to do in China. If you set up a few bases over there, it is very suitable. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng laughed. Originally, he was worried about what Xilin had stabbed. He didn't expect that his accidental leak could attract so much useful information to him. Seeing Xiao Feng smiled, Xiao Lin was also relieved. Mr. Xiao, are you not angry? I was really angry at the beginning, because although you were unintentional, but you have to know that your actions may bring great losses to the company. But this time, forget it, because the news you brought is for me. Very useful. Although he is not angry, he should be beaten if he should be beaten. Xiao Lin felt relieved when Xiao Feng said this. Don't be happy, you go call that Chen Yonglu. Then you immediately verify that the information he said yesterday, collect more information about the geographical aspects of the Ithacan area. Yesterday, Jesse collected some information about the Ithaca region of Copper Country through City, but these information, mainly related to the content, are all about the human ethnic group and family power in the region. As for the geographical topography of the area, there is not much involved. Obviously, City's focus on this area is mainly on people. Xilin nodded and got up, and went off excitedly. 10 minutes later, Chen Yonglu entered Xiao Feng's office again. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at him and said, presumably, you should also know why I called you. Yes, I and Xilin probably introduced the situation in our Ithaca district yesterday, and it must have attracted your attention, Mr. Xiao. This guy smiled slightly when he spoke. His smile was very sly. Apparently, this guy deliberately drunk Xiao Lin yesterday, and then told Xiao Feng the information through Xiao Lin's mouth. Xiao Feng couldn't help sighing. He really underestimated this guy. Then can you please tell me about your Ithacan area? Okay, no problem. As soon as Chen Yonglu saw a play, he immediately became energetic. He even took out a computer, clicked on a few videos, and showed Xiao Feng. It turns out that these videos are all promotional videos produced by the Tourism Bureau of the Ishika region, just to publicize their Ithacan area and attract people to travel in the past. It can be said that the tourism promotion film is very beautifully produced, which roughly introduces the environment, urban conditions, natural landscapes and so on of the Ithacan area. Xiao Feng asked while watching. From Chen Yonglu's mouth, he got a general idea of the geographical environment of the Ithacan area. The scenery is good. There must be a lot of people going to travel? Xiao Feng asked casually, but Chen Yonglu scratched his head in embarrassment. In fact, not many people go to travel. Oh, why? The security situation in South America has not been very good before, and tourists from outside are reluctant to come. The local people are not very wealthy, and such scenery is very common to them. so the tourism industry has not developed. Chen Yonglu explained to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded after hearing it, as if that was the truth. Another thing Chen Yonglu didn't say was that the location of their location was too embarrassing. Of course, Xiao Feng would definitely not expose him. Of course, it is not only these promotional videos, but also many of the pictures taken by Chen Yonglu when he returned to China for vacation. www.mentalnovel.com. The influence of the Ikak city photographed by him is the influence of some festivals in Ikak city, and people take to the streets to carve. Xiao Feng probably understands the general picture of the city. Then there are the pictures he took back to his family's possessions in the Karapak Islands. Almost all of their Chinese families are in that sea area, and there are several small islands. Their family has another main island and 3 attached islands. There are now thousands of people living on these islands. Young people don't like to live on the island now. There are too few people and it's not lively enough. Fishing is just boring when the day is out. So there are very few young people on the island now, and they all go to the mainland to ask for life. Chen Yonglu introduced Xiao Feng to the islands, and after reading it, Xiao Feng probably had a spectrum. Well, after Mr. Chen now understands the general situation of Eurasian region, I think we need to talk about cooperation. As soon as Chen Yonglu heard Xiao Feng's words, he immediately became energetic. Chapter 641 Springboard. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. When watching the travel promotional videos that Chen Yonglu took out, Xiao Feng paid attention to not just the beautiful scenery of the Ithacan area. At the same time, he also carefully observed the situation of the people in the Ithacan area that appeared in the film, their clothing, and their mental state. Especially afterwards, in the pictures taken by Chen Yonglu, he learned more about the conditions of the local people, because it was a more real and unmodified state. After understanding those circumstances, he basically had a judgment on the situation in the area. In fact, the current situation of Chen Yonglu is equivalent to that of leaders in those backward regions, going to developed countries to find large businesses to invest in their territories. It is a nature to engage in development. It can be seen that they are currently short of money. In fact, I have to talk about the situation in South America. In the eyes of many Chinese people, this continent is almost as mysterious as the African continent. People know more. It may be the 2 major football countries on this continent, Brazil and Argentina. And the understanding of other countries on this continent is not so profound. I am afraid that more are dense rainforests and all kinds of big drug lords. In fact, speaking of this continent, most of the earliest colonies were Spanish and Portuguese. It is a pity that people in these 2 countries are not very good at business. They do more to plunder from this continent. This situation continued until the beginning of the 18th century, when the local people began to rebel, and other powerful countries in Europe and the United States were behind it, which allowed the countries on this continent to become independent. It can be said that this continent has almost all resources. There is no shortage of everything. The natural environment is good, and there is no threat of large-scale natural disasters. It can definitely be said that this is a paradise for mankind. People living here can lead a happy life. It is a pity that this continent is too far away from heaven and too close to the United States. Since the United States has become the overlord of the North American continent and has expanded to a world-class power, it has begun to regard the South American continent as its own back garden. The countries on this continent are divided and broken down, and capital and force are used to intervene in the countries here. Assassinations and regime subversion are constantly emerging. Probably before the outbreak of World War II, almost all countries on this continent have been quietly controlled by US capital. Because it is far away from the European continent, this continent is also far away from the 2 world wars, and because various products are extremely rich in production, they also made a fortune in the war through the east wind of the 2 world wars. At that time, Several countries in the South American continent had very rich lives. But after the end of the two wars, when peace was restored in the world, this continent became the blood bag of the United States and Europe's former world hegemony. They relied on financial hegemony and military hegemony to harvest these countries many times. Brazil, the largest country in South America, has been robbed of blood and ransacked by them many times and caused several financial crises. And another country, is even more miserable. Because of their superstitious belief in their European fathers, they listened to the slanders of his fathers and messed with domestic politics. At the end of World War II, the country's living standards could rank among the developed countries, and it was also known as the world's meat storehouse. But in the following decades, their politicians simply caused the country to economic collapse several times. He just became a developing country from a developed country. As for the situation of other South American countries, it is conceivable that they have all experienced a process from prosperity to poverty and chaos. By the time of the Cold War in the last century, this continent had become a battlefield between the two world powers, with various movements erupting in various regions. These movements not only ruined the local politics, but also ruined the local economy. For example, the Ithacan area, where Chen Yonglu was born, was actually an area with a relatively developed economy as early as the beginning of the last century to the 1960s. Although the local people have always focused on farming and fishing, their average living standards are pretty good. But by the end of the 1960s, because of various movements and the rise of the Tonga military government, the domestic political situation was turbulent and the economy regressed. Later, the military government repeatedly hit the heads of their autonomous regions. They have repeatedly blackmailed their districts, forcibly turning a relatively good economic area into what it is now. Because of this, many people have to cooperate with the big names in South America in order to make a living, or they have to participate personally, or set up a bank to help those people launder money. In this way, it entered a vicious circle. Although many people have already washed their hands and quit, the bad reputation of that year has spread. Now that tourism is promoted, who else would dare to go to their sites easily? And another problem is that the scenery of the South American continent is too beautiful. Beautiful scenery like them can be said to be everywhere in many places. The locals have long been tired of watching them and are not interested in such scenery. For tourists outside, it is more attractive to go to other famous scenic spots. For example, why are they not famous for their beautiful Carapag Islands? First, not on the important waterway, and secondly, there is no output. More importantly, their islands go a little further north, the famous Hawaiian Islands, the Solomon Islands to the east, and the Micronesia Islands to the south. The surrounding area is almost all famous scenic spots. Who do you think pays attention to your archipelago that has nothing but fish? Such unknown archipelago, in the South Pacific region, there are no 1,800, and some are not marked on the map at all, because the people who make the map do not want to waste that energy. This is the predicament that causes people in Ithaca now to want to travel but can't do it. Local tourists are not interested, and foreign tourists are not attracted to coming. They guard the green waters and mountains, but can't make money. Are you angry? In fact, I have been looking for opportunities in China over the years, and I also thought about cooperating with domestic e-commerce companies. After all, Copper Country also produces beef and cherries, but unfortunately our jurisdiction does not produce such specialties, so I didn't find a suitable opportunity for cooperation. Until some time ago, I was in a certain city in the south and ate fast food made by your famous chef. This gave me a sense of inspiration and thought it could lead to the country. Chen Yonglu talked like rhetoric and explained his cooperation philosophy to Xiao Feng. Our celebrity chefs make firstly good taste, secondly clean and sanitary, and then fair price. To be honest, there is a world of difference between traditional Chinese food. The most important thing is this taste. Even if you go abroad, You don't need to follow the taste that Europeans and Americans like. They can also accept improvements. So I think this business is promising. Xiao Feng listened to Chen Yonglu's analysis and nodded. Many Chinese foods are changed to sweet and sour according to the tastes of Europeans and Americans after they go to sea, so as to open the market. But the dishes made by their celebrity chefs, with the help of the mushroom powder brought back from the outside world, do not need such improvement, and Europeans and Americans can accept it, which really makes them the best place. Even, this is the characteristic made by celebrity chefs. South American continent, although not as rich as North America and Europe, but the people here, hey, how to say, most of them don't have wealth, but they have wealth and disease because of thinking. Shanghai is relatively close to Europe and the United States, so it has also caught the habit of early consumption in European and American countries. Many people like to eat out, and even the style of enjoyment is more than that of Europe and America, so it may be a bit self-defeating suspicion. Chen Yonglu is a little bit embarrassed to talk about this passage. Xiao Feng smiled. He is good. He still knows self-reflection. In fact, these South Americans with Indian descent can be said to be the most hedonistic group of people besides the old Indians from Black Africa. Earn one spender, today I get my salary and I won't go to work tomorrow. If I have money, I will drink alcohol. If I drink up, I will work when I don't have any money. This is also the normal life of most people there. Because of this, if you open a restaurant over there, you don't have to worry about making money. But I heard that the public security there is a problem, and if there is any turmoil in the society, the first thing that suffers is the local Chinese shops. Xiao Feng said his worries again, while Chen Yonglu smiled. It depends on whether you have a strong local partner. If you cooperate with us, you will not encounter such trouble. Chen Yonglu was very confident in what he said. But Xiao Feng thought about it. This guy had a not-so-smile tone. He had to believe what he said, but he couldn't believe it all. Seeing Xiao Feng still hesitating, Chen Yonglu continued. After decades of events www.untilnovel.com, many of our families have noticed the importance of politics, so now we have placed a lot of our own people in all levels of the Copper Country. What about other countries? Hey! Our people are of course indispensable. I don't want to hide it from you. You must have heard of Mr. Xiao. In our families decades ago, there were many people who worked with big names in many countries in South America. In Peru, Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, and Venezuela, we all have people staying there to cultivate deeply. Chen Yonglu hinted to Xiao Feng that they have a very strong relationship network in South America. Xiao Feng nodded musingly. Even though this guy is talking big, it is really good to have such a local snake as a springboard to open up the South American market. He bowed his head and pondered for a while, then looked up at Chen Yonglu and said, Mr. Chen, you touched me. I think we can start initial cooperation. But first you have to show your sincerity. I think if you can help us get Iraq, we will formally cooperate with you to open a fast food restaurant made by famous chefs in the ocean fishing licenses of Saka and Copper Country. Chapter 642 Heaven Sent. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will go back and solve this matter. It won't be long before you will hear my good news. Chen Yonglu was also excited by Xiao Feng's promise, and left Xiao Feng's office excitedly. He naturally understood what Xiao Feng meant, and he hoped to use this incident to prove their Chen family's strength in the Ithacan area. So in this matter, he naturally has to be half beautiful, so that he can continue to cooperate. He has been in China for several years, and it can be said that he has been looking for possible partners for cooperation. This is the mission that his family gave him when they sent him to China. Unfortunately, after searching for so many years, I have not been able to find any suitable partners. Either they are too big and they are not willing to talk to them at all, or they are worried about the security situation in South America and are not willing to go there for development at all. There are also many who are worried about the international political situation. After all, South America is the traditional sphere of influence of the United States, and it is the back garden of the United States. Chinese enterprises, unless they have a national background, are privately owned enterprises whose scale is less than a certain level, and they dare not easily develop there. What's more, 5 young people over there like to make trouble, and the first thing that comes to mind when making trouble is to smash, rob and burn Chinese shops, which makes many companies reluctant to cooperate with him. There are also some people who are interested in working with them. But after investigating their background and discovering that they had an unclear relationship with those big guys in South America decades ago, they immediately rejected the idea of cooperating with them. Chen Yonglu has not encountered such things once or twice, and he has been numb and even desperate by bumping into the wall again and again. And why have to cooperate with Chinese companies? In fact, this is also a strategy that their family members came up with after running for several generations. Previously, although they were Chinese who relied on the military industry in Tonga to win an autonomous region, they had different beliefs and ethnic groups, although their ancestors also encouraged a large number of intermarriage with Tonga people to integrate into the local society. But after all, the local concept of the Chinese is still very heavy. Many Chinese have always maintained the cultural habits of their home country, such as their Ithacan area. Although the integration has been carried out for more than 100 years, it still has a very distinctive Chinese culture. This made them an alien in the eyes of some people in the Copper Country. It can be said that they have been bullied by those people for more than 100 years, but in order to survive in a foreign country, they have tolerated it. In recent years, due to the outbreak of multiple economic crises in the South American continent, coupled with the rampant tribalism, the social class has been seriously solidified, and it can be said that the social security situation has become more serious. Even within the Chinese community that they have always united with, signs of division have begun to appear. This made Chen Yonglu's father, as the leader of the family, feel the pressure doubled. If you want to return home from home, you have a foundation that your ancestors have laid down, but you want to continue to survive in the local area, such as improving your strength. The current environment and the lessons learned decades ago also make them reluctant to cooperate with those bigwigs anymore. If they want to go on the right path and change their family image, they must find a suitable business. And it is best to be able to cooperate with mainland enterprises, so as to find a suitable backer. This is the purpose of Chen Yonglu, who has been seeking business cooperation in the mainland. Unfortunately, he has been busy searching for several years, but he has not found a suitable one. But now this one, the Celebrity Chef Group, has given him hope. Although it is only a fast food company, this company has great potential and very strong profitability. If you can cooperate with them, it is of great benefit to the Chen family, not to mention that it can improve the image of the family, but it can also make money. The most important thing is that he also investigated this company, and recently invested in a hospital for burns and scalds, and it seems to have something to do with the Chinese military. This is terrible. It has been 7 or 8 years since he came to China to attend university. He has been a complete Huagu Otong. He is very familiar with the situation in China, especially the political situation. He knows that once it has a relationship with the military, the energy of this enterprise is extraordinary. If this is the case, what trouble did their Chen family encounter in Copper Country? Can they also ask Xiao Feng to take a step back? It is for this reason that he so persistently wants to cooperate with Xiao Feng in depth. If not, the Ithacan area is indeed very poor, but their Chen family, as the leader of the Chinese tribe, has never been short of money or power. And after Chen Yonglu left happily, Xiao Feng has been pondering the meaning of this guy insisting on cooperating with him. In fact, he could also think that Chen Yonglu must have a certain purpose. Although the local ordinary people have a hard life, how can a family like theirs be short of money? It stands to reason that this prince can be said to be a wealthy and powerful blessed generation. But why must he be so persistent to cooperate with himself? There must be some stories behind this. But he didn't shy away from such a thing. As long as Chen Yonglu can put up enough chips, he wouldn't mind exchanging interests with him. Not long after Chen Yonglu left, Xiaolin smiled and entered Xiao Feng's office. This guy also took a USB flash drive, and directly played some video data to him on Xiao Feng's computer, all of which were an overview of the Ithacan area. However, these materials are recorded privately at first glance, not public ones. Yeah, you kid, okay. Can you recruit these video materials so quickly? It seems that there are not many information about this area on the internet, right? Xiao Feng asked Xiaolin with a smile. Xiaolin smiled. Mr. Xiao, I told you that it was a coincidence. I have a classmate who worked in ex-offshore oil before. As you know, their job is to go out to sea to engage in oil. I have been to them before. Oh, Copper Country doesn't seem to be an oil-producing country? Yes, the Copper Country is not, but Venezuela is. Our country has lent a lot of money to Venezuela. Ex-Nucre pays its debts from their oil. Considering the problem of nearby refining, I thought about it. A refinery is being built on the side of Copper Country. After hearing the news that Xiaolin brought back, Xiao Feng was also taken aback. It seems that some people in China have paid attention to this area. Then, what happened? Was it built? According to my classmates, I had discussed it well before, and I did plan to build a few islands outside of the Copper Country. Unfortunately, later, the Americans intervened, and there were also some people in the government of the Copper Country. Yes, but before, they have visited through them many times. There are many islands abroad in Copper Country. They have all inspected and selected many suitable ones. This Ithacan area was their main object of inspection at the time. Now, these images were taken by them at that time. Xiaolin introduced to Xiao Feng with a smile, and Xiao Feng nodded. Then I started to look at it and compared it with the influence materials that Chen Yonglu had shown to myself before. The ins and outs are not very big. It seems that Chen Yonglu didn't lie to himself before. The scenery of the Ithacan area is probably similar to that recorded in the video. He nodded and motioned to Xiaolin to leave the USB flash drive. He was taking a good look. Xiaolin went out. Xiao Feng watched the video for a while, then stood up and went to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the square inches front and the sea view in the distance. It seems that the Ithacan area is really worth the investment, especially for him. Other formal enterprises may be reluctant to go because of the unstable local political situation or excessive development costs. But for him, it's a perfect fit. In the autonomous region, Chinese are the mainstay, and the control of the local government is still relatively weak, and it does not attract much attention. With a geographical area of 7 to 80,000 square kilometers, a population of hundreds of thousands, and rich natural resources, this place is simply too suitable for him to develop and level up quietly. Before going to another world, he had discovered some secrets of the other world, proving that there was indeed a highly developed prehistoric civilization. The purpose of his next trip to another world is to find more relics of prehistoric civilizations and develop those civilizations. And once these civilizations gain access to this world, they will certainly easily cause a sensation and even the world's attention. Even if you get the Chinese mainland, it is not safe. Once those technologies are taken out, they will definitely shock the world. And this is not the same as manufacturing by famous chefs or hospitals for burns and scalds. Maybe any one of them is a high-tech product that can cause shocks in the world's structure. By then, those capitals can bear it. Even if someone suppresses it, the desires of those people cannot be suppressed, and even some supervising people may not be able to help it. So it's better to get such a strong and weak area to do it, and then only need to get the few families. The autonomous region, isn't it the final decision? As long as you thoroughly understand the prehistoric civilization of another world. MTLnovel.com, the ability to protect yourself is not a problem at all. At that time, no matter how many people covered the high tech, you don't have to worry about it. Thinking about it this way, This Ithacan area is simply a godsend, and it will be an important base for his company's future development. In this case, it is very necessary to cooperate with the Chen family and develop the Chen family into its own agency. This cooperation seems to have great potential, but unfortunately I don't have much time this time. Otherwise he really wants to take a plane and go to the Ithacan area to take a good look. There was something in his mind, and the trip to Fang's laboratory was upset. Xiao Feng simply postponed his visit until tomorrow. In the afternoon, Zhu Jing, Tan King, and Xie Hongtao came in again to report to him. It turned out that he had arranged for Xie Hongtao to investigate the Southeast Asian catering market, make commercial arrangements in these areas, and invest in development. Chapter 643 International Mind. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Xiao Feng is still very happy to be able to give feedback so quickly. The main target of this report is Xie Hongtao, and his overseas relatives have really played a very crucial role this time. It turned out that after Xiao Feng asked him to investigate the Southeast Asian market 2 days ago, he immediately contacted his relatives. The feedback given by his relatives can be said to be quite enthusiastic. Now the reputation of celebrity chefs has spread to Southeast Asia. Everyone knows that there is a Chinese fast food chain in China that is doing very well. Now this fast food chain is interested in entering Southeast Asia. Everyone is very happy. Provided a lot of information to Xie Hongtao. Because of this, Xie Hongtao was able to complete a rough market survey so quickly. Well, according to the feedback given by my relatives, if our celebrity chef group enters the Southeast Asian market, there is still great hope for success. But because of the hot weather in Southeast Asia, locally, people may have some preferences for certain flavors, such as hot and sour, satay, curry, etc. If we want to enter the local market, we may have to make some adjustments to our main products according to the tastes of local consumers. Xie Hongtao reported the situation to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded as he heard what Xie Hongtao said was very reasonable. In fact, he had arranged Tan King before and asked her to send a lot of people to North America and Europe to do market research, intending to develop some products that suit the tastes of local consumers. This celebrity chef makes fast food. If you want to be a truly international company, you must have an international feeling. It's not enough to stick to the idea that Chinese food is #1 in the world. Many Chinese consumers look down on Kaifeng dishes and golden arches. But Xiao Feng really wants to tell such people that you'd better jump out of the well and take a look. People can really make a world-class chain. It's really not a boast, especially in Golden Arch. This fast food restaurant in China may not be able to do Kaifeng cuisine. But internationally, this company is much stronger than Kaifeng cuisine. One of the main reasons why he is strong is that this chain store has not been opened in one place. And people will never be complacent and only sell food with flavors that their Americans like. They will develop food that suits the tastes of local consumers according to the tastes of local consumers. For example, in China, they have developed many burgers that suit the tastes of Chinese consumers. The reason why they have never done Kaifeng dishes in China is entirely because the initial Chinese people did not accept burgers very much. Like burgers, Chinese consumers are more likely to accept fried chicken. However, Golden Arch is a company that focuses on burgers, which is the main reason why they are not strong in Kaifeng cuisine in China. And their competitor Kaifeng Ki, not to mention, even localized products such as Old Beijing chicken rolls can be developed. This shows the degree of localization and internationalization of their products. Therefore, if they really want to become an international fast food chain company, they must follow the lines of these international giants in the localization of catering. Those European and American consumers have become accustomed to eating hamburgers and pizza. If you let them eat a Chinese meal 5 times away from the mountain, they may be fresh, but if you want them to eat every day, every meal, It's definitely impossible. So how to maximize the gain of local consumers is to introduce food that suits the tastes of local consumers. For example, Xiao Feng considered that in the European and American markets, to introduce fast foods such as burgers and pizzas that suit the tastes of Europeans and Americans, of course, they must produce flavors that meet the characteristics of their famous chefs. This is naturally inseparable. They add various sources of mushroom powder. For example, the tomato sauce, barbecue sauce, sweet chili sauce, mayonnaise and so on that Europeans and Americans like. Now they have newly hired food research and development personnel in the seasoning factory on the island of Maiman. In fact, compared to Chinese food, Western-style fast food is easier to make, because it is a fast food. There is no need to consider factors such as heat, side dishes, etc. like Chinese food, just a very industrialized combination of various ingredients. 2 slices of hamburger buns, add meatloaf, vegetables, cheese, and then squeeze the sauce. For example, the Chinese food buns need to be made, cooled, packaged, stored, transported, heated again, and served with rice before they can be delivered to the consumer table. This series of processes can be much simpler. The taste of Western fast food is completely reflected in the sauce. So this saves time and effort and has a way to make money. Xiao Feng naturally did not miss it. Before, he had been wondering how and in what way the Western-style fast food made by this famous chef was introduced. For this, he also specifically asked Tanking to hire several European and American R&D personnel, and asked them to sample and investigate various fast food restaurants in Europe and the United States. At the same time, combining their own advantages in the manufacture of celebrity chefs, they are specialized in research and development, and their celebrity chefs create their own Western-style catering system. Look at other international catering giants such as Jin Gongman and Caifin Cuisine. Their menus have more than 10,000 varieties of various cuisines. The more types, the more they explain their degree of internationalization. And the celebrity chefs who aspire to develop into an international giant are naturally unwilling to lag behind in this regard. Now that Xie Hongtao proposes to develop special restaurants suitable for Southeast Asian tastes, Xiao Feng will naturally not refuse. This is the only way for them to go international. It's not enough to stick to the concept of #1 Chinese restaurant in the world. In the future, these fast food restaurants abroad will continue to promote their main products. The signature braised sirloin rice made by their celebrity chefs is the same as the Big Mac set meal in Golden Arch. But at the same time, most of the other products will be local specialties with obvious localization, so as to attract local diners more effectively. After hearing that Xiao Feng approved this request, Xie Hongtao was even more happy and worked harder to introduce the local situation. But in the next conversation, he had to say it cautiously. Boss, considering safety and other reasons, I suggest that when entering the Southeast Asian market, we can appropriately introduce some local strategic partners and start cooperation, so that we can develop the local market and reduce a lot of trouble. Although Xie Hongtao said these words very tactfully, Xiao Feng still quite understood what he meant. It is nothing more than looking for some local partners. Of course, these partners must be very powerful ones, which can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. In fact, if an international company goes to do business all over the world, it will inevitably encounter such a problem. That is, it will be criticized by various local snakes. As the saying goes, the king of Hades is so hard to deal with the little ghosts. Some big people in the local area may not even take a fancy to your business. They care more about your political achievements. But it's difficult for the little ghosts in the various real power departments. These people may have a large family to support behind them, and they happen to have this right in their hands. Even for the projects approved above, they can have all kinds of excuses to challenge you, especially when they are dressed in the cloak of democracy. The United States is the country with the most multinational companies and the best business in the world. Why are their companies not prone to encounter such problems? That's because people are still the world's leaders. They have hundreds of military bases around the world. and their fleets are wandering on the oceans that are world-renowned. And they are still entangled with a group of younger brothers. Many countries in the world have various relationships with them, and the current China does not have the strength of the United States. So if Xiao Feng wants to make his business into the sea, he must consider finding suitable partners in the local area and surrendering part of his interests. In fact, the reason why his celebrity chef manufacturing can be developed in Europe is mainly because of Pierre's relationship. Pierre had infiltrated him, and their Holy Road group actually helped him block a lot of guns. If it wasn't for Pierre to help him open the way, he would rely on himself to open up the European market. Ha, stop dreaming. Not to mention those arrogant Europeans can have all kinds of excuses to get him stuck. Just an ideological issue can dilute him. Even if the store can be opened, once the business is done well, the local people will be jealous, and you will be overwhelmed by some small gangsters visiting your store all day long. Those European gangs are not good. Their fortune is a dirty history of robbery. And to Southeast Asia, and the rest of the world, it's even worse. Especially in Southeast Asia and South America, these laws are not perfect, and society is not a peaceful place. If you don't find some local people with real power to cooperate, then his shop is in those places, and he won't even want to open it. After all, China does not have too many garrison bases in overseas seas. Mentalnovel.com and does not have too many ocean-going fleets, swaying all over the world. Therefore, these businessmen who go to sea must be realistic. If they want to do business locally, they must make friends with some local powerful figures. Xiao Feng was prepared for this, so when Xie Hongtao put forward this opinion euphemistically, he did not object. Well, yes, you and Tan King will do this. You go to the Southeast Asian countries to find some strong local businesses and see if they have the willingness to cooperate. Remember to first choose those Chinese businesses. Secondly, we must be patriotic. Those who have strong anti-China consciousness and are closer to the of Xiangjiang and Badao, no matter how good the conditions are, we will not cooperate with them. Xiao Feng told Xie Hongtao and Tan King to say that he also drew a red line. Don't worry, boss. We know what to do. Xie Hongtao and Tan King are very happy to be able to get this opportunity to be pioneers in opening up the market. Chapter 644 New Discovery. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. This is a rare opportunity for Xie Hongtao and Tan King, who later joined the Celebrity Chef group. If this is done, it will be a great achievement. They will have the opportunity to be on par with veterans like Zhu Jing and Xilin. So the two of them can be said to be full of enthusiasm. After Xiao Feng gave orders, he waved to them to withdraw. The next morning, Xiao Feng got up early. Yesterday he originally planned to go to He Fang's laboratory, but the trip was delayed because of Chen Yongle's affairs. He Fang's called him at night to complain. This guy is like a kid who has made some achievements, and is eager to buy it from his parents and beg for sweets. Zuzuki, who stayed overnight, also got up early and prepared breakfast for Xiao Feng early. The girl was very well behaved in front of Xiao Feng. She spent some time with Xiao Feng, as she learned about Xiao Feng's industry and Xiao Feng's future ambitions. She admired Xiao Feng more and more at the same time. She also understood Xiao Feng's attitude too. To be honest, the girl was still a bit dissatisfied with Xiao Feng's delay in expressing his views on their relationship. But from another angle, Xiao Feng is a young man with a huge family business, and the growth potential is infinite. Who would express his opinion casually? There are a lot of colorful worlds waiting for him to enjoy, and even if he promises you, can you rest assured, there are so many temptations outside? So it's better to maintain such a stable state, to be able to guarantee a place in his heart. Now Zuzuki has received the reward from Xiao Feng. She is not only the head of the personnel department of the Celebrity Chef group, but also the supervisor of He Fang's laboratory. Today Xiao Feng went to inspect He Fang's laboratory. She accompanied Xiao Feng with medicine. The two simply ate breakfast, and then set off from the company, This time Xiao Feng drove. It has been a long time since the two of them have enjoyed the fun of traveling together intimately. Suzuki was very happy and cheerful along the way. At this time, Benching happened to be cold and warm in spring, and the temperature was still not high, but the scenery outside had changed. Walking through the mountains and forests, many trees on the mountains were already green. Suzuki kept chatting all the way, and Xiao Feng also enjoyed this state very much. After more than an hour, they finally felt the original Sunchen Ranch. And this time, Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. This place has been completely changed from before. When he bought this ranch, it was a breeding area that Sunchen Dairy planned to develop. It is a small basin between two mountain peaks. Sunchen Dairy has leveled the basin and paved the turf for greening. After Fangzi took over, in order to get into working condition as soon as possible, he brought in a few containers, simply assembled and decorated them, and used them as a laboratory. But this time I come again, here has been a big change. On the northern hillside, there is a lot of construction, and many houses have been built. Originally there was a cowshed and staff dormitory area, but now it has undergone a large-scale reconstruction, which is clearly planned by Fangzi for other functions. Knowing that Xiao Feng is coming today, Fangzi had been waiting for him at the container office area early, and as soon as Xiao Feng's car arrived, he greeted him. "Mr. Xiao, you are really not interesting enough. I have been in benching for so long, and I didn't want to take a look at us. It seems that our laboratory is not your industry, so I don't care at all." "Ha ha, sorry, I was too busy before. Besides, didn't I come here?" "Being busy, take a look, it won't take long, right?" Fangzi was obviously very dissatisfied with Xiao Feng, the shopkeeper, and Xiao Feng quickly changed the subject. "Ah, ha, you have changed a lot. You have added a lot of houses. How about, tell me about it?" Fangzi is also a personal spirit, and of course he knows the truth of enough. So he hurried down the donkey. "Of course, my work for more than half a year is not for nothing." "Mr. Xiao, what is being built on that mountainside is our future office area, laboratory, and staff dormitory area and living area." Fangzi pointed to the building complex on the northern half of the mountain to introduce Xiao Feng. "That piece of dormitory and cowshed that used to be a ranch, I saw it was not available, so I remodeled it. Before, I thought that this office area would be enough. But as the work unfolded, the more people were recruited. This office area is not enough for laboratories. Moreover, our place is relatively remote. It is very inconvenient for many experimenters to commute to and from the city every day. I thought about creating a living area here." "Well, you have a good idea. Only when you solve such a problem can the experimenter stay and work with peace of mind." Anyway, Xiao Feng is not opposed to Fangzi helping those scientific researchers seek some benefits. Besides, these years, if you want to retain talents, you have to provide all kinds of conveniences, or else you will be the best. What's more, Xiao Feng is also a stingy person. What is so much money doing in the bank? It is better to give a part to reward employees, so that employees have a stronger sense of belonging, so that employees are willing to work hard for you. Now in this society, it is no longer the same as before, just drawing cakes for employees and talking about their feelings. Xiao Feng thinks that there is a saying that is quite right. If you take a salary of 30,000, you aren't to talk about feelings with someone with a monthly salary of 3,000. This is really a hooligan. Researchers also have to eat, as long as they are given enough benefits to stimulate their motivation. And once these people are mobilized, the results they can achieve are very scary. Who says that the Chinese people are not creative enough? You give them enough money to try. Fangzi saw that Xiao Feng did not object, and he was relieved with the improvements in hardware facilities. In the second half of last year, he spent a lot of money, but most of the money was not spent on experiments. It was spent on the transformation of hardware facilities. To be honest, Suzuki was very critical of his actions. Considering the relationship between the girl and the boss, it made him feel very stressed. Now that the boss did not object to his actions, he finally felt relieved. By the way, tell me about the progress of your experiment. Xiao Feng turned the topic back on the right track, and that is the purpose of his coming here today. And when he said this, He Fangzu became excited. Well, boss, let me introduce to you the results of our work first. With regard to artificial hearts, we have now completed the second level experiment, and the results of the experiment are very good. We are about to enter the steps of human experimentation. There is also we conducted research on the snake venom that we sent us this time, and later discovered that this venom is very special. When it comes to work, He Fangzu seems to be 10 years younger and full of energy. Well, good. Go ahead. Xiao Feng nodded frequently. He also heard He Xiaojun's introduction to the progress of He Fangzu and his team before. Now, listening to He Fangzu, he is more careful. This kind of snake venom has never been seen before. Later we discovered that this kind of snake venom is very effective in anti-blood clotting. In this way, it can be used not only for plasma storage, but also for thrombolysis. I led the team and organized several experiments to use this venom to fight thrombus, and found that the effect was very significant. And the most important thing is that this venom can not only fight thrombus, but also effectively change the condition of human blood vessels. Oh, tell me carefully. Xiao Feng was also interested at this time, because this kind of venom had the property of transforming blood vessel conditions. He really didn't know. We divided this venom into different contents and made it into target drugs. We conducted experiments on mice with a high incidence of blood clots. It was found that mice with heart disease had very serious heart problems after being injected with this drug. Significant curative effect. Especially the problems of narrowing of blood vessels and loss of elasticity can be significantly relieved and even cured. What did you say? As soon as Xiao Feng heard this, he stood up with excitement. This is incredible. Even if he is not a medical expert, he also knows that if this drug can be developed, the heart disease problem that has plagued humans for a long time will be overcome. At the very least, the treatment of myocardial infarction has been improved more than twice as much as it is now. Think about it. This will be a big market of hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. As people get older and the body functions aging, the blood vessels in the heart and brain are prone to problems. The narrowing of the blood vessels and loss of elasticity are the key factors. If drugs can be extracted from this snake venom that are effective against the narrowing of blood vessels and loss of elasticity, then they will rewrite the history of human heart disease treatment. He Fangzu was also very excited about this important discovery, and when he introduced their discovery to Xiao Feng, he was even more excited. This was just over an hour, and he also showed Xiao Feng some of their previous treatment videos, which made it more convincing. Well.mentalnovel.com. Very good. You guys did a very good job. What do you plan to do next? Mr. Xiao, to be honest, the next step is actually to conduct human clinical trials, but our domestic approvals in this area are very complicated, and the time required for clinical trials is very long, which will seriously affect the time to market for our new drugs. He Fangzu said to Xiao Feng with a masculine face, and Xiao Feng frowned. It is true that China is very strict with this card, especially this kind of Western medicine. Then what to do? In fact, the traditional large-scale pharmaceutical companies in Europe and the United States will choose to set up laboratories in India, or Africa, those poor areas, and then, He Fangzu was a little hesitating when he said this, but he revealed a very cruel truth. In fact, in order to speed up the time to market the new drug, those large pharmaceutical companies in Europe and the United States will all set up experimental centers in India, or Africa, or some extremely poor island countries in the South Pacific, whose function is naturally to conduct human experiments. Chapter 645. The Truth. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Xiao Feng had also heard about this before, but he was not involved in the pharmaceutical industry at that time, so he heard that he didn't know much about it. But since He Fangzu has said it today, he will let him explain it in detail to himself. It's fine if you don't listen to it. When I heard it, he was shocked. It turned out that the truth in the medical world was so cruel. At present, European and American countries attach great importance to the research and development of new Western medicines, especially the United States, which is especially important, and several major industries such as electronics, finance, military industry, and aerospace are listed as the foundation of their country. Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Sanofi, Novartis, GlaxoSmithKline, etc. These pharmaceutical giants invest more than $100 billion in pharmaceutical research and development each year. The most critical step in medical research and development is to conduct clinical trials to test the side effects of drugs. This process is very long and requires a lot of patients and even healthy people to participate, and such experiments are obviously not allowed in Western countries. Not to mention that it costs a lot of money. Just paying for those patients may bankrupt them and also bring very serious legal risks. Therefore, these world-leading companies have chosen India for their clinical trials. It is even more irritating to say that when the country did not pay much attention to this aspect when it was just opened, and did not understand it, these large pharmaceutical companies even once placed clinical trial areas in China. Later, because of fear of causing public outrage, it was quietly abolished. Now they put most of the clinical trial areas in Africa and India. Especially India is their favorite area. All this is done first because of the existence of the Indian caste system. Because of this system, low-caste Indians cannot even be regarded as human beings. And these people are very poor. They dare to do anything for a little money, and their lives can be sold, let alone health. The most exaggerated thing is that some don't even give money, and such an incident even happened in the past 2 years. In a certain state in India, a local landlord, together with the police, joined forces to forcibly seal off a village, and then forced the children in the village to a hospital to forcefully participate in drug experiments. Among them, 49 children died within 3 months one after another, and if this incident were not reported by the Times at the time, I'm afraid no one would know about it now. It's already the 21st century, and those landlords can still treat people as private property because they are low-caste untouchables in his eyes. After the incident was reported, it immediately caused an uproar. Some media followed up on investigations and reports, but the investigation shocked them. It turned out that since 2006, there have been at least more than 4,000 to more than 10,000 children who have been forced to participate in this drug experiment. But the strange thing was that when this incident was reported, although it caused an uproar around the world, it soon disappeared. Why? Because behind these experiments, most of them have the shadows of the large European and American companies. Once the reporters continue to study, it is easy to dig out these large European and American pharmaceutical companies. At that time, it will be mixed, and it will cause a huge humanitarian crisis. Western countries that have been promoting their fraternity and human rights before naturally cannot allow such self-slaps, so forcing the media to shut up has become an inevitable thing. This is only for children's drug research and development, and in terms of adult drug research and development, it is no longer known how many Indians have been sacrificed. No one dared to expose the many shady scenes behind this. This is only in India, not to mention the situation in Africa. It is a land of no ownership, especially in areas where warlords are fighting, where human lives are worthless. Many major European and American pharmaceutical companies have also set up laboratories there. But later, because the warlords over there were not very strict about rules, they often spent money to buy test items, and this group of guys even came to rob them 5 times away. In addition, there are many human experiments. Westerners are unwilling to do it themselves. Unlike India, Africa has a large number of English-speaking Indian doctors who are willing to do dirty work. So most of the laboratories in Africa have been abolished, but some still remain in areas with better public security. After He Fangzhou explained these shady scenes to Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng felt that his brain was about to explode. These blood-sparkling realities completely subverted his worldview. To be honest, he didn't care much about the news about India before, so he didn't know much about this information. He never expected that the reality would be so cruel. Think about those Indians, who are on the Q&A websites abroad, and on Facebook every day, that complacent face. Everything must be compared with China. There are even some shameless people who have to speak fallacies and want to force the Chinese side. He really feels sorry for these shameless pens. My country is like a slaughterhouse. I actually have to pick gold from the pit and compare it with others. I really don't know how to describe these proud Indians. No wonder Europeans and Americans like Indians so much. These guys are simply good slaves. A country does not have its own language and is proud of speaking English. When you come to Europe and America, as long as you meet Indians, you will know that they are shameless, cheeky, and bragging. Some time ago, many people said that the CEOs of many large companies in the United States are Indians, but there is no Chinese. This shows that our Chinese education has failed. Xiao Feng has also contacted Indians before. And this time Fang Zhu explained a lot of inside stories about India. He only wanted to greet the ancestors of those who say India is good. Why do large European and American companies like to use Indian CEOs? First of all, because these guys voluntarily helped themselves to the European and American system. They were used as slaves by the British for hundreds of years, and they actually got a sense of pride. I think that being a dog is also a kind of pride, which is very similar to the people who like to be maggots in the feces of the great Yin Empire in a certain place in the south, and those people who like to recognize the footpot dad on a certain island. People in Europe and the United States have such an obedient son for no reason. Are they happy? If there is such a person every day, kneeling and licking in front of you, you must also like such a guy very much. Without him, it would be cool to be licked. The second is this group of Indians. They are simply shameless, kind-skinned to a certain extent, and they are especially good at bragging. Xiao Feng also has a few high school classmates who study computers. After graduating from university, he went to the United States to work in Silicon Valley. When these classmates returned to Beijing a few years later, when everyone gathered together, almost no one had not complained to him about the shamelessness of the Silicon Valley Indians. In very funny companies in Silicon Valley, these Indians are good at forming cliques and engaging in office politics. But if you really talk about technology, that's it. Together, the three Indian Assanges are not as good as a Chinese technical elite. That is, Chinese people do not like to participate in politics, and they never thought about kneeling and licking Yankees. Therefore, in the position of CEO of a large Silicon Valley factory, they will rarely see the shadow of Chinese people. After all, Americans are not fools, and they have been guarding against the Chinese. The reason why the status of Indians in the company is so high is to counterbalance the Chinese. Xiao Feng's classmates once told him about the shamelessness of these Indians. It was obviously the code written by the Chinese and the results they made. This group of Hassan brazenly dared to claim it for themselves. Moreover, at the presentations attended by the campaign's leaders, these guys did a beautiful PPT, and they often dared to use the PPT to blow up. This is because they are so cheeky and shameless that they can fool the old beauty. It is precisely because of this that they can climb to the top positions of those big companies. After Xiao Feng learned the truth, he felt amused at the same time. He even felt a little ecstatic. The more such Indians, the better. When they occupy a large area of Silicon Valley, they will have the effect of bad money driving out good money. A large number of Chinese people who have been bullied may choose to return to their country. Of course, those who want to enjoy the sweet air of the United States will definitely stay in the United States with their breath, and such people are naturally not worthy of his care. And those who return to China, as long as they have the ability, will certainly stand out in the country as well. As for those Hassan, where can the US international giants take in the future? Look at Microsoft, which has been on its laurels for so many years. and you will know. If it weren't for some of the old technology in the early years, which was used extensively by the current mobile internet giants, and could collect large amounts of patent fees every year. What do you think of the current situation of Microsoft's report? But now Microsoft's report and stock price are still very colorful. Xiao Feng naturally hopes that this situation will continue. It will take a few years. Mentalnovel.com when the mobile internet enters the next stage, see if they can still laugh. Hasn't Boeing, a major US manufacturer, already filled the hole in person? Wasn't the override code for the Boeing 737 MAX that crashed a few times written by an Indian company that claims to be a big software country? After dropping several planes in a row, look at the current Boeing, vomiting up and down, 3 souls went to 7 souls. How good is that? Let Americans continue to like Indians. And when Fang Zhu asked Xiao Feng cautiously again, boss, look at us. Do we also want to be in India? Of course you want to do it. Other pharmaceutical factories have gone there for clinical trials. We naturally want to do it too. It's not bad for the money. There are Indian doctors to do it, and we don't need to dirty our own hands. It's not cheap. Don't account for the white. Fang Zhe heard that Xiao Feng had promised so happily. He immediately waved his fist happily. Thank you, boss. I happen to have a few familiar friends in India. They can help contact this matter. Chapter 646 picked up a big bargain. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. With this laboratory set up in India, the clinical trial problems that have been plagued by pharmaceutical companies have been resolved. In recent years, many domestic scholars have also noticed that domestic pharmaceutical companies have not made much progress in the development of new drugs. For so many years, they have been engaged in the sale of generic drugs. But the problem is, you can't even do generic drugs. In fact, there are many reasons for this. One of the very important reasons is that it is very difficult to launch clinical trials in China. In particular, Chinese people attach great importance to filial piety and family affection. Generally, not many people are willing to let their family members try medicine, even in the case of patients, which is already critical. Moreover, the domestic medical environment is not very good. There are a group of professional doctors who live by blackmailing hospitals, and hospitals are unwilling to get into these troubles. Usually the doctor-patient relationship is already very tense. At this time, clinical trials are being carried out. If something happens to the patient and the sign is broken, you will have to pay a lot of money. So even hospitals are unwilling to cooperate with pharmaceutical companies. How do you let the pharmaceutical companies conduct clinical trials? What's more, clinical trials are very expensive. The amount of money to invest in new drug research and development is huge, and research and development may fail. How many companies do you say are willing to invest in this area? Moreover, the moral hazard is still very high. The domestic people like to pick up the squirrel if you have nothing to do. If you know that you are doing human experiments in China, even if your original intention is good, they will be able to pick out the problem for you. One day these ill-intentioned guys who want to keep up the heat will come out to bring you a rhythm. With the low civilized quality of many people in the country, you can spray a good pharmaceutical factory into the sky in every minute. Moreover, the domestic business environment is really hard to explain in a word. You spend a lot of money here to come up with a new medicine, and maybe within a few days, the prescription will be taken away by others. After you give you a slight variation, you will copy you directly. You say you are out of breath. What can you do when you run into such a rogue opponent? And don't think that there are few such people. In fact, there are quite a few such people in China. However, Xiao Feng and Fang Zhu are not worried about this issue, because the artificial heart they developed and this new type of anti-heart disease drug are not special in terms of raw materials. One requires a large amount of small molecule collagen, and the other requires a large amount of alien snake venom. Neither of these two kinds of raw materials can be handled by the world, So even if other drug companies with ill-conceived intentions stole the secret formula, they would not be able to create the same products and medicines as them. Now that such a clinical trial area can be established in India, the most difficult step is finally solved, which makes Xiao Feng and He Fangzhou very happy. At noon of the same day, he said that he would not let Xiao Feng go. He Fangzhou specially ordered the chef to cook some good dishes in the cafeteria of the laboratory. He called a few good wine guys in the laboratory and filled Xiao Feng with him a lot. Xiao Feng had to live in a winery not far from the laboratory that night. The next day, he was awakened by He Xiaojun's phone call. It turned out that according to the agreed schedule today, he and He Xiaojun were going to inspect Daxing Island together. Some time ago, when the city leaders went to inspect the 9th laboratory, they gave them a big gift package. One of them was to contract all Daxing Island to them. Moreover, the price can be described as low to the extreme, and some handling fees for the installation and concession can almost be said to be free. One gift is 70 years. Xiao Feng dares to slap his chest and said that it is unique in China. Even if Warwick acquires land in Songshan Lake District, it is not as cheap as him. The most important thing is that there are still many ancillary crops on this land, that is, the built real estate. Of course, there are also a lot of unfinished buildings. But these are not important. The important thing is that the entire island is now theirs. The 28 square kilometer island has all kinds of basic living facilities, and even some necessary land reclamation projects have been completed by previous real estate developers. A few days ago, He Xiaojun and the others had completed the handover procedures with the land unit in the city. The conditions given to them in the city are very relaxed, and the only requirement is that they hope that they will build a sea crossing bridge to the island after 10 years of staying in. In fact, it was precisely this condition that scared away countless real estate developers who were willing to take over before. A cross-sea bridge is not a bridge on land. To build a bridge on land, even if it is more than 10 kilometers long, the cost may be several hundred million yuan. Moreover, it can cut corners and cut corners. In the case of ensuring safe use, that is, sacrificing some service life, as long as too many overloaded trucks are not allowed to go on the bridge, there will be no safety problems at all. But this is different for cross-sea bridges. Building piers in the sea and the design of the bridge against wind and wolves will cost a lot of money. The reinforced cement used, not to mention, a mere anti-rust requirement, can scare many companies. A cross-sea bridge of more than 10 kilometers, if you really want to repair it, let alone a billion, I am afraid that several billion will not be able to stop it. Therefore, countless real estate companies, when they heard from the city that they couldn't take over and must build a cross-sea bridge, they all retreated. What's a joke? How much can a small island be sold for even if it is all developed into commercial real estate? To build you a cross-sea bridge, which bridge would dare to cut corners? Maybe all the money earned in the early stage will have to go in. Because of this, the famous Daxing Island in Benching was left deserted there, and it was a small decade. And this time when the 9th laboratory took over, the city finally breathed a sigh of relief for them. This was completely waste utilization. The most important thing is that if the 9th laboratory is really bigger and stronger, it will drive an entire industrial chain in the future. Not to mention anything else, just talk about the cosmetic packaging boxes, packaging bags, and various ingredients factories. If they were built nearby, how many people would you say could feed them? How many people get employed? And tax growth? Furthermore, the scale of the 9th laboratory is getting bigger and bigger, and more people are employed. These people always have to eat, consume and pay taxes, right? These alone are enough for the Benching Tax Bureau to enjoy, so this sale is also very cost-effective in their opinion. And the 9th laboratory is also reluctant to take over such a large island. On the one hand, it can let employees work with peace of mind, and on the other hand, it can better arrange employees. The handover procedure was completed a few days ago. He Xiaojun wanted to go to the island for a long time. He also stayed with several important figures in the laboratory. At the same time, He was also called Li Mingqing. Now this guy has become a member of the famous chef group, Queen Design Director. His famous city decoration company has now become a subsidiary of the famous chef group, and it has long been controlled by Xiao Feng. This time I won the Darksing Island, and I am sure to build on the island. As a designer with rich design experience, Li Mingqing is naturally very willing to participate in this design. Hearing that he was going to the island this time to find out, he had already clamored to come with him. At noon, Xiao Feng and Zuzuki finally rushed to a wharf south of Ascender's software park. This wharf was used to transport supplies to Darksing Island. It used to be under military control and was later transferred to the place. Later, after Darksing Island was taken by a real estate group to the south, they also expanded the wharf to facilitate the delivery of construction materials to the island. Later, the real estate group ran away, and the place was deserted until it was taken over by Xiao Feng and the others. This time, the boat is a yacht specially rented by He Xiaojun. The experienced captain drove them straight to Darksing Island. In less than an hour, he rushed to Darksing Island. Everyone didn't rush to land, but let the captain set off and took everyone around the island in a big circle. The captain is also a veteran, very familiar with the seas of this generation, and while sailing, he introduced them to the island. In fact, this Darksing Island is mainly composed of two islands. The main island is the 28 square kilometer large island, and there is also a small island with an area of about 8 square kilometers connected to the right. There is a section of sea sand gravel road in the middle, but every day the high tide will submerge this section of the road, and the road will only be exposed when the tide is low. It's a pity that small island, because there are one of the few white sandy beaches on the benching side, and because of the geothermal heat, there are many hot spring pools on the island, and the seawater temperature on the beach is not low all year round. The sea temperature is at least 5 degrees higher than that of the other coastlines of Benthan, which is very suitable for vacationing. Earlier developers also wanted to build a tourist resort there, but unfortunately, it was not done because of the broken capital chain. The captain took them around the island to make them more familiar with the environment of Darksing Island, and also explained the characteristics of the island to them. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun were also taken aback when they heard this, and immediately became interested in this small island. Darksing Island and their locals all know www.mtlnovel.com, but that's because the island used to be a naval base, and ordinary people don't have much chance to board the island to play. Later, the island was handed over to the local government, and the local government changed hands and sold it to the developer. As a result, the developer had been developing it for several years. But in the end nothing was found and it ran away. It has become a large-scale unfinished project, and there is no bridge. It is inconvenient to go to the island. After all, a trip with a purse and a boat will cost thousands of dollars, and this cost will make no one come. Only in summer, some travel friends may be willing to spend a purse boat to play adventure games on the island. This is the first time Xiao Feng and the others have heard that there are white sand beaches and hot springs on this small island. Here, look, there is the white sandy beach on the island over there. Isn't it pretty? For fear that they would not believe them, the captain deliberately took them round to the south side of the island and showed them a white sandy beach near the shore. Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun looked at each other, their faces were filled with ecstasy that couldn't help. This was a real deal. Chapter 647 Island Development Plan. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Although Benching is a coastal city, there are not many high-quality beaches, especially White Beach. It can even be said that there is number. Only the development right to the north of the city, there is a section of beach, which is not bad. There is a short section of beach coastline, which has now been developed into the most popular tourist resort in Benthan. Moreover, because Benching is located in the north, the seawater temperature is not high all year round, so there is only 1 month in August each year to go to the sea. At other times, The seawater temperature is relatively low and it is not suitable for swimming in the sea. But this Darksing Island actually hides such a treasure of Geomanticoon. If it is developed and utilized, the value will be great. They looked at it visually, and that section of white sand beach was at least a few kilometers long. If this beach could be used well, it would be incredible. The most important thing is that because of the rich geothermal resources here, the sea on the beach is not cold, which is very suitable for people to go to see and play. If this is really developed for tourist resorts, it would be amazing. When the captain took them around the small island, he introduced them to this small island. People began to visit the island every year from the end of June, and went back to mid-September until no one came to play. What does this show? The temperature of the sea on this island, the time suitable for playing, can be more than 2 months longer than other sea areas in Binching. If this is developed and utilized, it will be incredible. Moreover, the topography of the island is also very suitable for development. It is typically a north-south topography. The hills on the north block the cold wind blowing from the mainland and enclose the sandy beach on the south. Behind the beach is a flat land with gentle slopes, and traces of earlier development can be seen. On the hills behind, many ethnic groups can be vaguely seen. However, these buildings are very low and looming in the mountains and forests. On the top of the hill, you can see a large platform. I don't know what it is. The only things Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun knew were the water towers standing on the top of the mountain. Later, the knowledgeable captain explained to them. It turned out that when the island was under military control, the military naturally discovered the geothermal resources and hot springs on the island. A lot of sanatoriums have been built on this small island exclusively for soldiers to recuperate. Because Darksing Island used to be a submarine base, submarines set off from here every year to perform combat readiness missions. It takes a long time to go there. Being lurking underwater for several weeks or even months will have a great negative impact on the hearts of the soldiers. After the soldiers come out of the water, they naturally need to recuperate, and the sanatoriums on this mountain were built for them. As for the large piece of flat land on the top of the mountain, it used to be a radar base. Later, after the base was abandoned, those radars were taken away, and naturally they were abandoned. After seeing the train, Li Mingqing clapped his hands with excitement. It's just perfect. The land on the top of the mountain is leveled and the road is ready. Just widen and strengthen it. On the top of the mountain, we can build a resort hotel, and the revolving restaurant. When there are such beaches and sandy beaches, are you afraid that no tourists will come? Even if the tourists do not come, it is not a loss to give our group employees a holiday. I have to say that this guy is quite discerning. What he said, and Xiao Feng and the others completely thought of it together. Those sanatoriums in the mountains can also be changed at that time and trimmed into various high-end holiday villas for the campaigners' executives. Perfect. After visiting the small island, the captain took them to the big island, but this time they took a different route. Instead, the captain took them from the mountain to the west, found a cave, and sailed directly into it. This scene caused Xiao Feng and He Xiaojun's brains to open up. I really didn't expect that Darksing Island would have such a different kind of magic. There is actually a cave on this mountain, directly connected to the sea. The captain told them that he used to take the travel friends who charted the island to play, so he was very familiar with the road conditions here. In fact, this cave that connects to the sea used to be the channel for naval submarines to set off, directly connecting to the submarine base in the mountain. Later, after being contracted by the developer went on to expand the cave and planned to build a freight terminal. After driving for several kilometers along the cave, a huge hall appeared in front of everyone. This big cave surprised everyone when they saw it. Everyone had only heard of it before. The military engineering is very vast, but this time it was an eye-opener. The engineer hollowed out the entire mountain, and the height from the water surface to the top of the cave was tens of meters high. Thanks to the fact that this mountain is entirely a rocky mountain, if it were a soily mountain, I am afraid it would have collapsed long ago. Below there are 4 or 5 berths available for docking, and there are even 2 dry docks next to them. which should have been used for submarine maintenance in the past. There is a huge pier behind. You can imagine how lively it was in the early years. The captain drove the small yacht and took everyone around it for a few laps, but he didn't let everyone ashore, and then got into a waterway forward. It can be seen that this is an artificial river that has been opened. Not far away, it is a ship lock. The staff who had already landed ashore opened the lock. The captain set the boat and took everyone through the cave and opened it for several kilometers. And then everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Drilled out of the mountain, outside was a wide artificial river, meandering forward. On both sides of the river are dense grasslands, flower beds, and trees, which look a little messy, but the artificial traces from earlier can still be seen. This river was built by the previous developer. At that time, he wanted to bring the sea water to the island, and then build some residential communities on both sides of the river. This would not only beautify the environment, but also add some gimmicks when selling houses on the island. It's good. I didn't think that the house was not sold just after the river was finished. As a result, the capital chain was broken and I had to run away. No wonder, the artificial traces on both sides of the river are so obvious, Li Mingqing murmured. As the boat continued to drive forward, Xiao Feng had been paying attention to the situation on both sides of the river, and he could see that the land had been leveled and was suitable for development and construction, which saved them a lot of effort. In a short while, there was an extra building complex in front of it, which looked very beautiful from a distance. A European-style architectural style town about a few square kilometers appeared in front of them. This town was originally designed by a developer who paid a lot of money to a designer. It is said to be designed in the Venetian style. Because of the introduction of seawater, many rivers were designed. It seems that the name is Shuiqing. The construction is really quite good. It's beautiful, but it's a pity that I can't sell it. The captain sailed the boat and took them along the river into the town, while introducing them. Don't tell me, the developer really worked hard to build this small town. The town is in European style, with a circular square inches the middle, and then streets radiating in 8 directions along the square. Each street is accompanied by a river. These streets and rivers divide the town into 8 different fan-shaped blocks. The buildings in the block are mostly 7 or 8-story European-style buildings, which look particularly beautiful. Although uninhabited for many years, these houses are still very beautiful from the outside. The red roofs, pink or yellow, or white exterior walls look great, because there is no one to maintain. The river is full of weeds, and the river also needs to be dredged. It's great, it's all ready-made here. As long as their renovation is over, you can come here to work. He Xiaojun was so happy to see such a beautiful town. Yang Xin and Jiang Gofeng, who came with him, were also very happy. As the main persons in charge of the 9th laboratory, they would naturally not miss this opportunity to plot a site. The previous success of the 9th laboratory's series of products has made their status soaring, and now they have established their own sects within the company. In the future, there will be more apprentices and grandchildren behind them, and office spaces and laboratories will naturally be problems. And the small town in front of them can perfectly solve their office needs. Who doesn't want to work in such a beautiful environment? And the most important thing is that this place is far away from the hustle and bustle. It allows them to stay away from the distractions of the world and concentrate on research. This small island is simply prepared for them. Researchers. After seeing the town, the group went ashore, and then continued to explore south. Xiao Feng delineated the location of the factory on a deserted tidal flat on the southernmost side of the island. It is far away from the residential area and living area, so it is more suitable for production. Then they went all the way north, bypassing the town, and approaching the foot of the mountain. They finally saw the largest unfinished project on the island, an unfinished residential area. The community is built at the foot of the island. www.mtlnovel.com. Next to the reservoir, the environment can be said to be very beautiful and belongs to the second phase of the project. The original plan was to build 30 residential buildings. The mountains were cut in half, the foundations were dug, and 5 or 6 buildings were built. They were all capped, and there were 3 or 5 buildings. Only 4 or 5 stories were raised there. Because the sales of the first phase were not satisfactory, the second phase could not continue, and the developers simply left the wasteland. It can be fully utilized, developed, and allocated to the employees to live in. When the time comes, the supporting facilities will be kept up. Shopping malls, hospitals, restaurants, kindergartens, primary schools and even middle schools will be built. With such logistical support, the employees will be on the island. Naturally, I feel at ease when I go to work. Xiao Feng pointed to the community and said. He Xiaojun also nodded. In the front, we are building a gymnasium, equipped with a swimming pool, and a gym, and we are all living together. Don't worry, 2 leaders, leave this job to me. I will call on all my classmates and colleagues, and I will definitely come up with a satisfactory plan for the 2 leaders. Chapter 648 Aquatic Products Processing Ship. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. Being able to participate in the development and design of such an island is simply a blessing for a lifetime for designers like Li Mingqing. The development and construction of such an island obviously requires a large amount of capital investment, and an ordinary company will certainly not be able to afford it. Only those consortiums with strong net worth can make a difference. Although it seems that the Celebrity Chef Group and the Ninth Lab are just in the early stages of development, it is clear that they already have the qualifications of a consortium. These 2 companies are now stable banknote harvesters. The celebrity chefs under the Celebrity Chef Group manufacture fast food. Now there are more than 2,000 stores all over the country. Not to mention the franchise fee. Orders placed every day to celebrity chef factories can bring the company tens of millions of net profits. And their sunshine burns and scalding hospitals are like stealing money, especially for those medical and aesthetic operations, which cost as little as 3 to 50,000, and at least 100,000 for more. The net profit of such an operation is almost 90%, and dozens of units are needed a day. As for burns and scalds, let alone, medical and beauty products are sold for millions of goods every day. This is just the beginning stage. In the future, as their hospitals will open branches across the country, the situation is almost predictable. As for the Ninth Laboratory, let alone, since their products opened up the market in Europe and the United States and established a good reputation, their products have been selling crazy. Although the price is more expensive than ordinary cosmetics, they are still in short supply on the market and are snatched by people every day. They have launched several cosmetics in succession, and almost every one of them has been well received by the market. No way. Who makes their products different from other cosmetics that charge IQ tax? The sales of other cosmetics are almost entirely dependent on Flickr. Whether the effect can be seen depends on your personal luck. The efficiency of their cosmetics is not 100%, but it can be as high as 80%. Such a product, no matter how expensive it is, can't hold up the enthusiasm of women who are afraid of old age. At the same time, the few health product capsules they quietly launched have also begun to gain fame. Earlier, He Xiaojun arranged to open the way for pharmacies across the country. Although the investment cost was not small, the effect was leveraged, and there was also the endorsement of the golden signature of the Ninth Laboratory. Now their health capsules are not only liked by old men and women, but also by young people, because the effect is real. This Ninth Laboratory can definitely be described as daily Jindujan every day. Now the money lying in the company's bank account has exceeded 10 billion. This is still the case when Xiao Feng has drew a part of it. Any amount of this money will be enough for the construction and development of the 2 islands. However, Xiao Feng naturally knew that this civil engineering project was tricky and there were many places where it was easy to cheat. He put forward a requirement to Li Mingqing, that is, the project must maintain quality and quantity, the budget must be clear, and he will not lose a point in the money that should be spent. But if anyone wants to take advantage of his pockets and take advantage of the company, he will definitely send him to jail. In this regard, Li Mingqing patted his chest and promised Xiao Feng, "Mr. Xiao, don't worry. If this happens, don't talk about you. I won't let him go." He is now on Xiao Feng's ship, and he is optimistic about the future of the Celebrity Chef Group. If the company is listed in the future, he will definitely be one of the original shareholders. Taking advantage of the company, isn't that taking advantage of him? Not to mention that Xiao Feng didn't agree. He was the first Li Mingqing who didn't agree. After inspecting the island briefly, it was already night. It's getting late. Everyone doesn't plan to go back anymore, and plans to stay on the island for one night tonight. Fortunately, the staff sent by the company to take over the island in the early stage also brought a lot of living facilities to the island. In addition, the developers on the island in the past also left a lot of living facilities when they ran away. At this time, they have been cleaned up, enough for them to move in and use. In the evening, everyone stayed in the small town of Shuiqing in the center and had hot pot in a house. Damn, it's been a few months since there have been mosquitoes again. Xiao Feng casually slapped a mosquito to death. He Xiaojun said with a smile. This small town is well designed and spreads all over the river, but it is also prone to mosquitoes. Don't worry, we will definitely deal with this after we take over. I wonder why domestic mosquitoes are not industrialized on a large scale. Europe, America and Japan people have already started large-scale industrial killing of mosquitoes a long time ago, so their houses are basically not equipped with screen windows. Hey, you are going to kill mosquitoes and flies on a large scale. Leaving aside the cost for the time being, how can you let those who make screens and do supporting materials for doors and windows? It's true. After dinner, the two went up to the top of the building again, looking at the distant seascape, smoking a cigarette and chatting about the future scientific research direction of the 9th laboratory. But at this moment, Xiao Feng suddenly saw a large freighter passing by on the sea level ahead, and that freighter was still pulling a very strange thing. He had lived in Benching for so many years, and had never seen such a thing, so he called the captain downstairs. The captain had been living on the sea for decades, and he naturally recognized this thing. Just glanced at it, and laughed. This is the offshore fishery we produced for Novi State. It is produced in the shipyard on Dingjiaqiao. What? A fishing ground on the sea? We can produce it in Binching? That's not it, Mr. Xiao. Don't you know? I haven't told you yet that this Dingjiaqiao is my hometown. When I went back last year during the Chinese New Year, I went to see in their factory. Oh, I was the first one at the time. I was taken aback when I saw it. What a big guy. The captain explained it to Xiao Feng and the others. Xiao Feng remembered that he wanted to work with Peter to make a fishing boat plan, and suddenly he was thinking about going to the Dingjiaqiao shipyard the next day. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng got up, asked the captain to set off and took him straight to Dingjiaqiao. This Dingjiaqiao is a sub-district of Benthan. It used to be the shipyard of Benthan. There are two shipyards in Benthan. One is a large shipyard specializing in building warships. There is also this shipyard that specializes in building civilian vessels. This shipyard used to focus on the manufacture of some civilian fishing boats. It was booming for a while before. Later, because of the fierce competition, it is said that the benefits here are not enough. Xiao Feng didn't know much about the specifics now, but the captain told him that this place has now been contracted by several private owners, and it is still a fishing boat and civilian ocean-going equipment, and the business is still so-so, because he is related to the shipyard's boss. He called the boss on the way, and when Xiao Feng and the others arrived, the shipyard boss had already made tea in the office. Xiao Feng is now a well-known business rookie in Binching, and there are a few who do not want to know him. The owner of this shipyard is naturally no exception. Although he is 50 years old, he is very polite when he meets Xiao Feng. After the business exchanges between the two sides, Xiao Feng talked about his idea of entering the marine industry and enriching the product line of celebrity chefs. The old man became excited immediately, and quickly expressed his support for Xiao Feng's idea. and said that if Mr. Xiao had a boat need, they could build anything. Xiao Feng saw it outside when he arrived. There were 3 large ships in their shipyard parked on the dry dock, and he asked about the situation. "Hey, don't mention it," the aquatic processing ship ordered by a long-distance ocean fishing company in Binching earlier. Unfortunately, before the delivery, the company failed to operate properly and closed down. "These 3 ships can make me miserable. I can't sell it, it's overwhelming. With a large sum of money, it's annoying to throw it there every day." When Xiao Feng heard this, he couldn't help but clapped his hands with joy. "Boss, I want these 3 ships." "What, Mr. Xiao? Are you kidding?" More than 50 men with black faces bounced off the sofa almost instantly. No matter how dark they were, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. "Yes," I said, "I want it." The reason why Xiao Feng is so sure is because this is the kind of ship Xiao Feng needs most urgently. This kind of 10,000-ton aquatic product processing vessel is different from the kind of fishing vessels that purely go out to sea. They shuttle between the major fishing grounds and specifically collect goods from those fishing vessels. After some ocean-going fishing boats catch all kinds of fish, because they do not have the processing function, they can only be placed in the freezer compartment of the ship and transported back to the land for processing. This is very uneconomical for fishing boats that are fishing in the ocean. Only one boat can be caught at a time. If it is offshore, it is okay. If it is offshore, it will not even make money for oil. But with this kind of aquatic product processing vessel, it is different. The ocean fishing fleet can directly sell the fish to these aquatic product processing vessels, and then purchase living supplies from the aquatic product processing vessels, so that they can continue to fish overseas for a long time. Greatly improve work efficiency. And this kind of aquatic product processing ship, after purchasing the fish can be processed into various products on the ship to be refrigerated, and then shipped back to the mainland for sale. Because of the large capacity of the cold storage, www.intelnovel.com can store a lot of goods, so as to ensure the greatest economy of ocean going to sea. General ocean fishing companies, when sending ocean fishing fleets, their own companies will be equipped with such aquatic processing vessels, not only to provide supplies to the fleet, but also to bring back the largest number of fish at the fastest speed. As for Xiao Feng's next cooperation with Peter, he has already figured out the mode of cooperation. Peter organized manpower and ocean-going fishing boats to go to the Sea of Okhotsk to fish, and his aquatic product processing ship followed the fleet to receive the goods, and after the collection, it was processed directly on the ship, and then directly transported back to the waiting gate island. Naturally, this will also provide him with the opportunity to mix fish and fish, such as the sea fish salvaged in the alien ocean, let the free labor of the alien directly handle it, and then store it in his space. When the time comes, waiting for the aquatic product processing ship, when returning to the island to unload, you can mix fish, and send the seafood from other worlds directly into the cold storage warehouse on the island. In this way, the problem of cooperation with Peter's seafood development was solved. Chapter 649 God of Wealth. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. In the past, I had a headache how to bring the fish caught from other worlds into the modern world. Now with this kind of aquatic product processing ship, all problems can be solved easily. The owner of this shipyard, Ding, did not expect that this new business staff from Benching would solve the problem that caused him the most headache. He saw Xiao Feng's lips tremble a little. Over the past year or so, these 3 ships have already pressed him out of his heart. As long as he opens his eyes and sees these 3 ships on the berth every day, he will go on day by day. Can't eat. The company paid a deposit for these ships. He paid a part of the capital and borrowed part of the money from the bank to complete the construction. If he thought it was built, the company went bankrupt. In addition, ocean fishing is not easy now, and the reputation of the domestic ocean-going fleet has been stale by some people. Anyone who goes to the world to fish will be driven away by the local maritime police, so now not many people are willing to engage in ocean fishing, and his boat simply cannot be sold. I thought that these 3 ships had been smashed in my hand, but I thought I would run into the god of wealth today. Boss Xiao, are you serious? Do you really want these 3 ships? This President Ding couldn't help but confirm with Xiao Feng again. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Do you think I am joking? Haha, where is it? You are a big business, so why are you kidding me? Mr. Xiao, let's get on the ship first and let me introduce this ship to you. This President Ding was so excited that he could sit still, and immediately planned to take Xiao Feng aboard to fudge. Xiao Feng was not polite. Well, let's get on the boat and have a look. This Boss Ding is no more than 50, but at this time, he walked like flying steadily, and took Xiao Feng aboard in just over 10 minutes. These 3 ships have been on the slipway for almost a year, and the wind and sun are blowing every day, but fortunately, the people in the shipyard are more responsible, and regular maintenance is done, so there is not much rust on the ship. This ship, I'm not saying it's the largest aquatic product processing ship in our country right now. Before that, some companies in Minutes province had several, but they were not big, only more than 3,000 tons. Their ships were mainly on the southeast coast working the region. But mine is different. I am a 10,000 ton vessel, originally built to cooperate with ocean fishing. Each vessel is 150 meters long, 20 meters wide, and has a draft of 8 meters deep. The director Ding saw that he was from a business background, and he didn't need to look at the information at all when he introduced the ship. It can be said that the business is very professional. While introducing them, they took Xiao Feng to shuttle back and forth on the ship, obviously very familiar with the internal structure of the hull. Xiao Feng has also been paying close attention to the situation inside the hull. The environment inside is indeed clean and new, and it looks very comfortable. The power system of the whole ship is installed. It is really the kind that can go directly to the sea, but now it can only be parked on the berth. No wonder the boss is so troubled. These 3 ships are all equipped with steel ships with 3 decks, stern models, twin engines, and twin propellers. The production area on the ship is equipped with an automatic cleaning workshop, a cooler, 2 boiling and drying production lines, and 2 quick freezing room, 5 cold storage, 1 packaging room, and a canning workshop. There are 30 crew members and 30 aquatic products processing personnel. The degree of full automation is very high. The entire ship has a refrigeration capacity of 3,500 tons. This ship is mainly used for it processes all kinds of deep-sea fish, with a daily processing capacity of 350 tons and an annual output value of 1 billion yuan. This ship can follow the fishing boats to purchase and process at sea according to the actual conditions of marine resources and fishing to ensure the quality of aquatic products. Freshness, by the way, it can also supply the ocean fishing fleet. This big guy is definitely an aircraft carrier in the ocean fishing fleet. Boss Ding said it was very good. And the ship was very big. It would have been more than an hour after finishing 1 boat, but Boss Ding insisted. They still walked all 3 boats. Boss Ding was very sincere. He insisted on doing this to reassure Xiao Feng and the others that their boats are all real materials and no tricks. After watching the 3 boats, Xiao Feng also had a bottom in his heart. Mr. Xiao, you are really insightful. Although the ocean fishing industry is not doing well now, the country has always supported this industry. They have subsidies when you buy a boat, and they will also give you fuel every year when you buy a boat. One subsidy is 5 years. Xiao Feng knows that the country has always encouraged fishermen to go out, and there is no way anyone can let our offshore fishery resources have almost been exhausted by salvage. There are so many people who rely on the sea to eat the sea, and we can only encourage fishermen to go out and go fishing in the ocean. But to be honest, ocean fishing is really not that easy. First of all, European and American powers have already divided the world's waters. There are only a few well-known fishing grounds in the world. The northern part of the Atlantic Ocean is basically within the control of the British, American and European powers. People are wealthy and do not want to fish. If you are willing to spend money to buy qualifications, they are not willing to let you go fishing there. Needless to say, in Southeast Asia, the fishermen in the southern region often go there, and often have disputes with some local countries. In the past 2 years, the state has given those countries some subsidies over and over, and people have just turned a blind eye. But this is still not enough. So many fishermen go to Africa and South America, but they have to spend money to buy fishing licenses. But fishing there, because the distance is too far, generally it can only be digested locally. Not many can be transported back, because the cost is too high. But Xiao Feng is different from them. He has the support of the entire ocean of the alien world. He doesn't care about the cost. Even these ships are just a cover for him to bring the seafood from the alien world. Moreover, his partner Peter, who is very powerful in Russia, as his helper, and he gets some fish from the Russian fishery, and the cost should not be high. So after a brief look at the ship, Xiao Feng directly inquired, "How can this ship be sold?" When Boss Ding saw Xiao Feng so refreshed, he was immediately excited. He called a few leaders on the spot, had a brief meeting with the company's accountant, and then gave Xiao Feng an offer. "Mr. Xiao, this ship, it was originally priced at 150 million yuan. But now it has been on the slipway for a year. We just want to hurry up and ease our financial pressure. In this way, we will deal with it as a second-hand ship. 100 million. What do you think?" Boss Ding was also playing drums in his heart at this time. Although they had given a lot of discounts, the 3 ships totaled 300 million, which is not a small amount. If someone thinks it is expensive and doesn't play anymore, they will be caught blind. So he is ready to make some more preparations. Even if Xiao Feng has some requirements on the payment method and cycle, they will agree. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Feng didn't bargain at all. "Okay, that's it. I want these 3 ships." Boss Ding and several other shareholders saw that Xiao Feng was so cheerful. Their mouths grew wide. What kind of luck is this today? When the door is opened, the god of wealth is ushered in. "However, I have a condition." "What conditions do you have? Just mention it." Boss Ding and the others started to tremble with excitement at this time. As long as Xiao Feng's up-and-coming patrons, as long as the conditions mentioned were not excessive, they would all be satisfied. After all, the ship has been parked for more than a year. I hope that before taking over, you can start the machine and check it. Then do the maintenance and rust prevention, because I will hire people to go to sea soon. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, we must make arrangements for you. Well, very good. By the way, I saw you on the boat just now. It seems that you are still building that kind of big cage. Can you introduce me to it? Xiao Feng asked casually, and the eyes of the few people present were all round. Mr. Xiao is still interested in that kind of fishery on the sea? Yeah, some interest. Great. Then I'll give you a good introduction to Mr. Xiao. Boss Ding is even more excited at this time. It seems that the incense burning on the mountain is still useful during the Chinese New Year this year. This is the time to come. That kind of cage, fish cage, the scientific name is called the semi-submersible deep-sea intelligent fishery, which is mainly used for deep-sea salmon farming. This product was ordered by Novi State. They ordered more than 40 in the country the year before last. We grabbed it. 8 of them have been ordered. If it weren't for these 8 fisheries, our factory would have fallen prematurely. When Liaoding thought of the previous years, he was full of bitter tears. Xiao Feng laughed when he heard it. It turned out that it was decided by Novi. This country is interesting. This country used to pretend to be B, and sang a drama with Huago. As a result, they mainly produce salmon, which was forbidden by China. This country has been horrified. Seeing that other countries are making a lot of money from China, but they can only watch it. It feels really uncomfortable. Even the ambassador's term of office is up to www.mtlnovel.com, and he dare not return to China because he is afraid that China will not issue visas to the new ambassador. Later, I finally asked my grandpa to tell my grandma to ease the relationship. This allowed their salmon to return to the table of the common people in China, and the sales volume can be said to have skyrocketed year after year. Previously, the salmon exported from Novi to our country ranged from a few hundred to several thousand tons a year, but these Novi people think it is not enough. It will be in 2025 increase the export volume to more than 10 billion yuan. Therefore, it is necessary to carry out large-scale farming in the domestic waters. You may not know, Mr. Xiao, that the sea conditions in Novi are very suitable for raising salmon. Boss Ding also popularized some news about salmon farming to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng listened with great gusto. By the way, I heard that Australians have engaged in tuna farming before, and that seems to be more profitable. Yes, in fact, the design of our cage is based on the concept of the Australians. Australians used to breed tuna in the past, using such cages, but their cages are very small. They can raise tens of thousands at a time. Mr. Xiao, you still know this. Chapter 650 Sea Fishing Ground. I have opened a new book, The Pinnacle of Technology. Everyone supports it. This time it is a science and technology article. I hope it can be appetizing for everyone. I implore everyone to collect and recommend. In fact, the concept of this ocean ranch has been around for a long time, and it was Australians who first proposed and implemented it. And Wai Xiao Feng knew it was related to his previous job. He used to work for a high-end food import and export company in Beijing. So I have learned some about the high-end ingredients produced in Australia. Australia not only produces high-quality beef and lamb, but also high-quality blue flag tuna. Over the years, with the export of Japanese culture, major developed countries in Europe and the United States have opened many high-end Japanese food stores, and the Japanese have also brought the culture of eating fish to all over the world. In addition, Japan itself is a big country that consumes raw fish, so in 1 year, this high-end blue flag tuna is simply not enough for people all over the world. It is precisely because of seeing this market that Australians have the idea of cultivating tuna, because their country has a very long coastline and its own waters, especially the waters on the Indian Ocean side. It is also very suitable for breeding blue flag tuna. So Australians put forward and implemented the concept of ocean ranch. They made many large cages, put them into the sea near some islands and reefs, and then kept tuna in captivity. You must know that tuna is a very squeamish fish, but they rely on years of accumulation of technology and experience, and they just succeeded in breeding. Every year, a large amount of Australian farmed tuna flows into Japanese food stores all over the world. Although it is farmed tuna, it is completely deep-sea farmed and there is no pollution in the whole process. Therefore, the nutritional value of the tuna they raise is no different from wild tuna, and even in terms of safety and health, it is safer than wild tuna. You must know that many wild tuna now carry many parasites, and it is not safe to eat raw. But because Australian farmed tuna does not come into contact with wild fish outside, there will not be too many parasite infections, so the sales price has not been low. For their product promotion, when they wanted to open the Chinese market, they found the company where Xiao Feng worked, and even showed them a video of their tuna farming. He also introduced the situation of breeding. To be honest, Xiao Feng was very excited when he saw it. Those fish farmers are also called cowboys, but they have to live on the sea all year round. This tuna can be produced in 5 months of farming, but the work is very hard. In order to prevent tuna from being infected with germs and parasites, they have to clean up the cages regularly, and drive away the sharks that try to break the cages and eat their food inside. Sometimes they have to touch them when they are repairing the cages underwater. To go to sharks, they must have the courage to fight sharks with bare hands. And when it comes to the day when the net can be fished, they must catch all the fish in one day, And because tuna is very delicate, in order to facilitate transportation and storage, it is absolutely not allowed to damage the skin during the fishing process. So they can't use any tools, they have to fish with bare hands. 40 to 50 kilograms of big fish are caught in the sea with bare hands. How much effort does it have to do? One cage can raise more than 3,000 fish at a time. And these sea cowboys can earn 300,000 to 500,000 Australian dollars in one season, and RMB 1.5 to 2 million. When he heard these introductions, Xiao Feng really wanted to apply for this job. Unfortunately, when he thought of spending time with shark-hard steel in the sea, he gave up that idea. Precisely because I have had an understanding of Australian tuna farming, I have a better understanding of the salmon farming cage in front of me. It is nothing more than an enlarged version of the tuna farming cage. At this time, Bosting was still talking to Xiao Feng about the situation of their cage. Actually, this farmed salmon is nothing new. We raise them in our country. But they are all offshore, and all shallow water cages are used. To be honest, the effect is not good, because it is offshore, and the water quality the pollution is very serious. In order to prevent the fish from getting sick, a large amount of medicine is used. The fish is not raised and the quality is not very good. The most important thing is that the medicine is used to pollute the sea. The environmental protection of Novi State is so strict, it will definitely not. That's why we designed and manufactured this deep sea fish cage. As Bosting said, he asked the secretary to bring the computer and show Xiao Feng and the others a slideshow with detailed information on the cage. Just now Mr. Xiao talked about the Australian tuna cages. Although our design concept of the cages is also derived from the Australian cages, it is very different from them. Ours is the first semi-submersible in the world. The structural design of the deep-sea fishery is quite different from the traditional cage-type structure. The first is the aquaculture volume. Ours is dozens of times larger than theirs. The diameter of our fishery is 110 meters and the total height is 69 meters. The empty ship weighs 7,693 tons and has a capacity of 250,000 cubic meters, which is equivalent to 200 standard swimming pools. The outer net covers an area of 35,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of 5 standard football fields, and the water covered by it is equivalent to 400 ordinary offshore nets. The water body covered by the tank. The cost of a single fish farm is 420 million yuan. And the service life is 25 years. It can raise 1.5 million fish at a time. Although he also knew that such a fishery could raise no less than one time, Xiao Feng was surprised when he heard the introduction of the boss, and he could raise 1.5 million salmon at a time! How much money can one vote earn if this is cultivated? In fact, salmon is salmon. It is also called sakai or salmon in China. Generally, one piece weighs only 3 to 5 kgs. The meat is delicious and has few spines. It is very popular among the people. Although the economic value is not as expensive as the blue flag tuna, it is not low to raise so many at a time. The cost of this deep-sea fishery is 420 million yuan, which sounds very expensive. But if it can be used for 25 years, the average annual cost is not high. At this time, Director Ding was still eloquently introducing his fishing grounds on the sea. Our fishery is divided into 3 parts structurally. Below is a group of buoys composed of 7 buoys. They provide different levels of buoyancy. In the middle is the core aquaculture frame structure of the fishery, and its main body is a 12-sided all-steel the giant cage composed of the structure. The white building above is the working and living area for the staff. For such a fishery, only 7 workers are enough. And our fishery is absolutely safe because of the ultra-high strength steel used. Can provide more than 10 tons of pretension, so it can resist 12 typhoons. And its stability is much higher than that of traditional aquaculture nets. It also covers 2 layers of fishing nets, so the waves or sharks don't even want to tear our fishing nets at all. Worried about loss? While explaining, Director Ding was also observing and paying attention to Xiao Feng's expression. He was happier watching Xiao Feng listen very carefully. Xiao Feng is definitely not bad for money. If they can find a suitable seller in China for this set of offshore fishing grounds, then they will open up a new way of making money. Tell me about salmon farming. After listening to the introduction of this offshore fishery, Xiao Feng asked about this matter again. Although tuna farming is profitable, Xiao Feng pays more attention to the market that can move in quantity. Salmon is undoubtedly very suitable for his positioning. Okay, Mr. Xiao, this salmon is a cold water fish. It is not as sensitive to water quality requirements as tuna, but it can only grow well in certain waters. They generally live in areas where the water temperature is 1518 degrees. In fact, they are currently living in China. On land, there are some freshwater aquaculture. The trout they raise is called trout, which is also a type of salmon. They are usually sold at about 2 catties, and they are certainly not as valuable as the sea. The fish raised in the sea can generally be used. It grows to 46 kilograms, which is the optimal weight for salmon, and it usually grows in half a year. Don't even think that Bosting is just a shipbuilder, but he knows a lot about deep-sea aquaculture. He glanced at Xiao Feng and then smiled. Before I did shipbuilding, I did aquaculture. Now I have a few brothers who are doing this business, so I know a little bit. His few words greatly enhanced the credibility of those words he said before. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it, and a batch of them matured in half a year. He just asked Zuzuki, who was with him, to check the price of imported domestic salmon. The domestic standard for imported salmon is generally 6 kilograms per piece, and the price per kilogram is about 100 yuan for the Novi product and more than 80 yuan for the domestic copper. And the price in the market, that can go too high. But even so, it is still very popular in the market. This price is already in the category of high-end ingredients, but it is still in short supply. It seems that this market has something to do. Manager Ding, I also want to order a fishing ground to dry. Oh, Mr. Xiao, do you have a suitable breeding area? When Boss Ding heard this, his eyes brightened. You must know that over the years, many domestic bosses have had the idea of cultivating salmon, but in the end they only managed to raise trout that is suitable for fresh water. Everyone knows that salmon produced in the sea is more valuable. Until novel.com, but there is no suitable sea area for breeding this kind of fish in China. There are also a few countries in the world that have fishing grounds suitable for cultivating this fish. Niue is number 1, Tongo is number 1, and there are several other countries, which are not good crops. Besides, such a lucrative business, people still can't make it by themselves. Would that allow you Chinese to intervene? And this time Xiao Feng wanted to order an offshore fishing ground. This Boss Ding naturally felt very curious, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. This is a business secret of others, and if he asks indiscriminately, he might annoy them. Fortunately, Xiao Feng just slapped him, not angry, which made Boss Ding feel relieved. What Xiao Feng pondered was that with this fish farm, there is a lot of room for manipulation. At that time, I will get some salmon back from another world every 3 to 5. Anyway, they are all raised in the fishery on the sea. Can others go to his fishery to check it?